And welcome, everyone. Thank you so much for tuning on in to a live stream here on my YouTube page. If you're new here, I expect some new people to see this particular live stream because of the nature of the topic, which is Cheyenne Bryant. I just want to kind of give a little background. My name's LenonHonor. My main focus has been on Umar Johnson, who has had a long history of misrepresenting himself, scamming, and scheming. And what's interesting and how all this kind of converges with Cheyenne Bryant, because recently Umar, he's been defending Cheyenne Bryant, and he was on the Art of Dialogue most recently, and he was defending her on there. And a lot of people inside of the comment section for that particular video was going on Umar, but I don't think they understand how Umar Johnson works and how he operates. I do. I've researched Umar. I'm working on a second documentary to cover his whole life. I did another documentary probably about, I want to say about 5 or 6 years ago, something like that. I'm working on a full-fledged documentary covering Umar Johnson's life. And we've covered many of Umar Johnson's videos here on my YouTube page. So the convergence, what I've noticed too, because I've been doing a little research, not a lot, but enough to kind of get the gist of it. And because I've studied Umar for such a long time and researched him for such a long time, I can draw parallels right away between him and Cheyenne Bryant. And that's what we're going to be getting into during this live stream. I have some clips, some video clips we'll be getting into. Also have some documentation. I'll be showing people images, screenshots, so forth and so on. And this will probably be a 2-part, maybe 3-part series. Okay, just because it's a lot. All right. So I want to thank everyone for tuning on in. Thanks everyone inside the Cookie Crush chat. That's the name of the chat room. Someone named the chat room Cookie Crush chat many years ago, and it's stuck. So it is what it is. I also want to thank all of our mods inside the chat room as well. Okay, so what I like to do first, because I want to just start with kind of laying a foundation with all of this. And I've kind of put things in sequence on 2 tiers. The first sequence is dealing with everything that's happening with Cheyenne Bryant right now. The second tier is Umar Johnson's history of misrepresenting himself. And again, it kind of connects at a certain point. What I like to do is I just want to kind of give a little bit of a background in terms of what's taking place with Cheyenne Bryant and why it's relevant. I'll tell you why it's relevant, because there is Umar is an excellent example. There's a long history of people when they get into social media spaces, they misrepresent themselves. And as a consequence, it can have some deleterious effects on people. In particular, I've seen Umar give horrible advice that's had profoundly negative impacts on families and on children. I remember there was a brother who called in to one of Umar Johnson's Black parent conferences, or whatever he calls those things. And the brother was upset. He was from Chicago, and Umar had given his wife some information and some suggestions dealing with their son, and the wife took that information, didn't consult with her husband, and made some decisions, and it caused all kinds of problems. So Umar has a history of this type of impact. Okay, I'm not saying that everything he does is negative, or that everything he does has a negative impact. What I'm saying is that people have to be careful. Cheyenne Bryant, too, I think we have to be careful with people like this. What's interesting about her is that it's become clear to me that she doesn't have a doctorate, and that's okay. It's okay. What's interesting to me, though, is now that that's exposed, how she's unwilling to admit it and just move on. And I would propose that in terms of PR, that's what she should have done in the first place. But I think that her ego is caught up in this. I also know that, and I've noticed this, that she has some narcissistic tendencies as well. Umar, in my opinion, is a narcissist. I think he's a malignant narcissist. I also think that he is a sociopath, borderline psychopath. Okay, that's what my research shows. And again, I've researched Umar extensively, and I'm working on a full documentary covering his whole life. So there's a lot of connections between the two. And Cheyenne Bryant, instead of just admitting that she doesn't have a doctorate, she's doubled down, tripled down, and it's gotten worse and worse and worse. The real critical question is why? Why would she do this? Well, I'm going to tell you guys what I think is that her social media identity and the identity that she's created online, which is it's a fabrication, it's a fiction, is so heavily tied to her ego that she can't let it go. Umar's the same way. He's still telling people that he's a school psychologist in 2026. He's not. He's telling people that he has certifications as a school psychologist or as a psychologist. Umar holds no professional certifications currently. He's never been licensed. But he continues to tell people that he has a certification. He has these different certifications. He's a school psychologist. No, he's not a school psychologist, but he pretends online. And because his ego is so huge, he still has to run with these lies. Because to let go of the lie and to tell the truth, it's like an assault on their own ego. Cheyenne Bryant is the same way. This ties to narcissism. Narcissists, their sense of their self-perception is so grandiose that they create these fictions and these fabrications about who they are, how important they are, what they're doing, and it just goes on and on and on. But when the truth comes out, instead of them admitting that all of that was a fabrication, they hold on even tighter to the lies because the lies is part of their identity. And that's what I think has happened with Cheyenne Bryant. I want to show you guys a picture too to get going here. It's interesting. There's these sisters online who noticed this. I can't remember their name, but there's a lot of people in the mental health space, professionals who have been coming to speak about this particular issue. And I think that this is a great thing that's taking place. But they had mentioned how in this picture you notice that Cheyenne Bryant has all of these different awards and different documents that are on the wall. All of this is about narcissism. This is all about her projecting herself as some sort of an expert or professional, that somehow, she's at the top of all of this. Look at all of these awards that I have. Look at all of these accomplishments that I have completed, if you will. But they noticed something important, and I totally agree. You don't see any degrees on the wall. Why not? We can ask the question, and I haven't seen it, but there may be video footage of this, or maybe pictures of this. Has anyone seen any of her degrees? But most importantly, the big issue now is her doctorate. Has anyone seen that degree? I'll ask for the inside the chat room. Is there anyone in the chat room? Have you seen her doctorate degree? Okay, you can also ask the question, have you seen her master's? You can even ask if the bachelor's. Why not? See, the thing is that instead of her showing proof of what she has achieved academically, she just doubles down. We're going to get into some of the video comments that she's made too about this as well. But the point is that Umar hasn't shown all of his degrees either, and he didn't show his degrees for a long time, but he did show these three, and I want to show this here. Here's the first one that he showed. This is from Lehigh University. This is, you can see his name is Umar Ibn Abdullah Johnson. This is a Master of Education and Educational Leadership. Okay, Umar showed this. The date, this is from January 13th of 2008. That same year, Umar claims that he received this degree from Philadelphia College of Osteopathic Medicine, otherwise known as PCOM. And this is from November 2018. That 2018 looks suspect too, I must say. All right. But this is a Master of Science. This would be part of his PhD program, because we've done some research on this. And Kitwana, I haven't seen him around in a while, but he's the one that found this information out. He sent it to me. It'll be in the documentary. But that this was part of Umar's PsyD, the program that he was in at PCOM. And so he picks up this Master of Science, and this is a psychology part of his PsyD. All right, so this is 2018. And then here is from November 14th of 2012, Umar gets his Doctor of Psychology. You guys see this here? Interesting enough, if you look at this degree, it says 2012 alphabetically, but if you go back to this degree from the same college, it says November is alphabetical, but then 2008 is numerical. Just something to look at. Also, it must be mentioned, Umar, he uses different names. Umar Rashad Ibn Abdullah Johnson, Umar Abdullah Johnson, and then this one is Umar Rashad Abdullah Johnson. This is important too, because there's a lot of information that I found about Umar that if you use different names to try to find and do your research, there's a lot of information that will come up. And this is something to be careful about with these online scammers. Like, they have different names, different aliases, as it were. And if you know how to research using these different names, you'll come up with all types of information that they don't want you to know. All right. So these are the 3 degrees that Umar Johnson has shown over the years. He claims that he has 6. Cheyenne Bryant claims that she has 6. I don't know what those 6 are, though. Has anyone seen these 6 degrees? She did say that she had a bachelor's I think it's a double major. I don't know if she referred to it as that or if it was a double degree. I'm not quite sure, but that was in psychology. I think she said, if memory serves me correctly. I could be wrong. I'm going to pull it up though. I have the where she talks about this on her website inside of her bio. But then she also says a degree in Pan African studies or something to that effect. Yeah, she did say 6 degrees. Yeah, yeah. Interesting. Umar claims that he has 6 degrees. Now, Umar's first degree was a double major, which is 1 degree, and that's in psychology and political science. But Umar counts those as 2 degrees. That's how he gets to 6. And then he has 3 masters, and then he has the PsyD. Okay, but we've only seen 3 degrees that he's actually shown. The critical question is why hasn't Cheyenne Bryant shown any of her degrees? She may have, but in particular, the doctorate degree. Why isn't that on the wall? It's not on the wall. Why not? And then now that she's been exposed, why not just show the degree? Show all of them. Well, she doesn't because she can't. And if she goes and prints some fake ones and puts that online, that puts her in a whole another boatload of trouble. She's already going to be facing some consequences because of this already. I'm going to show you some of those consequences in just a little bit. All right. So just keep this in mind as we go through this these 2 different timelines, and with Umar and also dealing with Cheyenne Bryant. Okay, so what I want to do just to show the connection between the 2. After this big fallout with Cheyenne Bryant, she was on the Breakfast Club. I'm gonna play a little bit of that, and you should have heard how she was talking on there. Okay. Umar he posts this on his Instagram page. Okay, leave her alone. So he's coming to her defense all of a sudden. This is from May 12th. And then he says, Dr. Cheyenne Bryant says Argosy University shut down and wiped out all proof of her doctorate. No, that's not what happened. Okay, this is Umar running with the narrative, but that's not the story that she told either on the Breakfast Club. Furthermore, I have a video of a brother who went there, and he was able to, and he did it. He showed all the receipts. He was able to get his transcripts right away. He just paid for them, and he shows it on the screen. I'm gonna show you. Cheyenne Bryant lied about that, and Umar, he's running with the lie right here. Okay, and then listen up, and then Umar writes down here, listen up, Black psychology majors. Please make sure you attend an American Psychological Association approved doctoral training program so you don't ever have to go through this, as if she is a victim. This is another thing with the narcissism, because she does the same thing when the criticism comes and it's legitimate criticism, all of a sudden they're the victim. Umar's the victim, Cheyenne Bryant's the victim. I feel sorry for my sister. This is trying to get empathy. And sympathy. They said I didn't have a doctorate for years. The issue isn't that Umar didn't have a doctorate. He never provided it and never showed it for a long time. The real issue was that people could not find his dissertation. Deeper still, Umar was misrepresenting himself as if he had a doctorate prior to 2012. I'm going to show you guys something interesting too, dealing with his dissertation as well. Very interesting, right? But Umar wants to play this whole thing about victimhood. All right. Says they said I didn't have a doctorate for years. I graduated from an APA approved program, and I have all of my paperwork, transcripts, dissertation, and degree. They never put white folks through this. Dr. Phil is still living his best life. Now, this is a deflection. Okay. And the deflection is, let's not deal with what's taking place in the Black community or the African American community. Let's deflect away from that, and let's talk about somebody who's irrelevant to the situation. The topic is not Dr. Phil. The topic is Cheyenne Bryant, just like the topic is Umar Johnson. So oftentimes with these types of charlatans, what they'll do is they'll try to deflect. They want to talk about something else as if that's relevant. No, that's not relevant. Dr. Phil is not relevant. Okay, now to this conversation. So the other thing too is Cheyenne Bryant, you notice, you can see there, she replied to this. She says, you, me, and Dr. Phil still living our best life. I know I definitely am. Order my new book, Live Your Promise, link in my bio. Okay, she sees this as an opportunity to promote herself, self-promotion. This ties to the narcissism too, but also delusions. Delusion as if things are not bad for her right now, and they are. Okay, and they will be for some time. I'm gonna tell you something. It would have been from a standpoint of PR, it would have made more sense for her simply to have come out and just explain and told the truth. It's okay. Listen, I know I've been telling people that I have a doctorate, but this is the truth. I don't have a doctorate. Okay, big deal. But again, her ego is so tied into what what she's created online, this myth about herself via social media, that she can't let go of the lie, because she sees it as a direct assault on her sense of superiority and self-importance and professionalism, even though that doesn't exist. Hey, I'm gonna show you all that in just a moment. So she doesn't have a PR team, because if she did, they would have advised her and given her instructions on how to manage this crisis. And it is a crisis, because more and more people are talking about it. Will this crisis go on for another 5 years? No. Look at Shannon Sharp. Remember all the stuff that was taking place with Shannon Sharp, with the young lady he was dealing with? Is anyone talking about these days? No, but he had a PR team. Okay, so they worked through this, and he's doing just fine now. Well, she could have done the same thing, but again, with her and people like Umar, what they want to do is to pretend as if they're the victim, and now other people are victims. And they come up with all types of excuses as to why they're going through this and they're being persecuted. No, well, you lied, and instead of owning up to it, you double down, and then you triple down. Okay, people are going to continue to criticize, legitimately so. All right. I just want to check this right quick. Okay. All right. So I wanted to show these receipts because it shows the convergence. Umar, it's a liar. Umar's a liar. And I have plenty of evidence of him lying about a whole lot of things. Cookie Crush chat, people in the chat room, just put in there some of the things that Umar Johnson has lied about, including this fake school that doesn't exist, that he's collected millions of dollars for. He's lied about being a he's a certified psychologist. He's not. He holds no certifications. He's never been licensed as a psychologist. He claims to be a therapist and a child psychotherapist and a family therapist. He's never been a therapist. He's never been licensed as a therapist. I cover all this inside the documentary. And Umar knows that. But see, his ego is so huge in this myth that he's created about himself online. And he wants people to believe that he's all these great things. I'm the most requested scholar. I'm King Kong consciousness. I'm the greatest school psychologist in history. Meanwhile, this is someone who doesn't have a job. He doesn't have a legitimate business. If he didn't have a job and a legitimate business, that's fine. But he doesn't have a job, legitimate business. He lives with his mother and has been homeless since 2019. He tries to make an excuse that the reason why he lives when stay in his mama's closet and live streams out of his mother's closet. He says, because I'm the primary caretaker. But what the receipt shows is that he's not taking care of his mama properly. That's just a comfortable excuse for someone who's 51, about to be 52, who doesn't have the means to take care of himself. He's living off of his mama. He's living off the donations that people give to him for a school that does not exist. These are all facts. He doesn't pay child support on time either. He has at least 3 baby mamas, hasn't married not one woman. Umar has never told one story where he talked about being in a long-standing relationship with the woman. Why not? He's 51, about to be 52. I have a video where he talks about how he's never even lived with the woman. And yet he has everything to say about what Black men need to be doing. You need to be dating and marrying these Black women, and you need to take care of your kids. He don't take care of his kids. Last year, one of his daughters came out to expose him as a deadbeat, and he goes in on her, tells his followers to go at her online. She has a mental health breakdown and is admitted. Later on, she becomes homeless. Umar does nothing to take care of that situation or to mitigate the situation. He just continues to make it worse. And yet he has everything to say about what Black people need to be doing about this, that, and the third, just like Cheyenne Bryant. Where's Cheyenne Bryant's husband? See, if you're lying about having a doctorate and just own up to it, but you got everything to say about relationships, where's your man or woman for that matter? I'll wait. Let's move on. Okay. The point that I want to make here is that Umar has a long history of misrepresenting himself and pretending that he's all these great things. Meanwhile, this guy, all of the most egregious negative stereotypes that have been stated about Black men, Umar epitomizes. He don't have his own car. He rents cars. I've done the research. He rents cars with donation money for a school that doesn't exist. He has at least 3 baby mamas. He only says he has 2. I'm talking about 3 in Philadelphia alone. See, but on that third child support doc, and I have all the docs. I can pull them up for you guys right now. He uses a different alias. But see, what I did was I took that young lady's name and I did my research on her, and I was able to identify and make the connection. Yeah, that's Umar, and he impregnated her. She put him on child support. I'm gonna leave it right there because it's a sad story. The point, another point I want to make is Umar was in his early 40s when he impregnated her. She was in her early 20s. And yet he has everything to say about what Black people need to be doing in relationships, what we need to be doing with our kids. He don't take care of his kids, living off his mom at the age of 51, live streaming literally in his mama's closet. Well, Cheyenne Bryant has created this whole myth about who she is online too. And that's what we're going to get into. All right. How's it going, Laurie? Okay. Okay. So I want to go back because we're going to do this as like kind of like a timeline situation. We'll be going back between Cheyenne Bryant and Umar. There is a brother online. His name is Torrid. He's actually well known, especially like in the music industry, but he has a YouTube page, and he's been talking about this topic, but he also uploaded a video from 2025 wherein they were on a show together, and the exchange between him and Cheyenne Bryant is quite telling because it reminds me of Umar. Okay, so I want to go to 2025, and we're going to start with this right here.
Definitely more gentle adults, especially men. Hold on, everybody, especially men.
You are a
My
gentle.
God,
You are
you
a
kidding?
very, very.
Hold on, guys. Hold on, guys. That's what, hold on, guys. Hold on, guys. That's what we need.
All right, now context here. He had asked her a question. Everything was fine, and she answered the question. It had to deal with corporal punishment in children. She had her perspective. He had a different perspective. I don't know if she has. I don't even think she has kids anyway. I don't know if he has kids for that matter. But the point is, everything was going fine. So then they get to this part right here, and what's happening is he's closing out the show. So as he's closing out the show, he kind of says something like that's not in line with what she was proposing, and it sets her off. And what it shows is that she's emotionally unstable, and Umar is. She does not like to be challenged. Umar does not like to be challenged. Umar believes that he is the authority on everything, and if you challenge him, he goes off. Well, she does the same thing. Check this out.
In the world is more gentle men who understand.
Ray, you're very gentle. And it comes at an angle that doesn't always work for people.
Let's just stop and go back, because I'm wrapping the show and you're interrupting me.
First of all,
this is what we spent a whole meeting on this.
First of all, Torrid, first of all, Torrid.
Why don't you let me wrap the show? I'm ending the show.
First of all,
what is the point of interrupting me? We're getting out of here. Like, what is the point? What is the point? It says go to host step up.
When you're talking.
She's raising her voice too. See, but part of it though too is, well, let me let it keep playing, because I'm gonna show you guys an example of Umar doing this.
Lower your fucking voice when you're talking to me, because you're acting very, very gentle, very soft, and very feminine. And this is
so soft, feminine. This is to attack his masculinity. Umar does that too. Okay, Umar said that I was gay. He also said I was a PDF.
Torrid, you talk to your wife like that. You don't talk to me like that. I am not your wife. You don't talk to me like that. I'm not your wife, gentle. I'm not your wife, softy. Don't talk to me
what I'm saying
like that. You talk to your wife like that, not me. Torrid, talk to your wife like that. Do not talk to me.
Okay, she shouldn't bring his wife into the equation. Again, she's supposed to be this professional. And she has on her website, it says doctor, right? She's actually trademarked that. She's Dr. Cheyenne Bryant. She doesn't have a doctorate. See, if she did, she would just show it. There'll be a record of it. There is no record of it. And when we look at her bio, you can tell she doesn't have it in her bio, because she doesn't state that she actually graduated. It's not until she gets on the Breakfast Club, and maybe even on Joe Budden too, because I haven't watched that one. But that when people start questioning her, then she starts to say, "Oh no, I have a doctorate, or I've earned it." Okay, no, where is it? Show it. I can show you. I can show you my degree. I showed it, and I rarely show, but I can show it to you guys right now. I can show it to you guys. It's on the wall up over there, collecting dust. You see what I'm saying? But again, like I was saying, this picture right here tells it all. Why does she have this backdrop and there's no degrees on the wall? Well, because she doesn't have that doctorate. And that's the point is, that's okay. Just you've been living a lie. It's a fiction. Okay, just own up to it. But see, I'm gonna tell you guys something. Umar's the same way. He never holds himself accountable for anything. See, when he lies, he doesn't hold himself accountable. When he makes mistakes, it's always someone else's fault. instead of owning up to it. We've all made mistakes. I've made mistakes. You own up to it. I got online. I apologize. Hit the 1. Well, she does the same thing. She's questioned. People hold her accountable, but she has every excuse in the book. And then the narcissism is out of control too, because then she was talking about, well, God and this and Jesus gave me and I'm ordained and blah. No, that's not about, I'm paraphrasing. No, ma'am, that's not it. Okay, that's just narcissism talking. Instead of holding yourself accountable, you got to just keep propping yourself up. But that's just a house of cards. That's all it is. Umar's the same way. He never holds himself accountable for anything. It's always someone else's fault. She does the same thing. Okay. Let me just play the rest of this. Oh, wait, hold on a second. Here it is.
Professional.
That is not how you finish. That is not how you professionally approach me. Don't fucking talk to me like that.
Okay, see this. You see the contradiction. If you want to talk about professionalism, why are you dropping these F-bombs? Hit the 1. See, Umar's the same way. I'm a professional. No, you're not. This guy, I can pull up the SETI rant as an example. If you ain't seen this, at some point, anyone, newer people, type in Sara, S-A-R-A, SETI, S-E-T-I, Umar Johnson. And go watch that. That's all you need to see. Okay. Why would you talk about professionalism? We say, don't talk to fucking fuck. Blah, 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 blah. No, that's not professional. See, she's not professional. And if you want to be dropping the F-bombs and excuse the phrase, you want to be ghetto like that, that's fine too. Shit, it ain't no big deal. But don't front. That's all I'm saying. If you want to drop N-bombs, fine. It's 2026. Do it. Do that shit. That's fine. But don't pretend, and then don't tell people that they're not being professional and you fucking just me. Anyway, I just want to point that out because the contradictions are glaring. Umar's the same way. Yeah, homegirl. Listen, homegirl, just let it loose. Just be the real you. Take the makeup off and all of the pretensions. But see, that's the narcissism. It's all pretentious. Be professional. Okay, well, you be professional too. And if you're gonna be professional, I saw the picture where she's had a lingerie on at the concert or whatever it was. There was another video, just for research purposes. I saw it on her Instagram page, and she's in the pool with acting like she cleaning the pool with a bikini on. You ain't cleaning no pool. Cut it out. Talk about professional. Anyway, and that's fine too. That's perfectly fine. Listen, I'm not saying that she shouldn't be. No, I'm just saying that if you're going to claim to be this professional, then live that life. Otherwise, it's a contradiction. That's all I'm saying. All right.
Check. Approach me. Don't fucking talk. That is not how you professionally approach me. Don't fucking talk to me like that. Check.
Frank and Ariva, I apologize.
Check yourself. You don't talk to me like that.
Hold
talk
on,
to your
Doc.
wife like that.
Doc, hold on.
Shut the fuck up talking to me like that. That's what.
See, she keeps going. Umar's the same way. Can't let it go.
What you do. That's what you do. You better tap into your gentleness and real quick.
I'm telling you, boy. Again, contradiction. That's all I'm saying. Okay. There was a super chat. This is from Crafting with Delonda. Says, my grandmother would have said, Umar has a doctorate for nothing and Bryant is pretty for nothing. Okay. Now, Umar does have a side D. Okay, he got it in the actual degree says November 14th or 4th. I think it's November 14th of 2012. The dissertation, however, was submitted in 2010, but there's some discrepancies I'm going to show you guys in a little bit because I don't even know what all this means. I just know that something's not right. Okay. And I also have it where Umar's claiming that he's a doctor in 2011. Okay. And again, I've talked about this, that I in a recent live stream, I talked about how Cheyenne Bryant, in my opinion, her ascendancy in social media has a lot to do with how people perceive her to look. And that if she didn't look that way, that she would not have gotten to where she's at. I'll propose that. And I said that, I think it was last week. But the thing is that for her to say that she has a doctorate and call herself Dr. Cheyenne Bryant, when in fact she doesn't have a doctorate, okay, that's a problem. How she looks, that's, but I would propose that she would not, and get on certain platforms like the Breakfast Club because of how she looks. Get it on Joe Budden because of how she looks. Get on Cam Newton's show because of how she looks. And I think she was on Nick Cannon as well. That if she didn't look that way, I highly doubt that they would have had her on. And I highly doubt that she would have come into social media influence and fame if she didn't look the way that she did. Okay, because as a professional, which she's not, standing on that alone would not have been enough. She doesn't even have a doctorate. Okay. Thank you, Crafton with Delonda for the super chat. Okay, let's continue. I want to show you guys. So I gave that example of of Cheyenne kind of being challenged a bit. I want to give an example of Umar being challenged during an interview. And this is from, let's see, August 27th of 2015.
The people I know. But when I did my research, Dr. Umar, I did not find any college that you attended. What college did you attend to get your doctorate degree, and what year?
Sure, I'll answer that question. But let me first say this.
See the deflection? This is something to always look out for with these scammer types, is that when they're asked a specific question, they begin to deflect. They start talking about other things. Oftentimes, they'll start to talk about their accomplishments. Cheyenne Bryant does that. Umar does that as well. I have more degrees than any other scholar. I'm the most requested scholar. I have 6 degrees. I have 3 degrees in psychology for, school psychology, clinical psychology, blah, blah, blah. I've written 2 books. I have 2 schools. Umar doesn't have a school, but notice that you'll see that with Cheyenne Bryant as well. They start talking about their accolades, but that's tied to narcissism. I've done the research. Okay. So notice how Umar, he's deflecting right away. He doesn't answer directly.
There's no law that requires anyone's degree to be published online. So
again, this is all qualifying statements. You can look for this. He's trying to qualify his answer by making these statements. Okay, but all of this other stuff he's talking about ain't got nothing to do with the question. It's deflection.
You may not see my information online, but you may not see the information for a lot of scholars online. I earned my undergraduate degree in psychology and political science from the Millersville University of Pennsylvania.
What's the name? What's the name of it?
Millersville University of Pennsylvania.
Yeah, he's never shown that degree.
I earned my school psychology degree also from Millersville University, and I earned my master's degree from Lehigh University in education.
Okay, you see, keep track of what he's saying here.
Educational leadership, and I earned my 6th degree, my 5th and 6th, a master's and doctorate in clinical psychology from the Philadelphia College of Osteopathic Medicine.
Okay, so let's go back. Let's count these up. Watch this.
University of Pennsylvania requires anyone's degree to be published online. So you may not see my information online, but you may not see the information for a lot of scholars online. I earned my undergraduate degree in psychology and political science from the Millersville.
Okay, notice he says degree. He doesn't say degrees. That's because it's a double major. That's 1 degree. Okay, let's watch this.
Pennsylvania.
What's the name? What's the name of it?
Millersville University of Pennsylvania. I earned my school psychology degree also from Millersville University, and that's a master's, right? But he also attended a university prior to that. But he stopped and he went back to Millersville. I'll talk about that in the documentary. I earned my master's degree from Lehigh University.
So another master's from Lehigh.
Educational leadership.
Educational leadership.
My 6th degree, my 5th and 6th, a master's.
5th and 6th. No, that's 5. So the point that I want to make is that Umar has a history of lying about his degrees, lying about his certifications, But this is tied to narcissism because they have to overstate their accomplishments because it fulfills their need to be admired. A lot of this has to do with admiration. He wants to be admired. He can't say, I have 5 degrees. He has to say 6. At most, he has 5. Okay, I've only seen 3. And 5 is a great accomplishment. But when you're dealing with narcissists, people who are narcissists, that's not enough for them. Everything has to be over the top. Even with FDMG, he has to say we have 4 buildings or 5 buildings and 2 schools. No, there are 3 buildings and there's no schools. And you know, they had renovated these buildings for $11 million back in blah, blah, blah. Well, what does it have to do with it? So we got a great deal, Lord Jamar. Remember that? Well, then why did they sell those buildings to Umar for $400,000? If this was such a great deal. And more importantly, if they renovated it for $11,000, $12,000, whatever he said, why would they sell it for $400,000 in 2019? Yeah, there's time that it passes depreciation that great, unless those buildings aren't that great. And here we are over 7 years later. He ain't finished not one room up there, not one room in 7 years. He's collected millions of dollars. But you see, he has to oversell and overstate things, including his degrees. Why not just say 5? Why not say, listen, we have 3 buildings. And we're going to renovate and turn into schools. A school is a place of learning. Go look it up. He hasn't taught one black child up there in 7 years and 3 months, as he says. But everything has to be overstated.
And doctorate in clinical psychology from the Philadelphia College of Osteopathic Medicine. 6 degrees in all. Not that should matter because it is my work that counts, not my education, but that is the.
See how he's saying it's not about the degrees now, it's about the work that I'm doing. Cheyenne Bryant says the same thing. She deflects away, and I'll pinpoint this again. Someone remind me if I forget. You see how Umar deflects, and now he wants to talk about all the stuff that he's doing. Well, Cheyenne Bryant does the same thing. When it was questioned, well, you know, it's about the work. And I've helped Cam Newton and I've done this. It's all online. No, that's not what people are. That the lady was asked. It was a journalist. She was asked. That's not what the journalist. But she deflects to that. Okay?
Yes.
We'll get to that
all
in this
right.
moment.
And under the name of Umar Johnson, for those of us who want to check, let me just say this. I've been dealing with some things over the week, and that is to research those who
have my credentials. And to that end,
we appreciate that, Dr. Johnson, but still, we want to encourage our people, even when it comes to voting, to do their part, and that is to research those who are coming before us and talking with us. Do you agree with that?
I would agree partially. I would say the best way to learn somebody is to interact with them. And to that end, I will be in Detroit on Wednesday, December the 30th, speaking.
See, he does this. He uses this as an opportunity to promote himself. Okay, Cheyenne Bryant did the same thing with Umar Johnson's post right here. She uses it as an opportunity to promote her new book, Live Your Promise. And I'm going to tell you guys, on Amazon, people are going in on her on that book. I have the receipts. I'll show it to you guys in just a little bit.
Shrine of the Black Madonna. And I encourage all your parents in Detroit to come out, learn who Dr. Umar Johnson is, but more importantly, get Dr. Umar Johnson's information. There's a lot of people in our community who don't have my credentials, who receive far less criticism than I do. But yet and still, I would encourage them to come out, get the information. I'm one of the few black males in this country, and one of the even fewer black males who are going to teach them how to fight this system so they can protect their children from special education, unnecessary placement, juvenile placement, ADHD, psychiatric medication, expulsion. I can teach them how to read their child's psychological evaluations. I can teach them how to get their child an approved private school placement.
Again, this video is from 2015. Umar's not even working as a school psychologist or as a psychologist in 2015. He gave up his career in 2010. He has not worked as a school psychologist since that time. I do have him, I think it's in 2017, working as a school, I think it's 2017, could be 2014, working as a school principal for about 3 months. Other than that, he hasn't worked. He worked from 2001 through 2005 as a school psychologist in Philadelphia School District. Then he started working in the charter school system from 2005 to 2000 and intermittently until 2010. Okay, bye, baby. until 2010, and hasn't worked. He didn't work again. I think it was until 2014. It may be 2000. I got to look at it. It's since my timeline. But when Umar, during this particular interview from 2015, he wasn't working. He was traveling the world as a speaker in the Black conscious space.
At district expense if they find that the school is not properly educating their children. So I come with a repertoire of experience and history of working with people who don't question who I am and what my degrees are. I will also be in Flint, Michigan, on Martin Luther King Day, Monday, January the 18th. The big brothers and big sisters of Greater Flint invited me there to keynote their annual Martin Luther King Jr. Mentorship Breakfast. So I will be in Flint for the first time, January 18th, but of course next Wednesday in Detroit, my first visit to Detroit since March or April. So I'm very much looking forward to it. I get tremendous support from the African community in Detroit. Last event was a sellout, so we're asking people to get there early to make.
It's all about how great he is. It's a sellout. I get so much support. That's a narcissism. Cheyenne Bryant does the same thing.
Make sure they get a seat because seating is limited. There's about 400 seats, and we're almost there.
Tell us where the Shrine of the Black Madonna is.
Let me skip through.
Philosophy and ideology.
The date again, please.
Okay. I don't know the address to the website, Dr. Evening in Flint. After the breakfast keynote, I will be doing a...
One time, I admire you, but then I'm going to go right back to my question.
Sure.
And when you said, in part, it matters if we verify and research. What did you mean by that?
I meant that anyone can make themselves look like something and not online. When we talk about research, we're largely talking about internet searching and Googling. That's what we're talking about. And so in doing that, again, anyone can present themselves as something and not. How often have we read about people online and then met them and they were not half of what they lived up to? So
okay, let's pause right there. We're going to go back into the timeline again. So I want to be clear. Umar was misrepresenting himself as a doctor prior to him getting the degree in 2012. I also have, and I haven't been able to verify the document wherein Umar was referred to as a doctor going back to 2007. This is in the document. I'm going to have this in the document because I haven't been able to verify that. And the document that are, I haven't been able to personally verify the document. Right? But what I can say with absolute certainty is that Umar Johnson was claiming to be a doctor in 2000. I'm going to provide the proof. Let me show you guys something else dealing with. So Umar's talking about how people misrepresent themselves, but he's been doing this for a long time, and not just with his degrees, also with his certifications. Umar posted this December 10th of 2025, and the reason why he did is because he knows that I'm working on this document. He's trying to feed me information. Okay, and it's information that would make him look better. If you look here, I know it's small on the screen. In fact, let me see. I could. Well, this is fine. So this is Umar early on in his career, starting in 2000. Okay, he starts working as school psychologist in 2001. But we're going to skip through and we're going to go up over here to 2012. If you look at 2012, it says earns doctorate in clinical psychology. Can everyone see that hit the one? What's up, Identity with L? So Umar's claiming that he earned his doctorate in 2012. Okay, so if Umar earned his doctorate in 2012, then why was he misrepresenting himself as a doctor in 2011? Okay, now people can ask, okay, well, can you show us where he was misrepresenting himself as a doctor in 2011? Yeah, I sure can. Give me 1 second. Okay, this is, no, that's not it. Oh, here it is right here. Okay, so this is just a segment from my documentary that I'm working on. I'll have to skip through the final part. I think it's at the 35.
Before we move into 2012.
No, I export it right away. So check this out. I'll let it play.
Before we move into 2012, it is important to review a video recording of Umar Johnson from the 6th Annual Unify or Die Conference held in 2011.
Brothers and sisters.
Okay, 2011. Look at the background. What does it say back there? Someone let me know in the chat room. And if memory serves me correctly, this is from November of 2011. Okay, and keep that in mind because I'm going to share something else with you guys in just a moment. What does it say there in the background? Thank you, Deshaun. It says doctor. Okay, why would it say doctor in 2011, November of 2011, when Umar didn't get his doctorate until November 14th of 2012? And Umar states it emphatically there in 2012, earns doctorate in clinical psychology. Well, because Umar didn't have a doctorate in 2011, but he was telling people that he did because he's a liar, and liars defend other liars. Scam artists defend other scam artists. That's why Umar's defending Cheyenne Bryant. I rest my case, but that's not enough. I have other examples. Watch this. Let me let this play a little bit.
Brother Umar, but I started hearing about this brother a long time ago. People said, you gotta bring Brother Umar, you gotta bring Brother Umar. So, I started looking at YouTube stuff. Because, since we've been doing this for years, I mean, like I said, we brought Dr. Wells Dr. Ben, and all that folks. So when new people start to come up, people start talking about new people, you're like, okay, all right, I'm gonna check them out initially. So then you start hearing more about them. Then people give you DVDs, and you say, oh, wait, man, hold on, this is a bad brother, Then you start looking, like, oh, wait, man, hold on, we got to bring Brother Umar to Reality Speaks to be a part of this lecture series. And I'm glad that we have a young brother now, Brother Umar. He's from Philadelphia. Just give him a big round of applause. He's here with us tonight to light the house on fire. Give him a big round of applause. Brother Umar Johnson. Give him a big round of applause.
Good afternoon. Good evening, I'm sorry. Good evening. Okay. My name is Dr. Umar Johnson.
Notice that in
and there you have it. He's a liar. See, that's why when people have been questioning Umar about his degrees, that's one of the reasons why people have been questioning Umar about his degrees, because he's been lying about this going all the way back to 2011. There's more.
In this 2011 video, Umar Johnson introduces himself as Dr. Umar Johnson. Umar Johnson did not receive his doctorate until November 14th, 2012.
My name is Dr. Umar Johnson. I come to you by way of Philadelphia. First time speaking at Sojourner Douglass College. I'm actually a...
Okay, so one could argue, well, maybe he's talking about his dissertation, because it gets really interesting. No, Umar specifically saying that he was a doctor in 2011. Furthermore, he states in 2025 that he received his doctorate in 2012. On the doctorate degree, it says November 14th of 2012. But let's give him the benefit of the doubt. Could it be that Umar is saying that from the time that he passes his dissertation, that he was a doctor? Because that would make more sense. Okay, I'm giving Umar the benefit of the doubt, but I want to show you guys something else because it starts to get very convoluted very quickly. I want to play a video from February 15th of 2021.
I'll go to the next deal with something real quick here. Give me 2 minutes for my callers. I want to deal with this Terrence Bailey, Frederick Douglass bullshit that I've been going through. Some of you guys are aware that one of my trolls is Terrence Bailey, who apparently seems to be some sort of distant cousin of mine. I don't claim his ass, though. Okay, I don't claim him at all. But I just want to say that Terrence Bailey has been claiming that Dr. Umar Johnson is not a relative of Frederick Douglass. Well, how did Terrence Bailey get my phone number? You want to know how Terrence Bailey got my phone number? Because he called one of the members of the Bailey-Casson family.
Yeah, this is another lie that Umar Johnson has been running with, that he's a descendant of Frederick Douglass. His father did a DNA test. prior to this video from 2021, and the DNA test came back that they're not related to Frederick Douglass. Umar still runs with a lie in 2026. His father was the one that lied to him, or at least told him that they were descendants of Frederick Douglass. But then his father, Jamal, does a DNA test. The DNA test comes back that they're not. He lets everyone know. Umar knows that, but he still runs with the lie in 2026. Again, this is what I mean with the narcissism and the identities tied. A lot of Umar Johnson's sense of self-worth and self-value, and also this, he has a messiah complex where he thinks that because he's a descendant of Frederick Douglass, that he's a chosen one. He calls himself the chosen one. He calls himself the Black Christ, the Black Messiah, these types of terminologies. But that's because this type of verbiage. But this is because Umar, when he was a child, he was told that he's related to Frederick Douglass. It goes to his head. A lot of this deals with the ego. Same thing with Cheyenne Bryant. A lot of this deals with ego, and the egos get so far out of control. And it's easy for the egos to get out of control, especially on social media. I know that for a fact because part of my journey has been that. See, but then you got to humble yourself and deal with the reality of your situation. And when you do that, then things get better. When you don't do that, things get worse and worse and worse. And for Umar, things have gotten worse and worse and worse. So he's still running with this lie in 2026. Okay, I'm going to skip through that part right here because I want to get to where he actually shows his dissertation.
Executive committee, for lack of a better word.
Yeah, I apologize. I'm going to have to. For some reason, my earbud didn't recharge. So I need to switch over here to my headset. Okay, I'll let this play though. Give me 1 second.
And she sent me an inbox saying that we have a cousin who wants to talk to you by the name of Terrence Bailey. She sent me an inbox on Facebook, okay? Relatives, okay? Because I don't call them family. I'm going to call them relatives. Family is family. These are just relatives, okay? And so I called him up, and we spoke on the phone.
Okay, let me skip through.
Both descendants. See, y'all see that? 4 times great-grandfather.
I actually have this document too. Okay, but this is irrelevant. DNA, the DNA test shows that they are not related to Frederick Douglass and at all. No blood, no genetic relationship whatsoever. But I have this document that Umar Johnson is showing right now for my research. Okay, but I want to get to this part right here. Okay, this is him showing, yeah, here it is right here. And before I do this, let me show you guys something else. Because finally, in 2025, Brother Witt was able to get a hold of, hold on 1 second. He was able to get a hold of Umar's dissertation. We covered it on my channel. But let me see if I could find this here. No, I know why it's not showing up, because it's a PDF file. Hold on 1 second, everyone. Here it is right here. So I want you guys to look at this. This is Umar's dissertation from the PCOM Library, Philadelphia College of Osteopathic Medicine, Department of Psychology. His dissertation was called The Relationship Between Self-Concept and Academic Achievement in African-American Middle School Students, a correlational study by Dr. R. Abdullah Johnson, submitted in partial fulfillment. Notice it says in partial fulfillment. It's not full fulfillment. It's partial. Y'all see that? Somebody clowning me in the chat room because I got my headset on. That's okay. Submitted. Y'all always going in on me. I love y'all anyway. It says submitted in partial fulfillment of the requirements for the degree of Doctor of Psychology, and it was submitted June 2012. Okay, if it's submitted June of 2012, why is Umar saying that he's a psychologist in 2011? Excuse me, why is he saying that he's a doctor? And he's referring to himself as Dr. Umar Johnson in 2011. That makes sense? See, you can't receive a doctorate or a doctorate degree without passing your dissertation. This is just when it was submitted. It was submitted in June of 2012. Okay. One could argue, is it possible that this is when it passed? Yeah, that's possible too. But even still, if it passed in June of 2012, why is Umar calling himself a doctor in 2011? Furthermore, even if this did pass, we're going to go with that. Let's say, because again, with Umar, it gets very convoluted. Let's say that this document right here is after it passed. Okay, well, if it passed June of 2012, why is Umar calling himself a doctor in November of 2011? And I showed the video where he's calling himself a doctor, right? Furthermore, if it passed in June of 2012, why does the doctorate degree say November 14th of 2012? Well, maybe he had other considerations that needed to be fulfilled, or other requirements that he needed to finish before they can actually issue the degree. That makes sense? And that happens, okay? Because I actually researched this. You could pass your dissertation, but still have requirements that you have to fulfill. Okay, but keep in mind, this, I'm going to show you how convoluted, and actually it just goes to show you this Umar, he's a trip. Watch this. So his dissertation says 2012, and I'm going to go with this. I'm going to say that in June of 2012 that it passed. That's what I'm going to go with here. Why is Umar calling himself a doctor in November of 2011? But watch this. I'm going to show you guys something here. Again, Umar, he says that he earned his doctorate in 2012. Right? Okay. But I'm going to show you guys something that I found in my research that actually, you know what? I'll show it. Let's go with the video because it'll show you it in the video. I have a screenshot of it, but I want to see if you guys can pick it out yourself. Okay, let's go back. Here we go.
Right there. I don't like going through it. One more thing while we at it, before I go to the next call. I don't have a doctorate degree, right? I don't have a doctorate degree, right? Right? This right here is my doctoral dissertation, okay? Philadelphia College of Osteopathic Medicine. You see that, right? Umar Johnson, PsyD, Doctor of Psychology. You see the date, right?
What date does that say? By the way, did my audio change when I, let me see something, y'all. Hold on one second. Can anyone see the date on there? Let me see. Okay, no, I think my speaker, no, the speaker is USB, and that's not what I need. Hold on one second. Microphone is the that's not what I want either. What I want is this. Let me flip this back over. Okay, is it back to how it was before? Let me know inside the chat room. Okay, for a second, I said it's still clear. Yeah, I would prefer to use my lavalier mic though, but it's fine. I just switched it back over. Okay, audio is good. Okay, I'm gonna leave it like it is right now. If it's too low, just let me know. I can raise it up. Okay, so I can't make out what it says on there, right? What date it says on there.
What that say? June of 2012.
He says June of 2012, right? Okay, now watch this. He's saying June of 2012. On his actual degree, it says November 14th of 2012. But in this video, Umar from 2011, Umar calls himself
great-grandnephew.
He calls himself a doctor. Again, let's go back. You can see it in the background. It says DrUmarJohnson.com, Umar Johnson PsyD in 2011. This video from November of 2011.
Just give him a big round of applause. He's here with us tonight to light the house on fire. Give him a big round of applause. Brother Umar Johnson. Give him a big round of applause.
Good afternoon. Good evening, I'm sorry. Good evening.
It's all right.
Okay. Well, my name is Dr. Umar Johnson.
See that? That's 2011. Okay, now I want to show you guys how convoluted this all gets. So let's go back to this right here.
Notice that in
Okay, again, I can't make it. He says 2012.
Here we go.
June
right
2012.
Here. Okay, hold on. The signature page, right? It ain't official unless you got the signatures, right?
Look at this. What date does that say on there in the chat room where the signatures appear? Umar says June of 2012. He was claiming to be he was a doctor in 2011. But what date does it show there for the dissertation approval date? I'll wait. Yeah, October 18th. Okay, it could be 5th, it could be 3rd. I thought 18th, but you can't tell. But we know that that's a 1 there. But then it says October 2000 what though? It says 2011. Umar said June of 2012, but the document says 2011. Again, he's calling himself a doctor in November of 2011, but mind you, right here, Umar posted this last year, at the end of last year, December 10th of 2025. Under 2012, he earns his doctorate in clinical psychology, not 2011. So which one is it? Got him. See, Umar's a liar. Either way, however you look at this, it doesn't add up. But that's because Umar, he's a liar. He's a pathological liar. Lenon ready for service in air traffic control. Okay. All right. Anyway, you guys always got something to say. Just be clowning me. That's fine. All right. So let's go back. I'm trying to have a serious show, okay? Where'd the thing go? Oh, here it is.
Unless you got the signature.
That says 2011. That's what it looked like to me. Does anyone think otherwise? Now, it could be that it passed in 2011, but he still had other things that he needed to finish that took him into 2012. That's possible. But again, Umar Johnson states that he earned his doctorate in 2012. And he stated that many, many times, right? And he was calling himself a doctor back in 2011. And it wasn't just in video format that I found it where Umar is calling himself a doctor. I also have it where he's doing that on his Facebook page. I'll show you that.
Video. Umar Johnson introduces himself as Dr. Umar Johnson. Umar Johnson did not receive his doctorate until November 14th, 2012.
My name is Dr. Umar Johnson. I come to you by way of Philadelphia. First time speaking at Sojourner Douglass College. I'm actually
Sojourner Truthburger.
Great grandnephew of Frederick Douglass, blood relative.
For the record, Umar Johnson is not related to Frederick Douglass.
First time speaking at Sojourner Douglass College. I'm actually a great grandnephew of Frederick Douglass, blood relative.
Notice how Umar Johnson looks at and touches the red, black, and green cloth while speaking. This cloth provides Umar Johnson with comfort while he is speaking. This form of self-soothing is Umar Johnson's way of managing anxiety, stress, or nervous energy. It is often referred to as stimming.
My family got here in 1701, stolen from West Africa. First ancestor was a black man by the name of Bailey. He had a daughter by the name of Selah. In 1720 and 1745, Selah had a daughter by the name of Jenny. In 1774, Jenny had a daughter by the name of Betsy Bailey. That's the woman who raised Frederick and his younger brother, Stephen, who was my great-great-great-great-grandfather. Both of Frederick's sons fought in the Civil War, as you know, exemplified in the movie Glory. His elder son was played by Morgan Freeman, although Morgan Freeman did not play him by name. We still don't know why that was. My great-great-great-grandfather, Stephen Henry Bailey, fought 9 battles in the Civil War, along with his son, George Washington Bailey, my great-great.
Again, this is all about narcissism. Umar making himself appear to be important by clout chasing off of Frederick Douglass's name, or the Bailey name. He does that a lot, with not just with Frederick Douglass, but he does a lot of clout chasing when he brings up all these people who are successful. Cheyenne Bryant does the same thing. It's in her bio. We'll go to that next. Okay, I'll break that down. Anyway, there's something else I want to show you here. Umar still carries around that rag too. I don't know if it's the same rag, but he does. He has these issues dealing with anxiety, and this is one of his coping mechanisms. Okay. Anyway, let me skip through.
Furthermore, Umar Johnson is attempting to connect himself to Nat Turner, as if the historical importance of Nat Turner is somehow attached to his own importance.
Yeah, because he's Nat Turner, his birthday, Nat Turner Revolution. Again, that's him trying to associate himself with someone who is of consequence, and it makes him feel better about himself. It feeds his ego and the narcissism. It also projects to the rest of the world that somehow Umar is more important than what he really is. But that's, again, self-aggrandizing. That's part of the narcissism too.
And we could go ahead and move. Well, before we go, check out my website. I actually just earned my doctorate this past Tuesday after 7.5 years of dealing with the Europeans.
Notice that Umar Johnson says that he earned his doctorate after 7.5 years. Umar Johnson started his doctorate program at PCOM in 2004. 7.5 years later would be 2011. As stated before, Umar Johnson did not receive his doctorate until November 14th, 2012.
And again, we could argue, and I could argue, because I'm always fair, I can argue that Umar is referencing when his dissertation passed, right? But based upon what he showed, that's in 2011. But if that's the case, why is Umar stating emphatically that he received, and he still does to this day, that he received his doctorate in 2012? See, the math ain't mathing, right? Okay, let me just play just a little bit more of this. And I apologize. I have a lot pulled up for this presentation, so I'm trying to figure out, where did I put this one? Oh, here it is.
I actually just doctorate this past Tuesday after 7.5 years of dealing with.
What's up, information man?
So I thank God for protecting me, and the ancestors for guiding me, because them Europeans and Italians and Jews and everything else did everything they could to prevent me from getting my doctorate, but I finally succeeded.
While Umar Johnson attempts to paint the narrative that the Europeans, Italians, and Jews attempted to stop him from receiving his doctorate at PCOM, the truth is that Umar Johnson was expelled from the doctorate program at PCOM for undisclosed reasons.
Mm-hmm.
So check the website, Dr. Umar Johnson.
Yeah, Umar actually talks about this. I think I have it in the document, but he talks about how they kicked him out of the program.
Johnson.com. I got articles there, materials there.
Okay, let me skip because I thought there was one other thing. Oh, so this is a list of Umar's alleged degrees and when he received particular. Let me see. So 2012, Doctor of Psychology, 2002, different certifications, nationally certified school psychologist in 2002. He doesn't have that anymore. He talked about giving that one up too. Certified K through 12 school principal. He doesn't have that either, but he still claims, and he still claims to have certain certifications. I'm not going to say that he claims that he still has his K through 12 school principal certification, because he hasn't talked about that in a long time. Master of Educational Leadership. Master of Clinical Psychology in 2007, 2008. It's either 2007 or 2008, because I have him saying 2007 one time, but then I've heard him say 2008. I think the degree says 2007, 2000. That's the Master of Clinical Psychology. No, I have the one for the Educational Leadership. So scratch what I just said. Master of School Psychology 2000, Bachelor of Psychology 1997, Bachelor of Political Science in 1997. Anyway, there was something else I wanted to show you guys. Let me just skip through right quick. Oh, here it is right here. So not only do we have evidence of Umar claiming to be a doctor, video evidence of it prior to him receiving his doctorate, he was also claiming to be a doctorate on his Facebook page. I want to show you guys, give you guys an example of that right quick. Here it is.
You know what you're thinking. A lot of you often get upset when you find out that you've been lied to by a coworker. You find out that you've been lied to by a white neighbor. You find out that you've been lied to by your boss. Not only is it within their nature to lie, but it is a part of military science to lie, because the art of all war is deception. So while you're getting angry at the white man, you're failing to recognize that he's practicing military science. The reason you get angry when you get lied to by a European is because you fail to recognize that he is your enemy. but he doesn't fail to recognize that you are his. You fail to recognize, end up losing your home.
While married, talk show on.
You mistake that subtle combat for friendship, for camaraderie.
I'm sorry, y'all. I've watched this so many times. I don't want to hear his mouth. I'm just trying to get to the part. Okay, this isn't it. No, that it is too. Look, he says host Dr. Umar. This is January 17th of 2012.
Talk show on Black relationships with host Dr. Umar. Contact me if you want to host the show in your town. It is interesting that Umar Johnson was promoting a traveling talk show on Black relationships while he himself was not in a committed relationship, not married, had abandoned his daughters, and was already using his speaking opportunities to groom Black women for the purposes of financial and sexual exploitation.
I do a whole breakdown in the documentary of this. It's actually really fascinating how he was using his speaking engagements, in particular with the Sisters Only lecture, to groom these Black women for financial and sexual exploitation. It's really, really deep.
Furthermore, it is reasonable to ask, how could Umar Johnson conduct a traveling talk show while speaking around the world, while claiming to be a school psychologist and a child psychotherapist? On January 17, 2012, Umar Johnson posted the following message on his Facebook page. Breaking news, Dr. Umar to appear in Hidden Colors number 2. Two things to consider here. First, Umar Johnson refers to himself as Dr. Umar. Umar Johnson did not receive his doctorate until November 14, 2012. This further proves that Umar Johnson was misrepresenting himself as a doctor prior to receiving his doctorate. Second, Umar Johnson announces that he will appear in the second installment of Tariq Nasheed's Hidden Colors. It is important to note that Umar Johnson greatly benefited from the success and exposure of Tariq Nasheed's 2011 Hidden Colors documentary. Consequently, Umar Johnson received increased speaking opportunities in 2012. On February 4, 2012, Umar Johnson posted the following on his Facebook page. Help Dr. Umar fight the war against the brain drugging of Black boys by pre-ordering a t-shirt hoodie. Notice that Umar Johnson does not explain how purchasing a t-shirt or hoodie will help him to fight the war against the brain drugging of Black boys. On February 22, 2012, Umar Johnson posted the following message on his Facebook page. New shockumentary on war against Black boys. You have a story to tell on video? Text your name, city, and the word documentary to Umar Johnson, then provides his phone number. This post is important because it reveals that Umar Johnson announced the production of his documentary in 2012. Umar Johnson's shockumentary was his attempt to make inroads into the Black conscious documentary space and to capitalize off the success of Tariq Nasheed's Hidden Colors documentary series. On February 23, 2000.
By the way, Umar stated that this documentary was going to premiere in the fall of 2000, was it 14? Hold on.
2012. Umar Johnson again promoted his documentary. Dr. Umar Ifatunde is looking for people who have sons, young Black males they care about, who have been harmed by at least one of the miseducation, special education, juvenile incarceration, psychotropic medication systems/industries. I want to get your testimonial on film for the upcoming groundbreaking shockumentary, Psychoacademic War Against Black Boys, From the Grade School to the Graveyard. On February 25, 2012, Umar Johnson announced a premiere date for his documentary.
Here it is.
Coming soon to theaters, December 2012, the shockumentary, America's Psychoacademic War Against Black Boys. This post establishes that Umar Johnson's documentary was to premiere sometime in December of 2012. He would have 10 months to complete the documentary.
By the way, he never finished that shit. It was supposed to premiere in 2012. He was collecting money for it through, the last time I remember was 2022. It could be later than that, but what I remember is 22, still collecting money for that shit, and it still hasn't appeared. It still hasn't premiered. He's a scammer, just like there's still no school with FDMG. But I don't want to get too sidetracked on that. I just want to show y'all that. Umar, he's something else. Okay, he starts giving himself these self-appointed titles. This is the narcissism.
He was later reinstated.
Do you know what them devils did to me when I was working on my doctorate? They kicked me out the program, had to fight to get back in. They tried to sabotage my dissertation.
See? Okay, he's always the victim. Cheyenne Bryant, always the victim and never holds himself accountable. It's always someone else's fault. And then when they get caught in lies, they have to concoct and fabricate all these fanciful stories. It's a mental health issue. It is, because they believe this shit. Yeah, you know, and you know, I contacted then the school didn't exist, so I contacted the financial aid department, but I thought you said the school didn't exist. How you contact the financial aid department, school don't exist? It's always sabotage. It's somebody else. Cheyenne Bryant the same way. That's another thing. Look for that word with these scammers, okay? Sabotage. It's always someone else involved.
On March 8th, 2012, Umar Johnson posted the following. Shockumentary alert. Written testimonials from wrongfully incarcerated black men and boys needed ASAP. On March 10th, 2012, Umar Johnson posted the following. Black America's #1 most requested in Toronto tonight. This post illustrates how Umar Johnson began to give himself self-appointed titles such as Black America's #1 most requested. This self-appointed title is a form of self-aggrandizement. Self-aggrandization is the action or process of promoting oneself as being more powerful or more important than one is. Umar Johnson's behavior of self-aggrandizing will continue to escalate as we progress through the Umar Johnson timeline.
And this is an aspect of narcissism too. Okay. Umar's given himself many self-appointed titles in the chat room. If you guys don't mind, go ahead and post some of those in there. I tracked them in the documentary, but this, from my research, is the first time that Umar started to give himself self-appointed titles, March 10th of 2012, and it's gotten worse and worse and worse over the years. It's tied to the narcissism. I have a whole list inside of the documentary, and I'll continue with that list as we progress through the Umar Johnson timeline. Okay, there was one other thing. Okay, here it is right here. Yeah, he was writing articles about the myth of deadbeat dad, but he was a deadbeat and he still is a deadbeat to this day. Anyway, here's another one. Black #1's most requested professor. I'm trying to see. We're in here. This is correct. This video right here is crazy too. He was tripping in this one. This one he's going off on his baby, two of his baby mamas. Yeah, I think it's at the end here. I'm just scrolling. I'm almost there. I want to see if I actually show. I know I show it, but I don't remember where I show it at. Here's another title: 2011-2012's most requested grassroots scholar. The BIG, Black Intellectual Giant. Okay, this is all self-appointed titles. This is when he said that land was donated to him in San Bernardino, California in 2012 for FDMG. He still doesn't have an open school. Still doesn't have a school. That's some trap banners in Wilmington, Delaware. It's in here. Oh, here it is right here. So here are some of the self-appointed titles just from 2012. The #1 most requested, the #1 most requested professor, the Prince of Political Military Science, the Prophet of Pan Africanism, the Prince of Pan Africanism, 2011 and 2012's most requested grassroots scholar, the BIG, Black Intellectual Giant, and the Prophet of Pan Africanism. And there's many more that he began. And you can look at, you guys check inside the chat room. There's a whole people posting all kinds of them. RB Jesus, Big Papa. TJ, stop. TJ said the king of swing. Ramses, he said he's the descendant of Pharaoh Ramses. He sure did. He's out of control. Messiah. Anyway, okay. All right, let me get this video off of here so that we can get back focused on Cheyenne Bryant. What I want to do now with the Cheyenne Bryant specifically is I want to go back to, I want to look at her website, because the real critical question, and this is what people are asking about, is it's kind of been viral, is whether or not she has a doctorate degree. I'm going to tell you right now, she doesn't. If she did, she would have shown it by now, and people would have been able to verify it, but she hasn't shown it. And the reason why she hasn't shown it, because she can't. And she could fabricate one. But see, the legalities associated with that would be severe. I want to go to let's take a look at her website, because I want to show you guys something. The way that she has marketed herself, she's been very crafty about how she's marketed herself, right? By the way, this is, we'll get to this a little bit later on. This is her book on Amazon. This is what she's been promoting lately, and you can look at the reviews, 1.5 stars, but we're going to look into some of the comments that people have been making about her, because it's very, very telling. Here's a screenshot from her bio from 2016. from her website. I'll go ahead and take myself off. It says, and you see how it says Dr. Cheyenne Bryant. The website is Dr. Bryant, I believe. It could be Cheyenne Bryant. Let me verify. It's going to be actual and factual here. It's Dr. Bryant. Okay, so she has drbryant.co. Right. Welcome, Dr. Cheyenne Bryant is a psychology expert, renowned life coach, and co-producer of MTV's nominated Best Unscripted Reality Show. Okay, it's all about accolades, just like Umar, most requested, blah, blah, blah. Teen Mom Family Reunion, ranked #1 author in Success Magazine's top 20. Featured in Forbes, Oprah, see how she's clout chasing here, Oprah, Insider, Huffington Post, USA Today, and many more. Dr. Bryant is the president of NAACP. Well, if that's true, then NAACP, you guys got a problem, because you got a scammer and a liar who's the president of NAACP. Boy, I tell you, branch number 1069, founder of Dr. Bryant Institute. So she has an institute as well, just like Umar has Ifatunde University, founder of Dr. Bryant Foundation. I think that's a 501c3. Umar has one as well. Author of the award-winning reader's favorite 5-star book, Mental Detox. Okay, that's her earlier book. Motivational speaker, community activist, host, and brand ambassador. Okay. I don't know what brand ambassador. What's that got to do with anything? Okay. Let's go to what she wrote. Oh, hold on one second. I'm gonna have to take this one off. Give me 1 second. In fact, I'm going to take off Umar's degrees out of here too, just to free up my screen. I'm going to take out his dissertation. Okay. Let me pull up her bio. In fact, let me pull up a couple of them so we can go one by one, because I have screenshots of each one. Okay. So this is her bio right here. I want to read this to you guys, because if you notice, listen to the language or the verbiage that she's using. She's very crafty. So Dr. Bryant, right away, she's establishing herself as a doctor. She's not. Dr. Bryant's mission is to spread her message and expertise on how to lead a healthier, happier, balanced, and more fulfilling life. For years, she has shared her wisdom, awareness, mastery, and insight through her private practice. Umar claims to have a private practice too. Book, lectures, workshops, and assisting individuals with life impairments and challenges. Dr. Bryant embarked on a similar journey as the one you are undertaking. Okay, this is to make a connection to the reader or to the audience. Assisted by Ayanla Van Zant, Oprah Winfrey, here we go, Marianne Williamson, and many more. That's like when Umar says Frederick Douglass, and I'm a descendant of Pharaoh Ramses. He's actually said that. Dr. Bryant's passion for healing, encouraging, and empowering others is what led her to become a doctor of psychology and life coach. Okay, she's not a doctor of psychology. Now watch this. Dr. Bryant attended Cal State University of Northridge at the age of 17. She stayed 17 because she wants 17 to be in there because it makes her feel special. She wants to stand out, because instead of going to college at 18, she goes to college at 17. Okay, whoop-de-doo. I went to college the first time at 17. So fucking what? But she has to put that in there because it makes her seem special, like she's really accomplished. And instead of going at 18, she went at 17. While there, she obtained a double degree. So she's saying a double degree, not a double major. Now, if that's the case, I'll take back what I said earlier, that Umar has a double major. And I think I said that she has a double major. She's saying that she has a double degree. Okay. I think that's what I said. Okay. But I'm gonna correct myself there just in case. Okay. So I want to be fair. So she's claiming that she has a double degree in psychology and Pan African studies. Has she ever shown that double degree? That should be 2 separate degrees. I have not seen it. Has anyone seen it inside the chat room? Yeah, that's the idea. You know, she's a genius because she goes to Cal State Northridge at the age of 17. Okay. I went to UC Irvine at the age of 17. Okay. Okay. It goes on to say, organically, she ended up, okay. Pan African studies. During her first 2 years, she was undecided as to what field she should pursue as a career. Organically, she ended up choosing psychology. She still wasn't quite sure why, however. She didn't realize, who's writing this shit? She didn't realize what had triggered her interest until she entered the master's program at University of Phoenix. She was about halfway through the master's program, and boom. What the? Who's writing this shit? And boom, you got some chat room. You know I got to do it. I have to. I don't mean to be petty, but I got to do it. And you all know what's coming next. Let's go.
What y'all got to do is come together and use your spiritual power to get what y'all need from black men. Now, y'all look around Detroit, y'all say, we ain't got no schools, we ain't got no industries, we ain't got no factories. You know how you can get them? Let all y'all come together as a sisterhood and say, guess what? Cookie shop shut until I see 2 schools. Do you know how fast them damn schools are?
See, all this is performative. Okay, this is all about Umar. Everything is about getting attention from people. There's a term, a psychological term for this too. I always forget it. Anyone remember what it is?
I'm serious about that. If you say no cookie till the school is built, we won't eat, sleep, drink, or nothing. Brother Umar, you gonna take it out? Hell no.
He's funny.
I'm serious. You got to use your cookie power. You keep giving out rewards before the work is done. And that's why a lot of
that's it. Histrionics. Umar, he's and I think Cheyenne Bryant has it too. It's tied to narcissism too, because I think it's all cluster B.
Black women are miserable and nasty as hell because you failed to realize that in order to give yourself some balance.
See, he has that rag. Y'all see that? That's his coping mechanism.
You got to shut down the damn oven and stop baking cookies every once in a while.
Okay, anyone who's new here, if you don't know what cookie means from Umar, from his vernacular, it's a euphemism for the vajayjay. Okay, but he got that from the comedian. He wrote a book about something. He said about the cookies and all. Think like a man or something like that.
Women without strong emotional bonds with their father are more likely to mistake lust for love, especially when the sex is good. He hit that spot. Booyah! I love you. No, you don't. You in lust, but you don't know what love is.
Here you go.
Y'all know what I'm talking about. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Okay? That lightning strike. Boom! I love you, boo. Because if I'm in love.
I tell you, I don't know if it's just, I don't know. Is it just coincidence? Because it's say right here, organically, she ended up choosing psychology. She still wasn't quite sure why, however. She didn't realize what had triggered her interest until she entered the master's program at University of Phoenix. She was about halfway through the master's program and boom. That's crazy.
I know you. I know you ain't going no damn where. This lightning rod, you ain't leaving me. You could think, but then y'all get intimate. Now you can't think no more. Be honest with yourself, black woman. Yesterday you knew you should have left him alone. But last night, y'all crossed that line. And he hit you with a lightning bolt. Boom! Now you can't see straight no more. And then your girlfriend's like, what you think? When you gonna call it off? When you gonna let him know you don't want to be bothered? Well, I've been thinking everybody deserves a second chance. Boom! He hit that spot. Booyah! I love you. No, you don't. That lightning strike. Boom! I love you, boo. This lightning rod, you ain't leaving me. And he hit you with a lightning bolt. Boom! Boom! Booyah! Boom! Booyah! Boom! Boom! Booyah! Boom! 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 Booyah! Booyah!
All right. I'm sorry. I couldn't help myself. All right. So she goes on to say she was about halfway through the master's program. Notice it says halfway through. And boom, it hit fulfillment. It hit her. She had a lot of healing within herself that needed to be done. Dr. Bryant's desire for self-fulfillment, healing, peace, and balance within herself and others drew her to the field of psychology. Being an overachiever, being the overachiever that she is, see that? That reminds me of when Umar wrote his resignation letter for the UNIA back in 2005. He referred to himself as a workhorse, something. I have to show that. Hold on one second. Because that's not online anymore, his resignation letter, but I have the screenshot right here. The only thing is y'all ain't gonna be able to see it that well. Let me do a screen share instead. Okay, let me zoom in on this. Okay. Let me do a quick screen share, if it works, because I haven't done this in a while, and I was having problems with this last year. Y'all let me know if you guys can see this. Okay. Zoom in one more. Don't let me. There we go. So this is Umar's resignation letter from the UNIA, and it's not let me do it for some reason. Let me try one more time. That's not letting me do it. Okay, here it is. This is very telling. This is from August 17th, 2005. So Umar, he gives this whole thing, it's a long resignation letter, and he's given all types of excuses. He was trying to scam the UNIA for a building fund, and that's his main issue with the UNIA. He also wanted power and control. Again, that's dealing with the narcissism. He's a megalomaniac. But there's a part in here where he refers to himself as a supreme workhorse. That's what he calls himself. He calls himself a supreme workhorse. And it reminds me of the verbiage used by Cheyenne Bryant, where she says, because Umar says, being the supreme workhorse that I am, she says here, being the overachiever that she is, Dr. Bryant decided to pursue her doctorate degree in counseling psychology from Argosy University. Okay. Now, notice how nowhere in here does it say that she graduated with a master's. Hit the one. Nowhere in here does it say that she graduated with a master's. Okay, she's crafty. Has anyone seen her master's degree? She says she has 6 degrees. So if she got a double major in her undergraduate, that means that she has 4 other degrees outside of that. And one of those degrees would be a degree in psychology as a doctor, right? Doctorate. Well, then I would think that she has, what, 3 masters, just like Umar? But she does not say anything about graduating with any master whatsoever, master's degree. Does she even say that she graduated with the 2 degrees? Let's see. She says, Dr. Bryant attended Cal State University at Northridge at the age of 17. While there, she obtained a double degree in psychology and Pan African studies. During her first 2 years, she was undecided as to what field she would pursue as a career. She should pursue as a career. Organically, she ended up choosing psychology. She still wasn't quite sure why, however. She didn't realize what had triggered her interest until she entered the master's program at University of Phoenix. She was about halfway through the master's program, and boom, it hit her. Okay, she never says in here that she actually graduated from that master's program. She does later say Dr. Bryant decided to pursue her doctorate degree in counseling psychology from Argosy University. Okay, so just look at the verbiage that she's using here. That's it. It doesn't say that she graduated either. Look, it says Dr. Bryant is a proactive community activist. She sits on many community and collegiate boards, such as Los Angeles Harbor College, University of West Los Angeles Law School, and many others. She volunteers her time providing community care, inspirational speeches, lectures, mentoring, and resources to youth, youth, state facilities, and risk youth programs. In 2014, Dr. Bryant founded the Dr. Bryant team, which, like Team Pan African, which created and provided employment opportunities. The Dr. Bryant team focused on providing food, hygiene, clothing, program, and resources to the disadvantaged communities in Los Angeles County, all of which Dr. Bryant solely funded. Okay. Is there any evidence of this? As a result of her impact on the community, Dr. Bryant founded the Dr. Bryant Foundation, a 501c3 nonprofit that provides school supplies, clothing, computers, and exposure to the underprivileged and implements needs and resolutions to the community to advance the inner cities City Youth and Families. As a result of Dr. Bryant's work, she was honored in the following ways. Now, notice she doesn't show anything on her bio about actually graduating in terms of masters, or did she say? No, she never said master. She did say that she earned the undergraduate degrees, 2 undergraduate double degrees, but she never stated that she earned master's degrees, even though she claims she has 6 degrees. And she never says here that she actually graduated from what is it, Egersi, or what is it called? Works. I don't know. I'm sorry, it's on the other page. On the other page, yeah. Hold on 1 second. Argosy. She never stated that she actually graduated. It just says she decided to pursue her doctorate degree in counseling psychology. Right? No evidence whatsoever. Okay? And then it lists these different accomplishments. I'm not going to read this. This right here does not prove that she has these degrees that she's never shown. What this does is it gives her credibility, but this is about making herself appear to be more important than what she really is. None of this is really relevant to her having a doctorate degree. Just like her having all of these accolades on the wall, it's irrelevant. Why aren't the degrees on the wall? There should be at least 6 degrees sitting up on this wall, including this PhD that she doesn't have. But on her website, she'll show, because again, this is about the branding of herself as this great accomplished person, I guess. She'll put all this on here. And there's a whole lot more too. Let me show you guys. This is just because it goes on and on and on. Here we go. I think that's 4. So I think this is the oh no, it's not gonna let me do it. Yeah, hold on 1 second. Yeah, let me take some of this stuff off of here. Yeah, you guys can read some of that if you want. Okay. So I think okay, so that's just one of them. Here's another one. Notice she has Oprah Winfrey, Les Brown. I was into Les Brown when I was into the spirituality, metaphysics, and manifestation stuff. Maya Angelou and many other legends. Okay, this is to associate herself with these individuals. Just like Umar does, he does the same thing. Umar, he takes to the extreme though. He'll go to grave sites. And it goes on and on. Here's more. Okay, again, this all sounds great, but there's no proof. She provides no proof that she actually earned and that she graduated with a doctorate. And the reason why is because she didn't. And that's okay. Like I said, the ego is out of control, the narcissistic personality traits, and then her whole online, what she's formulated, what she's created online in terms of who she is, it's closely tied to her sense of self and self-esteem. And if you take that away, it's too much to bear. So she'll rather continue to lie to people than to admit the truth that she doesn't have a doctorate. This is something is interesting right here, and I don't know why she would be doing this exactly. It just seems kind of strange to me. But she has on her website, it's the Dr. Bryant Institute financing application. So Dr. Bryant Institute financing application, and this is where you can go to get loans. Yeah, that's a red flag in my opinion right there. Okay, I don't know exactly what she's doing with that, but that's a red flag. And then there's another thing here. This is dealing with meditation and spirituality, this type of thing. You guys got to be careful with this type of stuff too. Okay, because if you're about meditation, and that's perfectly fine, meditation music, that's great too. Okay, I've actually created meditation music too. That's fantastic. But you can talk like this, and you can have all the imagery. But if you're getting online and being belligerent and dropping F-bombs in suppose you're supposed to be a professional, it's contradiction. It's a contradiction. Okay, and we see that it's hypocritical. Anyway, so that's just some stuff from her website. Now let's get into the first video dealing with her. So
clearly put forth
Yeah, I gotta go find this other video. Let me play a little bit more of this because you'll see how Umar gets agitated when he's questioned about his degrees. Cheyenne Bryant does the same thing. This is from 2015. Let me go pull this other thing up.
False notion of who Dr. Umar Johnson is beyond the degree, because I know people who don't have the degree who have more expertise than people with them. So to me, that really doesn't mean much because I'm in that sphere and in that social professional setting. So for me, the best way to learn somebody is to learn them face to face. Ask them the questions. Get in their person. As human beings, and you know this, being a student of spirit yourself, we're very vibrational individuals. So you can learn more from the vibration of a person than you ever could from their bio or credentials.
Again, that's all spirituality mumbo jumbo. Okay. Instead of dealing with the reality of the situation, Umar's saying, hey, no, just look into my spirit and you can see what I'm about. No. If you say that you have, and I'm talking specifically about Cheyenne Bryant now, if she says that she has a doctorate, show the doctorate. And if you don't have the doctorate, you're lying. And once you get caught in that lie, don't double down, don't triple down, own up to it, and then keep it moving.
I wish that was totally true, because I have had people look me directly in the face and lie at the same time.
Yeah, both ways.
You know,
both ways.
So I always encourage people to research. And by the way, the research that I do is not just online, but I encourage people to pick up the phone, use the good old pen and paper, make phone call, and get certified records if necessary, and that can be found. I went to I went to the state of Pennsylvania to look up yours, and I'm not trying to challenge you, Doctor. Really, I'm not. I just want our people to not only listen to and hear from a man who is speaking truth to our people, but I also want them to be cognitive and smart enough to do your own research. So anyway, when I went to the state of Pennsylvania where you practice, the state of Pennsylvania, there was nothing under the name Umar Johnson. So what name is your degree under? Your certified psychologist degree. Hello?
Umar trying to act like he didn't hear the question. What's this?
Yes.
Dr. Umar?
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Okay.
I was asking you.
No, I heard the question. Let me answer you. When you earn a doctorate degree in psychology, the State Bureau of Psychology, the State Board of Psychology, does not keep a listing of everyone with a doctorate. They don't keep a listing at all of anyone with a doctorate. The State Board of Psychology keeps a list of individuals who have earned their license in psychology.
Do you have a license?
I have my doctorate, yes.
He don't have a license. He never has. Watch this.
Who have earned their license in psychology.
Do you have a license?
I have my doctorate, yes, ma'am. Their license and their license only.
He never had a license, and he admits that. I have it. Let me go see if I can find it. But you hear what he said?
The Bureau of Psychology, the State Board of Psychology, does not keep a listing of everyone with a doctorate. They don't keep a listing at all of anyone with a doctorate. The State Board of Psychology keeps a list of individuals who have earned their license in psychology.
Do you have a license?
I have my doctorate, yes, ma'am. Their license and their license only.
You see that? He doesn't have a license. He never did. And I have the video where there's 3 videos where he admits that he doesn't. He does have a doctorate, yeah.
I have my doctorate in clinical psychology. I am certified as a school psychologist. Your certification does not come from the state board.
Yeah, he was at that time, but he currently has no certifications, no professional certifications in 2026, and he's never had any licenses, never, except his driver's license. That got revoked for non-payment for child support several times. Anyway.
Your certification comes from the State Department of Education. The only person we have an adopted is the school I graduated, because the State Board of Psychology does not keep those records, nor are they interested in those records. They keep a record purely of those who are licensed. I do not hold a license. And the reason I do not hold a license is...
And now he says he doesn't hold one, which is the truth.
Because my expertise is in school psychology, in which I am certified. That's where I spend 95% of my time. I do conduct clinical evaluation. And since I'm not licensed, if I conduct a clinical evaluation, that means...
By the way, in 2005, Umar was unemployed. He's lying there too.
Means I have to get a licensed psychologist to sign off on my evaluation for clinical work. For psychoeducational work, I don't need anybody to sign off because I am certified. The problem is when people are not in a particular field, they don't understand the regulations of the field. They don't understand the different areas of the field, and they'll go looking for something that they know nothing about and end up...
Yeah, he explained this again in May 25th of 2017 when he was in Nagoya, Japan. He talks about how he doesn't have a license.
Drawing false conclusions about the person they research.
And see, that's just the point. People have a right to look up who is going inside of their minds. People have a right to know what type of doctor, be it medical or psychological, they have a right to know who those people are. And so going back to the question, for your certified psychology degree, what name can we find it under?
A psychology degree. You get a degree from an institution.
Okay.
As I said again, my certification comes from the State Department of Education, as I said a moment ago.
Dr. Umar, why is it so hard for you just to answer the question?
Because I answered your question, and I think it's a ridiculous waste of time
You getting
that
mad.
we're worrying about where I got my degrees from instead of educating your parents on the law.
We want to educate our people. That is very true, Dr. Umar.
You're spending a whole show on my degrees.
Well, but it didn't have to take that, Dr. Umar.
For 20 years, ma'am.
Dr. Umar, listen.
Not new at this.
You, and I don't mean to bring age up, but you're old enough to be my son.
All right. Anyway, so I just want to give an example. Umar, he gets upset when people were questioning him, and he still does, but even back then, this is from 2015. But there's so many there's so many questions because I pulled up earlier. I pulled up the dissertation situation, and then when he says he got his degree, he's claiming that he was a doctor in 2011. It just all of it doesn't make any sense. But let's get into the connecting this back to Cheyenne Bryant. So this is from April 2nd of 2018, and Umar was on Nick Cannon's Culture something. I can't remember, Council Culture. I want you guys to hear what he says about Cheyenne Bryant. Here we go.
I'm going to end for the day. I hope.
Oh wait, no, that's the wrong one. This is what I'll come back to this maybe. I might come back to this. Here we go.
Believe that Dr. Cheyenne Bryant is quite possibly the same personality type as Nick Cannon and Cam Newton. Wow. I believe that all three of you are serial monogamous with narcissistic tendencies.
Wow. Okay, Umar's talking about himself. He's a serial monogamist with narcissistic tendencies. If memory serves me correctly, Nick Cannon did say that he was diagnosed with narcissism. I thought I saw a video where he was talking about that. I could be wrong, but I thought it was him. Umar is a narcissist. So this is what you call projecting. Umar's projecting, and it may very well be true about Cheyenne Bryant as well. But Nick Cannon, from what I remember, he did say that he was diagnosed with narcissism, like clinically.
First of all, serial monogamy and narcissism go together.
Okay, and that's Umar.
Because when you look at the narcissist, grandiosity.
Yeah.
Too important to commit one's emotional resources.
Okay, that's Umar. Yeah, I don't think I can't remember. I'll go back after this.
To not want to invest emotionally. When I look at a woman that beautiful without a child, the marriage I can understand is slim pickings for sisters. That beautiful without a child, that was deliberate.
Okay, so again, narcissism is part of the narcissism preoccupation with self that also includes how a person looks. Umar's preoccupied with how he looks. So what he does is he connects that to Cheyenne Bryant as well. So that's what he brings up. But see, Umar's the serial monogamous. See, it's interesting because he's talking about how, and he's narcissist. It's interesting how he's saying how she doesn't have any children. Yeah, but Umar, you have at least 3 baby mamas, and you don't take care of none of your kids. With three different baby mamas. In Philadelphia alone, I propose that he has more out there because he's a sexual deviant. And he's a raw dog rebel. I propose he got more out there. So he's not the one to talk, whether it is about narcissists or narcissism, because he has narcissistic personality traits, whether it is about a marriage, because he talks about that in another video, and her not being married. You're not married, Umar. You're 51. She's younger too, by the way. But real talk, if you're going to be talking about, what about you? Why aren't you married at the age of 51, about to be 52? You make all these baby mamas, though. And then tell black men that they need to marry these women where the fathers ain't around. Well, you part of the problem. Then you don't want creating all. You a baby mama creator. And so we got to pick up the slack because you be slanging your thing all over the place with reckless abandon, and you a raw dog rebel. Make that make sense. You're not the one to talk. See, that's the thing about Umar. He got everything to say about everybody else. Umar, you need to get your life in order, homeboy.
I believe that Dr. Cheyenne Bryant is quite possibly the same personality type as Nick Cannon and Cam Newton. Wow. I believe that all 3 of you are serial monogamous with narcissistic tendencies.
He's talking about himself, and that may be true. Now, again, Nick Cannon he was clinically diagnosed with narcissistic personality disorder, NPD. I don't know about Cam Newton, but I will say that Cheyenne Bryant has, because she reminds me so much of Umar. She has narcissistic personality traits, from what I've seen. Okay. So I just want to put this in context. What we're going to get into next. This is from 2024. So he's making these comments back then, but now here we are in 2026. He don't flip the script. Okay. Before we go on, I want to share this with you guys right quick. This is from harvard.edu. Give me one moment. Okay, let me know if you guys can see this. Yeah, it's coming up on my screen. So, narcissistic personality disorder symptoms, diagnosis, and treatment from January 8, 2024 by Jeanette Restivo, health writer, assistant director for digital content creation and engagement, Harvard Health Publishing. It was reviewed by Stephanie Collier, medical doctor, MPH, contributor, editorial advisor board member, Harvard Health Publishing. Okay, I just want to read a little bit of this to you guys. Narcissistic personality disorder is a diagnosable condition characterized by impulsivity, volatility. I've seen this, and we've seen this. Any of you guys who research Umar, as I've gone through this Umar Johnson saga, he's impulsive, volatility, attention seeking, very much so with Umar. In fact, when he gets on these platforms, it's about getting attention. And a lot of it has to do with, he talks a lot about celebrity gossip, but part of it is he wants to be the center of attention. He tries to put himself in a position like on Art of Dialogue. He talks about all these other celebrities, but a lot of it has to do with Umar needing to have focus on him and attention on him, because he sees Cheyenne Bryant getting attention. He wants the attention on him. Okay. Shannon Sharp, when he was going through his situation, Umar tried to get the attention on him. So he does that. He's attention seeking. And lack of empathy. Very, very clearly, Umar, he has no empathy. He doesn't care about anybody else. He doesn't even have emotional ties to people. As it can lead to problems with relationships and health, it is important to know the symptoms and treatments for this condition. What is narcissistic personality disorder? Narcissistic personality disorder, NPD, is a mental health condition in which a person may show a pattern of behavior or inner experience that may include a need for admiration from others. Okay, that's why Cheyenne Bryant does things like show this right here. She can't show degrees. She can't show a PhD because she don't have one, but she'll show all this. She'll list all of these accolades on her websites and achievements and so forth, but she can't show the degree. But she does this anyway because she wants to be admired by others. Umar is the same way. I got 6 degrees. I'm the most requested scholar. I'm this, I'm that, I'm Big Papa. And the list goes on and on and on. This is tied to the need for admiration from others as part of the narcissistic personality disorder. Where's the thing? This is it. Here it is. A grandiose or excessive sense of self-importance. Okay, I already given examples of that with Umar. Well, same thing with Cheyenne Bryant. Okay, she will talk. For instance, when Umar's questioned, he'll start talking about all of his achievements. You know, another example with the grandiosity, when Umar talked about how he's going to open up this school, it was going to be 500-acre campus encircled by a river in the shape of Africa, and it was going to have a. I can show it to you guys. It was, matter of fact, let me show you. The grandiosity is off the chain with this guy. Same thing with Cheyenne Bryant, but Umar, it's the expression of it is incredible. So let's go to 2014. Here it is. This is grandiose. March 26, 2014, aerial view of preliminary heaven on earth, Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey RBG Leadership Academy, 500-acre campus encircled by FDMG River in the shape of Mother Africa, Ancestor Park in the center of the campus, dormitories, airfield, athletic facilities, farm, state-of-the-art music and theater production studio, greenhouse, a zoo, community center, separate buildings for all 33 trade areas, and much more. Okay, Umar don't even have a job at this time. This is what he's talking about. Okay, who's paying for this? Okay, here's a larger view of it right here. Okay, it has a baseball diamond. It has a track and field facility, a NASA building. It has an airstrip for airplanes and helicopters to land on, an air traffic control tower, these massive dormitories. There's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of those. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, yeah, 7 of those. There's a hospital. There's 2 schools. There's a zoo. And the list goes on and on. Okay, this is grandiosity to the extreme with Umar. And I can give you plenty of other examples of it. Okay? So grandiose, excessive need, sense of self-importance, a sense of entitlement. Umar feels entitled to Black people's money. His donors, he speaks very poorly of his donors because he feels like he needs more, that they haven't sent him enough. That's that sense of entitlement. Same thing with the cookies. Excuse me. A preoccupation with themselves. Okay, Umar's very preoccupied with himself. He's selfish. All he thinks about is himself. He doesn't care about anybody else, including his own kids. And then a lack of empathy for others. I've seen this with Umar time and time again. Okay. All right. So I just want to play that segment of Umar talking about Cheyenne Bryant and how he believes that she's a narcissist, but he's a narcissist. He may be very right. He may be right about her. Okay. I'm not saying that he's not. What I am saying is that he's a narcissist himself. Okay, let me go back to this. Someone that asked, and we'll proceed. Here we go.
Okay. And you are a smart, intelligent man. But do you know how many other people out here are just as smart and as intelligent? We deal with people all the time who give us a lot of this and that, and we as people don't check things out. I don't understand.
I understand. I think the best way to investigate Dr. Umar Johnson, I think this is the best way. After you found out I had my degree, since that matters so much to some people. But the best way to investigate me is to put out a calling to any parents that have worked with Dr. Has Dr. Umar ever helped you with your
I'm
child?
Sure you have, Dr. Umar. Without a doubt. Again, I'm going to go back to the question.
Focus on the work.
Your work is fantastic. You still have not answered the question, Dr. Umar.
What is your question?
My question is, on your certified psychologist degree, what name is there?
Certified degree, I just told you.
Oh, you don't have a certified degree.
Millersville University, Lehigh University, and the Philadelphia College of Osteopathic Medicine. I am certified through the Department of Education.
And when I call those places, what name can I give them so that they can pull your name up?
I just told, you know what?
Is it Umar Johnson?
What? Obviously, that's who you're interviewing.
Okay. That's all I was asking.
Talking to Dr. Umar Johnson.
Oh, Lord.
My goodness.
You know.
Yeah, he can't take the pressure. Cheyenne Bryant couldn't either. And it's so simple. Just answer the question. It's no big deal. See, from a PR standpoint, she should have just been like, okay, listen, I don't have a doctorate. And it's true, she don't have one. But I've marketed myself as such, and people, they can still continue to support me, or if they still want to speak with me and I can give them advice, whatever, that's fine. If not, that's fine too. And then moving forward, I won't do that anymore. I won't call myself a doctor. But again, she's branded herself as that. Her website is called Dr. Bryant or something to that effect. So she's so deep into this that, and it's tied to her ego and her sense of self-importance and the narcissism flat out, that she can't let it go. Okay, but anytime these types of individuals are challenged, instead of answering directly, they deflect, they get very defensive, and then in many cases, they don't actually answer the question that was initially asked. They tell these big fanciful stories because it's just lies built upon lies, and it's all about, playing the victim as opposed to holding yourself accountable. Here we go.
I wish that we could.
Problem, not my degrees. I didn't know this was going to be an interrogation on my education.
I'm not trying to interrogate you. I am trying to educate.
I answered all your questions. Now you can go and do your research.
Okay.
I'm giving you everything you need. Now you can go hunt. You got Miller's.
Why do you say it like that?
You have.
Why do you say that like that? Do you
He said, Umar, he's so sassy, so you can go hunt.
know that there are thousands of people who are listening to us?
I'll tell you why. And I'm glad they're listening, because I want them to understand that it bothers me as the foremost advocate and educator.
See, starts talking about the self-aggrandizing about how great he is.
They're an expert in the area of mental health for our children in this country as it relates to the public school system, fighting as much as I fight, for as long as I fought, for as free as I fought, to have to get questions from my own people about who I am when I am not new to this. I've been doing this for 20 years. I have been an expert witness.
No, he hadn't been doing that for 20 years. This was 2015. He started working as a school psychologist in 2001, really. Okay, this is 14 years later. He has to exaggerate, 20 years.
Major lawsuits against school districts. I have worked with lawyers from California to New York City. I have saved thousands of children.
So I want to take a moment, because I want us to be clear, because Cheyenne Bryant does the same thing. What is it about these types of individuals when they're questioned, their integrity is questioned, they start talking about all of the great things that they've done? Okay, so check this out. Oh wait, no, this is what I'm not what I'm looking at. I apologize. Here it is. When someone pivots to listing their accomplishments when their integrity is questioned, they are usually trying to shift focus from a question of character, morals, honesty, to one of competence, ability, and success. Y'all see this? It is a psychological defense mechanism meant to overwhelm critics and make their misbehavior seem less likely or less important. So yeah, I'm lying. I'm talking about this. I'm talking about that. I'm lying about this. I'm lying about that. But look at all the great things I've done. And because of all the great things that I've done, my misbehavior is not as important. In fact, it's not important at all. You guys have to keep this in mind, because this is one of the most important aspects of Umar Johnson's character that I've noticed. I just haven't been able to verbalize it appropriately. So when someone pivots to listing their accomplishments when their integrity is questioned, they are usually trying to shift focus from a question of character, morals, or honesty to one of competence, ability, or success. It is a psychological defense mechanism meant to overwhelm critics and make their misbehavior seem less likely or less important. This behavior typically reveals a few specific dynamics. Number one, competence versus morality shift. Psychological research shows that people often use success and capability to distract from ethical missteps. They assume that if they are highly competent, productive, or successful, people will overlook or excuse their moral shortcomings. It's a defense maneuver. Listing past successes is often a defense reaction to feeling cornered By boasting about what they have achieved, the person is attempting to bolster their ego, rebuilding a sense of self-worth that has been threatened, right? I was talking about that earlier. Exert power, overwhelming the accuser with the perceived status or social capital. Cheyenne Bryant does the same thing. Deter further questioning, creating an I am too important / successful to be questioned dynamic. You guys know that this is actually, all this is also tied to narcissism. Okay, Umar does it. Cheyenne Bryant does it as well.
Prisons across the country, school districts across the country, and I've saved countless black children, and yet and still, I got to come on the radio show and talk about my degrees as opposed to what we can do to help our people. We could have been talking about the National Independent Black Parent Association, which we want to get organized in Detroit and Michigan.
It doesn't exist.
So we can help our parents fight against racism. We're going to have a special ed committee, a school finance.
So he's talking about all the stuff he's going to do now.
Committee, a school discipline committee.
None of this exists.
A homeschool committee, a parent advocacy committee, and a finance committee, so we can educate, investigate, and advocate for our parents. Every Tuesday morning, I host the Free Black Parent Television.
He goes to promoting himself. Cheyenne Bryant does the same thing.
Conference every Tuesday. We just had it this morning, where any parent in a
see, look, you, me, and Dr. Phil still living our best life. I know I definitely am. Order my new book, Live Your Promise. Link in the bio. Well, they're interesting characters.
And call Dr. Umar Johnson, any black parent, because that's my focus. They can call Dr. Umar Johnson, ask any question they have, and get free answers. I do that every Tuesday morning for free, and I've been doing it for quite some time now.
Give us the information on that. So
let me skip through
8.
And I'll repeat it. 8 to protect their child from any right to be an organizer. Black parents have been organized just from white people. White people claim you have, you don't have. There's going to be jealousy.
Honestly, I love you, okay? I love your work. I love what you do. But, you know, I've gone online and I have seen...
Online. That's not research.
Wait a minute. But wait a minute. Wait a minute, Umar. Wait. Hold on for a second.
Public knowledge.
Hold on.
Hearing?
Listen, when I went online, I talked to some, not talked to, but I've seen.
Who did you talk to?
Wait a minute.
Only expert on Umar Johnson. Umar Johnson. Who did you talk to about me?
Wait a minute. That's why.
You ain't the only expert on Umar Johnson. Homeboy.
I said, that's why I corrected myself.
Questions about me.
Don't be trying to overtalk me, Dr. Umar.
That's what he does. Cheyenne Bryant does the same thing.
Spoke to some people's sister. Who did you talk to?
Wait a minute.
Remember Torrid? She was over talking Torrid?
I said, I corrected that. I said, I went online and I saw where there were some people who came.
There's going to be jealousy. Of course.
Why are you?
Notice he says jealousy. That's the go-to with these types of individuals with the narcissism. They think that everyone's jealous of them and envious of them when they're the ones who are jealous and envious. In fact, is this it? Look at this. Narcissistic personality disorder is categorized as a type of personality disorder in the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, DSM-5, which lists 9 criteria to diagnose the condition. According to DSM-5, a person with empathy may display or possess a grandiose sense of self-importance, that's Umar, preoccupation with fantasies of success, power, beauty, and perfect love, that's Umar, a belief that they are special and can only be understood by other special people. Umar believes that he's special. That's why he has a sense of entitlement, a need for excessive admiration, yes, and praise. That's Umar. A sense of entitlement, which may include an unreasonable expectation to be treated favorably or for others to comply with their demands and expectations, like he's done with his donors. Behavior that is exploitive and takes advantage of others to achieve their own goals. That's what he's done with FDMG. It's not about opening up a school. It's about getting money out of people. The lack of empathy or an unwillingness to identify with the needs of others. Umar, he's self-centered and he doesn't care about anybody else. He doesn't have the emotional intelligence to even connect with other human beings. You see human beings as resources, nothing more. Look at this. A tendency to be envious of others or a belief that others are envious of them. They're jealous. They're jealous of me. They're jealous of Cheyenne Bryant. No, that ain't got nothing to do with it. Cut it out. Again, Umar, why would anyone be jealous of Umar? He doesn't have a job. He doesn't have a car. He's been homeless since the end of 2019. He's a deadbeat. He got at least 3 baby mamas in Philadelphia alone. Don't take care of none of his kids. Been on child support for over 20 years. Doesn't pay child support on time. He's been arrested for non-payment of child support. Got bench warrants, all crazy. He's raised millions of dollars for a school that does not exist and still begging for the school. Who's going to be jealous of that? But Umar, this is part of the narcissism. That everyone's jealous of them. And that's why they're trying to sabotage. Arrogance, haughty behavior, and attitude. So that's Umar. He's extremely arrogant. Extremely arrogant. Okay.
Why are you not letting me finish?
The country, and you have a larger following than anyone else. People going to be jealous.
Of course they are. We know that.
I love hating on niggas.
We know that. But
tell me, because you saw hatred written about me, you automatically assume that it could be true? Really? That's the power of negativity in the black community, that anything negative said about somebody is automatically.
See, no emotional intelligence and lack of emotional control. So unnecessary.
Something worth following up? Really?
Yes.
And that is a shame.
Yes.
Because you know what?
And that's not a shame, because when a person asks you a question and you hem and haw,
right.
When a person asks a question and you hem and haw, that's almost similar to.
Can I ask you a question? What law did you find written?
See, he has to deflect.
Anywhere that says when someone graduates from college,
I didn't look.
Credentials are published online. No, I'm asking you a question.
I didn't look.
No.
I just answered.
What's the answer?
I didn't look.
I say that.
I did not look, Dr. Umar. What I did do is go
online. Everybody who graduates.
I have enjoyed you so much.
And I've enjoyed you too.
I really have. And I'm going to see you. I'm going to
come back on your show and talk about the issue.
Well, we talked partly about it, but we need to know who Dr. Umar Johnson is, because there's too many.
Who don't know?
Listen, I know who you
see the arrogance. Everyone knows who he is. See,
you are, but I don't know who you are. And so because of that, we are going to get you back on the show. And when I see you on December 30th, you better not turn your back. You better give me a hug.
I'm going to give you a big hug, and thank you for allowing me to let people know when and where I'm going to be in Detroit. I'm going to
ask you for a donation. Look, Umar just posted this while we were live streaming. Prince of Pan Africanism, Black Christ. Now he got a whole new thing, the BC, number 2. He's the second Black Christ. Not Jesus, is Umar. Narcissism. Yeah, that would be interesting if Cheyenne went on her podcast. If she come on, she can come on here. If she's watching, you come on. Just let me know. I'll have you on. Thanks, Miss Sunny, for super chat. Okay. Yeah, again, I was talking about this earlier, but he's watching this right now. And again, this is Umar. We've had this happen many times, but this is more like Umar trying to make himself feel better because he knows he's getting exposed up right now. So what he does is he goes to his Instagram and he posts Black Christ. Okay, again, this is part of the narcissism too, because what is it? What is it? A need for admiration from others, a grandiose, excessive self-importance, a sense of entitlement, preoccupation with them. Oh, there was another one. It's like, impulsive. This is Umar being impulsive right now. Impulsivity. If we were talking about that earlier, this is Umar being impulsive. Hi, everybody say hi to Umar. Right. Okay, so I showed the video where Umar was calling Cheyenne Bryant on Nick Cannon's show. He was calling her a narcissist. Okay, but now here we are in 2026 and he flips the script. So I want to go back and we're going to get into the video of this was on the Breakfast Club. I think this is the Breakfast Club. Yeah, this is the Breakfast Club where she's asked about because people have been asking about her degrees, in particular doctorate. And this is from May 12th of 2026. And let's take a listen to this because this is how things really started to pick up and it's gone viral. Here we go.
once on here. I'm not doing it again. And I'm clearing it up for my doc squad, for my fan base, for my audience.
Okay, this again, this is, she wants to make her audience and her fandom feel special because this is like a rallying cry. Okay, so she's not answering this question for the Breakfast Club or for her critics or for people who've been questioning her doctorate. She's answering this specifically for her quote unquote tribe. Okay, be careful with that type of talk, because that's when you get into the cult dynamic. Umar, he talks like that too.
Who deserve to hear me address it. For the folks who have already made up their mind to not like me or not understand me, listen, I don't.
Okay, it's not about liking or understanding. See, that's like juvenile talk. You guys see that? That's not what this is about. It is about the legitimacy of her doctorate. Does she have a doctorate? Yes or no? The answer is no. But again, oftentimes when these individuals are questioned, because Umar does the same thing, questions about things, instead of answering directly, they have to talk about all this other stuff. And it's like they're being persecuted. They're the victim, the perpetual victim. It's not that serious. It's a yes or no answer. Okay. Do you have a doctorate or not? And if so, where's the proof?
Listen, I don't give a fuck what your narrative is. I would like for you to recreate it.
Okay. Again, this is unnecessary. There's no need to, because again, if you're going to present yourself as a professional, then be about that. But then when you're questioned, you don't got to be like, well, I don't give a fuck. Okay. If you're out in the streets, you want, that's fine. But in this situation, no. But I think that this is her way of kind of dealing with, from a PR standpoint, it's not a good move. It adds fuel to the fire. It also shows arrogance and belligerence and emotional instability.
Double down on it.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Domo. The eyes tell it all. People think that she's attractive. I'm sorry, people. I can see it. Yeah, and you can see it in her eyes. You can see it below her eyes. Something ain't right with her. Okay, and beauty just ain't about how a person look.
And run that shit.
And run that shit, dog. All right, just doing too much.
Because I don't give a fuck about it.
Okay, we heard you the first time. Again, from a PR standpoint, this is not how you handle this.
Now.
Yeah, Domo, she do. She sound like Umar.
To my doc squad, my fan base, my folks.
He says it again. Okay, get rallying cry.
No, my village.
Village, here we go.
It's very simple. I went to a school, Argos University, completed an entire program.
She's saying that she completed an entire program, but she doesn't say what that program is, at least not yet. But she doesn't say that she graduated. See how crafty she is? She didn't say she graduated. Just like on her bio, she didn't say that she graduated. She didn't even say that she graduated for her master's. Hit the one.
I went back online to
see her. No, that's not necessary. And the other thing too, you can't see it here, but she was blinking her ass off when she was start sniffing. She wasn't sniffing. That's Umar. But she was hit the one. Anyone seen this? She started blinking and shit, trying to come up with lies and shit. Hit the one, hit the two. Somebody said, "Don't do that, the honorable." I got to stop this. I'm trying not to read super chats either, because otherwise we ain't gonna never finish. Let me get out this chat. This chat was a mess. Anyway, she doesn't say that she graduated. She just said that she completed.
To get my official transcript. Went back online to get my.
I'm sorry.
I went back on, completed an entire program. Went back online to get my official transcripts.
You should already have it downloaded. I got mine downloaded from when I graduated with a cybersecurity degree.
Because I was applying to a law school many years ago to be a professor there.
How are you going to apply and be a professor at a law school if you ain't got a law degree? What are you talking about, ma'am? And why you got to bring up law school? Here we go with the bullshit. Did y'all hear that? What you mean last month? That sounds like Umar. Comfortable convenience. Last month I was just had gotten, and what had happened. Here we go. So I for some reason, see, that's what I mean by the grandiosity. You can't just answer directly. It got to be this big fan. Look for this with these narcissistic types and these scammer types. The story, you can't just tell a simple, you can't give a simple answer. It got to be this elaborate story. So now it's because the reason why I even looked was because I was trying to get, they was going to hire me to be a professor at a law school. You ain't even have a law degree. Maybe you do got, because you said you got 6 of them. So maybe one of them is a law degree too, ma'am. I don't know. Speaking of law degrees, here's your boy from 2018.
I'm going today. I hope this was beneficial. Going over school discipline procedure, protocol process for regular ed students and special ed students. Y'all want?
Okay, this is when Umar had his own apartment back in 2018. He was facing eviction for non-payment of rent back in 2010. He resolved that. Then he faced an eviction again in 2019 after raising millions of dollars for a school that still don't exist. And he doesn't resolve that. He lives in and out of hotel, motel rooms until 2020. He moves in with his mama and been living with his mama ever since. People, and he wants to say people are jealous of him. This is the same apartment where he flipped his phone in 2019, and this happened.
Alpha male, send those resumes in. FDMG resumes at gmail.com. FDMG resumes at gmail.com. FDMG resumes at gmail.com.
You see this? But we jealous of Umar.
Is what we looking for.
Filthy ass.
My thing is
it's unacceptable. See, all of the accolades and all of the I'm this and I'm that and the self-anger, the narcissism, it doesn't matter because you're living in filth.
Y'all need to, what happened?
And instead of owning up to it and saying, listen, I'm filthy. Family, I'm fucking filthy. Instead of owning up to it, what does he do? He start lying. And he has elaborate story. Look.
I'm in the process of relocating to Wilmington, Delaware, so the apartment is a mess right now. Y'all don't need to see all that. I'm in the process.
He never moved. He never moved to Wilmington. What happens? He gets evicted out of here, and then he moved with his mom, been living in his mama's closet. Anybody know what FFF stands for? Let me know in the chat room.
Relocating to Wilmington, Delaware. I'm in the process of relocating to Wilmington, Delaware.
Just lying, sniffing. See? Lying and sniffing and blinking.
I'm in the process.
Cheyenne Bryant was blinking her ass off on that Breakfast Club. And then what happened was, I said, damn, baby. I said, what's wrong with you? I said, girl, what you... Umar does the same thing. But let me go back but we all jealous of them, right? Look at this. Well, there's no way.
FDM.
Well, I'm the opposite of Umar. All my stuff got to be right where it needs. Even my desk, everything got to be right now. Some of this stuff I need this little thing that's my register, not the registration. I need to renew my registration on the vehicle. I got my thing I need to go get my eyes checked again and update my subscription. They sent me the thing in the mail, but I got to have everything right where it needs, right where it's supposed to be. Otherwise, I can't do nothing.
Resume.
Look at filth all over the place.
Look
at that. And that corner, it goes all the way up the wall. Look. But we jealous of Umar. And this stuff that's in here in 2019, he actually takes it and he stores it in the large gym at these abandoned buildings in Wilmington, Delaware. And it's still up in there to this day. Look at that. But we jealous of Umar. So that's from 2019. Here's 2023. He flipped his phone. At this time, he's in his mama closet, live streaming. He still be live streaming up in here.
With the prince, who tapping in next, who tapping in next, who tapping in next, tap.
Let me skip through. Look at this.
Wow, I wasn't even aware of that. Yeah, conspiracy to destroy. Bless.
See how he flipped the phone? Look at this. Just filthy. Sack of potatoes in the corner, on the bottom corner. Got the tripod in there for his phone. He was going to say, oh, shit. But he started singing because it's uncomfortability. Walls all filthy. But we jealous of him. Look at this guy. No shame. And then instead of owning up to it, he creates this lie. What does he say? That he's folding clothes. Let me see if I can find that part.
Natural. Just got a couple.
Here you go.
I heard he left the party he was with. He going with another one. Refolding my clothes, family. It's all natural. It's all natural. Just got a couple clothes I got to handle. Who tapping in?
What do you mean you refolding your clothes? There's no such thing. Refold? What you talking about? He's filthy. And that's okay. I mean, it's okay. Just admit it, but he has to lie about it. It's just like he lied when he flipped his phone at his last time he had his own residence back 2019. He said, "Oh, I'm in the process of relocating." He never moved to Wilmington, Delaware. Just lying. So the point is that it's never a direct answer. It's always deflection. It's always someone else's fault, or there's an excuse. With the same thing with Cheyenne Bryant. That's what she's doing in this video right here.
And I had to my transcripts, right, to get the professor there. So to be a professor there. And I had to provide my transcripts, right, to get hired. And
she's talking about at a law school. She's just lying. And that one lady in the Breakfast Club, the young lady that she's really intelligent. She does a great job with her journalism. I know she was sitting back like this lying. She's lying her ass off.
I went to contact the school and say, hey, I need my official transcripts. I need my entire thing.
What do you mean your entire thing? What does that mean?
And there was no school.
There's no school? Yeah. Okay.
And there was no school. I was like, okay, I'm confused. I Google. It says this school has been shut down. I said, oh, well, they got.
She sounds so much like Umar when he be lying, doesn't she?
I have records. I mean, they were accredited when I attended the school. They were accredited when I finished.
She say school like me. Shout out to she where's she from? She say school just like I do. Right on.
The program. I go and look, there is a third party that has the records. Why I contact the third party, that third party only holds records for 2 years.
She lying. There's people online that went to that school that did it live and were able to get their transcripts and everything. Let me show y'all. I'm gonna show you this brother right here because I've seen his videos before. I can't remember his name right now, but he has a doctorate, inspirational story. It looks like a solid brother, and he's done videos on Umar in the past. This is from May 14th of 2026. We're gonna go to the 9-minute mark. She lying. Watch this. This brother went to the same school. He tells a whole story about how the school got shut down and all that stuff.
And they're not playing because they're kind of like competing against one another in a sense. But again,
and I apologize. I don't know the brother's name, and I should just on GP. So my apologies. No disrespect to the brother.
Let me see what it says here. So today, May the 13th, 2026. Is that today? I went ahead and I paid to see what my if I could get my transcript and how long it would take.
Yeah, let me see where Cheyenne Bryant is from.
So it cost me $27.50. It cost me $27.50. And
it says she was raised in the inner city of Newark, New Jersey, but she say school like me. That's okay.
I received a receipt in my email, and God dang, they charged me tax. They charged me tax, 83 cents. Yeah, that's my document right there. Yeah, it's from this website that everybody was talking about. Parchment Team.
Yeah. I can go on there too. I also have a digital copy that they sent me via email that I can show. But I got the degree on the wall. I showed it to y'all the other day.
the Parchment team.
And it's so easy. That's the thing. There are people that they graduated and they may have put it in storage because they're professionals. They're not even, it's not that they may have it in their office, but they may not necessarily have it in their home. They have copies. But by now, she should have produced that degree to show people, to show and prove that she has it. She don't have it. That's why she can't produce it. Now, I don't think she's going to go to the extent where she creates a fake one. Okay. But ain't no telling with these types. Yeah. Excuse my stomach. All I had today was a smoothie. My stomach's growling. Okay. It was two smoothies. Okay.
So yeah, I wanted to know, at least let me buy it, right? It let me purchase it. It let me purchase it. I'm like, okay, they let me purchase it. And
let me see how I get this brother's name too. His YouTube page.
So it then took me through a process to verify my email.
Yeah, here it is.
I did that.
Yeah, so this brother's name is Dr. Dennis Asar Winkler. But I remember seeing him. He did a video on Umar a while back. And his video already had 20,000 views, the one I'm talking about right now. In fact, I'm going to put a link. I'll put it in the chat room. And if I remember, I'll put it in the comment section for this video, because you guys should check out the whole thing, because he talks about the whole process of and what happened with the school. There are also these two sisters that did a fantastic job too, where they went there too, and they talked about at least one of them was there when the school actually closed down, when they made the announcement that the school was going to close down. And she had a really interesting story to tell about that. She knew that it was going to close down before the students did, because I think at that time she was a professor there, but she went there too. And so she talked about the whole experience. It was difficult.
Then it sent me my receipt again. Then it says access transcripts. It said access transcripts. Hold up, let's look at the times.
Yeah, because it's instantaneous. You click on that link and it'll take you to it. So why didn't she do that? Why didn't Cheyenne Bryant do that? Look at what it says here too. Argosy University, all campuses has sent you a transcript with the parchment delivery ID. And there's a delivery ID on behalf of Dennis Winkler. Shout out to the brother. This transcript is available for you to download for 30 days. So your prompt attention is requested. The requester to this document will receive an email notification once you access the transcript. So after you access it, you'll receive an email that you accessed it. But you just click that button. That's all it is. Yeah, Black Mar, it took him, it's 2 minutes, less than 2 minutes.
Let's go back. I didn't even look at it like this, but I think it's good to look at it like that. Did it show me the time? Oh, I don't know if the time.
Yeah, so anyway, he goes through it and it goes on and on and on. But the point is that he was able to get it. It's instantaneous because it's digital. Okay, what's her excuse? Can anyone come up with an excuse for this lady, for Cheyenne? Why can't she just go do that or just show the degree? Notice on her bio, she doesn't even say that she graduated. Why didn't she say that she graduated? Well, because she didn't. And that's okay. No big deal. No big deal. And then she keeps running with, that's the disturbing part. She keeps running with it. And she concocts these stories. I mean, that's what I mean, that there's something not right here, because Umar does the same thing. It's a mental health thing. Craig says you can go to Parchment to get your transcript. Didn't know she has a foul mouth for a doctor, and she has Umar traits. Yeah, she definitely has Umar traits, and Umar has a foul mouth too. And again, I don't mean to be like this, but there are situations where there's a need for that type of thing. I just, depending on where you're at, I get that. I understand that. I totally get that. But under normal circumstances, as an adult, and in particular, if you're a professional, you don't talk like that. So for her to be on that platform talking like that, for Umar to be her going off on I can't remember the brother's name, right? Torrid, that's unprofessional, but she's not professional in the first place. She's not. She pretends. She's a pretending, just like Umar. She pretends to be a professional. Right? Definitely has Umar Johnson traits. I'll notice it right away. Okay, if you guys don't mind, I want to get caught up with these super chats. One sent in a super sticker. Thank you so much. YouTube Five says CB got unmasked in months versus Umar Johnson's years progress. Well, the thing is that Cheyenne Bryant, people have been talking about her for a long time. I just think it hit critical mass. That's what it is. She's releasing this book. People were talking about it. She's promoting the book. People are talking about it. And then there's other people that have talked about her not being a doctor and she was a scam artist for a long time. It's just it reached critical mass and it went viral this time, right? Thanks, you, Judy. Let's see. Let me get caught up. Let me just take, and also, again, there was another super sticker too. Thank you so much. A. Wright said the city girl psychologist, Umar just want them cookies. Yeah, I think that's part of it, that Umar, that's his way. Him defending her is his way of trying to run game on her. I don't think it would work, though, because of the type of person that she is. And I'm just talking about the personality that she is, personality type, and the personality type that he is. The other thing is that Umar, he's using this as an opportunity to get attention on himself. Okay, art of dialogue. Okay, big audience, lots of views. So let me make this, and he does. He makes it about him. We'll get into that. If we have time, we'll get into that. If not, we'll finish this up tomorrow. But I think it's the attention seeking on Umar's part. I think it's also him shooting his shot, as it were. But I also think that there's this thing with individuals who are scammer types, wherein they will defend each other. I think it's those two things. It could be more, but at least those two things. Thanks, A. Wright, for the super chat. Appreciate it. Eric from Tech Support said, funky tune they gave the lady with the bad eyes her host. All right. I don't think that Cheyenne Bryant has studied Umar, and I don't think that she's aware of one thousandths of what we know about Umar. I just think that there's a script for these types of scammers. Never hold themselves accountable. They lie. When they're caught in lies, they concoct more lies. They always blame other people. They say that everyone's jealous of them. They say that people are trying to sabotage them. They say that they have to martyr themselves. It's the Messiah complex. She has that too. I think it's also part of the narcissism. So the script is going to sound similar just on that basis alone. But I don't think that she studied Umar like we've studied Umar. Okay, but they're very similar. They have a lot of similarities. Thanks, Eric, for the super chat. Eric from Tech Support. Okay, and then TJ says the woman is reading Umar his rights. Yeah, that was an interesting interview. It was one of the first ones I've heard where an interview host called Umar to task, and he did not handle that well at all. Miss Honey says, Lenon, how do people's ego get that big? There's a lot that can go into that. Where the ego gets out of control. And again, I've talked about this in the past. My ego was out of control when I was in the conspiracy theory paradigm, and then when I got into the spirituality metaphysics paradigm. And what I will say is that social media makes it worse, because when you start to get more and more views, you can start to think that you're important, that you're more important than what you really are. But it's just the internet. The internet is what makes people think that. But in the real world, that's not the case. Now, Umar, he thinks that he's big time, but the reality is that when he gets off of his cell phone from live streaming, struggle streaming, he has to go back to his life, which is in horrible shape. Again, no job, no car, no place. He's been homeless since 2019. He got substance abuse issues. He got gambling issues. He's raised millions of dollars from black people for a school that does not exist. He's a deadbeat daddy, don't take care of his kids. He ain't married not one woman. He done ran through a gang of them, hundreds of them, if not thousands at this point. He's a male hoe. But what does he have to show for all of that? He has to go right back to that. So it's like the internet can give people a false sense of reality. I've been there, especially when I was in the conspiracy theory paradigm. But that's why people have to learn to humble themselves and then hold themselves accountable, and then any wrongs that they have done to right those wrongs. And one of the most important things that the person can do is just tell the truth. That's what I don't get about people like Umar and Cheyenne. All she should have done from a PR standpoint, come out and tell the truth. But her ego is so far out of control. I also think that she has some narcissistic personality traits. I think that makes it difficult too. And Umar definitely has narcissistic personality traits. And so it's difficult for them to humble themselves and come forward and tell the truth. Right. So I think that part of it is that people start to believe in their own hype, or they may believe in the hype where someone is hyping them up on the internet. It could be their followers or their viewers or whatever. And it goes to their head, and the ego just gets more and more and more out of control. And who knows, with her, it may go back to how she looks and how she was treated because of how she looked. And it just fed her ego, fed her ego, fed her ego. And now it's so far out of control, she's not even attached to the reality. Reality is that she's not a doctor. Why not just admit that? Well, I also think that that ego is fragile. Oftentimes, people with these big egos, the ego is also fragile. So if you take away what feeds the ego, which is the illusion that she's this great doctor, then it damages the ego. And narcissists, they're not going to let that happen because it's all predicated upon that ego and arrogance and the sense of self-importance and grandiosity. Okay, so the internet has a lot to do with this, unfortunately. Okay, thank you, Miss Honey. Information, what's up, man? Says Information Man Show says the psychological term for someone excessively trying to get attention is attention-seeking behavior, histrionic personality disorder, HPD. Yes, thank you for that, brother. And this brother, he's on it. He know what the deal is. So Umar, he has this. He's attention-seeking. That's why he does these interviews where he's gossiping about us Black celebrities, not because he's on their level or because he's achieved what they've achieved, but because it puts attention back on him. And it feeds his ego, feeds his ego. You go look at his Instagram. He posts links to it over and over and over again. And it's not about who the people he's talking about. It's about, listen, everyone's going to listen to what I have to say. Okay, that's histrionics. It's all about attention with Umar. Well, same thing with Cheyenne. From what I've observed, same thing with Cheyenne Bryant. That's why she gets online and dresses the way that she does. Women, you can dress however you want to. But if you're dressing like a video vixen and you're supposed to be this doctor and you're supposed to be this professional, there's a disconnect between the reality of how a person would present themselves as a doctor and as a professional versus someone who's simply trying to get attention by dressing the way that they're dressing. You can dress however you want to. Totally up to you. But there's a disconnect and it's contradictory, right? But at the end of the day, she's not interested in being a professional because she's not a professional. She's interested in getting the attention. And that is what motivates her more than anything else is the attention. Even the negative attention. Same thing with Umar, the negative attention. It doesn't matter as long as the attention is there. Right? Thanks, information man. Salute, sir. Yeah, I said this earlier. Boom, Umar with his boom. I don't know what this boom stuff is about. Lewis X says her bio is word salad. Is a word salad bio. I agree. It's like a bad resume. That's what I was saying. Who's writing this? I think she wrote it. You don't have real experience in anything, so you try to impress with platitudes. Yeah, Umar does the same thing. And if you look at her bio, it doesn't say anything. Where has she worked professionally? Did it say anything about where she worked professionally? She's on the internet, just like Umar. Umar don't have an office, but he claims that he's this big-time school psychologist and psychotherapist and child psychotherapist. Okay, but again, that's platitudes. Self-aggrandized, just anything to make themselves appear to be something that they're not. So it takes a person who is very fragile and truly, I'm going to say this, you have to have a low level of self-esteem and self-worth to have to get online and pretend in these ways. And ironically, Umar and Cheyenne, they pretend to be these doctors of psychology, and yet they haven't resolved their own issues in terms of their sense of inferiority when it comes to self-esteem and self-worth. So they overcompensate by going online with platitudes. And I'm this and I'm that. And look at all of my awards. And, they'll go online with this right here. Not one degree in sight, but all of this is to paint the picture, an image that somehow they're great, but not one degree. And I'm going to tell you guys something. If you look under this, you look at this woman's eyes, you look under the eyes, and even you look above the eyes, you can tell. Okay. Take the makeup off. It ain't going to be what people think. Okay. Thanks, Louis Luck. Here we go. Here we go. I was just talking about this, DJ. Dr. Bryant is fine. Okay, whatever you want to believe, that's your business. Okay. Louis X says, how is someone not mentally well helping with mental wellness? I was just talking about that, but isn't that the case with Umar? He talks about how he's going to help and he's doing these diagnoses and he's a master diagnostician. That's what he calls himself. He ain't doing no diagnosis. Real quick, Anybody in the chat room, anyone who watches this, when was the last time you saw Umar inside of a professional office, his professional office? I'll wait. I do have a picture where he's sitting inside an office at a school where he was a school principal for about 3 months. But I'm talking about as this great psychologist, this doctor of psychology. When's the last time you've seen it? You ain't never seen it because it doesn't exist. So again, we have people who are mentally unstable and are not well. See, anytime you have to concoct these lies so that instead of answering with the truth and you keep going with it, you double down and you triple. That's a mental health issue because you're living in an alternate reality and you expect other people to live in that alternate reality too. It's a delusion. And I was trying to find my degree because I was going to get hired at a Walmart. No, she said at a law school. But you don't have no law degree, ma'am. What are you talking about? See, that's mental health. Mental health. Thank you, Lewis Luck. User 225 says, brothers and sisters, I'm announcing a name change. King Kong has found his king, his bull. Oh yes, Umar Ifatunde will henceforth be known as Umar. That ain't cool, bro. I'm not feeling that one. Okay, thanks for all the super chats, everybody. I'm almost caught up here. Francisca says, Lenon, you look like you are selling broadband packages. Packages with the heads. I'm so sorry. My earbuds, they haven't been charging. I don't know why. I have some more, but they're not synced right now. And I would have to go through this process of sync them, and I'm too lazy to do it right now. I'm trying to deal with the show. I apologize. People, please. I know people been clowning about the headphones. I apologize. I know I look goofy. But let's keep going. We got to stay focused. Okay, thanks, Francisco. Afropunk says, hey, Lenon, I thought Umar was good with dates. Yeah, isn't that interesting? He's good with dates, but the dates when we talk about his degree, the date that it shows when it's on the actual degree that it shows, you look at the date when he when he submitted his dissertation. You look at the date when it passed. You look at the dates when he claims that he got his PsyD in 2012, and that stuff don't add up. You look at the date in terms of him calling himself a doctor in 2011. The dates do not match up. And the reason why is because Umar's a liar. And he was misrepresenting himself as a doctor prior to having his doctorate. All right. But he's good with dates with everything else, right? But that's what happens because the lies get so convoluted that the liars forget about the lies that they've told in the past. And at a certain point, it all catches back up. But that's what's happened with Cheyenne Bryant. Okay, thank you, Afropunk. Lewis Suck also says, Maury Povich should read the DNA results. We have the results. Umar and Jamal, in the case of your relationship to Frederick Douglass, the results show that you two are not descendants. And his daddy admitted it. I can pull it up and show you guys the receipt right now. He said that they are not related. There's no genetic. He took a DNA test. And that was in 2018, I want to say, or 2019. So correct me if I'm wrong, one of those years. Umar's still running with the lie that they're related to Frederick Douglass in 2026. Okay, he's not well. To be a pathological liar is a mental health issue. I would propose that not just being a pathological liar, Umar, sometimes he just lies for no reason. That's a mental health. It's so unnecessary. Okay? Thanks, Lewis. Okay, I think I'm all caught up here. I got this one earlier. You got 5 stars on review as okay. CB has a PhD in Pookie Holdback Deep. Cheyenne Bryant has a PhD at Pookie. No, we're not doing that. I didn't see the other part, but that no, that's too far. Okay, you always take it stuff too far. Okay. And then Lewis X says the important thing he said was he partially agrees with people checking his background. The more important thing is to interact with him. In other words, believe what I tell you, not what you research. Absolutely. So this goes back to when he was being interviewed by the sister that was pressing him about his degrees and certifications. Again, it's easier for Umar to manipulate people based upon illusions that he presents. It's easier, but if people do their research and they just don't succumb to what Umar tells them or what he wants them to believe, or even if they're in his presence, how he presents. If they do their research, they'll realize the truth. See, because real talk, what Umar is he's a bum from Philly, like literally. He just lives in his mama's house. That's all it is. He don't take care of his kids. You know, he's unemployed. He doesn't even have a legitimate business. So again, if he decided to have a legitimate business as opposed to working as a school psychologist, that's perfectly fine. But he doesn't even do that. He's also very lazy too. He's talked about that. One of his hobbies is to take naps. He said that. Yeah, what kind of man? Yeah, okay, and again, if it'd be different if you wasn't online saying that you're doing all this stuff for Black people and you're opening up a school and you up there, you tell the IRS that you're spending 60 hours. I can't remember how much, something crazy. 60 hours a week, whatever he said, working on these trap bandos. Someone correct me. I can't remember what it is. Okay, if you're doing all that stuff, your hobby can't be, and you saving all these kids and saving all these Black children, and you're a school psychologist and a school principal, and you traveling around the world. Your hobby cannot be to take a nap, sir. Because people have sent you millions of dollars. You need to get up off your ass and do every single day. Not for months, for years. Anyway, this guy, was it 60, Deshaun? Yeah, that's what he reported on his IRS filings, because that's a scam too. He reports on the IRS that he's spending 60 hours a week working on these trap bandos. What, for over 7 years? And the new thing should be coming out too if he actually filed. For over 7 years, you've been spending 60 hours a week while you traveling the world. And you also working as a school psychologist and a psychotherapist and child psychotherapist and you King Kong and the most requested scholar. There's not enough time in the day, or in the week, or in a month, or in a year. There's no way. It's impossible. That's because he lies. And your hobby is taking naps. Cut it out. It's crazy. Yeah, maybe he sleep up there for 60 hours. He'd probably be in there sleeping. He count that as work too. Shit. He said, I'm gonna sleep for 55 hours and I'm gonna work for 5 this week. All right. So, I could really see him doing something like that. Okay. What's up, Mrs. Monica says, hey, Lenny and Cooker said, I'm tardy to the party, for the party. Cookie, so Umar has a new scammer. Oops, I meant he has a new boo. Boom. I love you, boo. That's what Umar said. That's what Umar said. He said, I love you, boo. He funny though. Umar funny though. We have to admit that. Okay, thanks for coming on in, Mrs. Monica. I figured we go for like another 30 minutes, and then we'll do part 2 tomorrow because we got a lot to get into. Mixed Mouse says they found each other on the Scammer Love dating site. We have a match. We have a match for you, Umar. Umar was so excited because it kept saying we can't match you because you're a scammer. Then he went, he was like, oh, we have a match for you, sir. Okay. Thanks, Mrs. Monica. Okay, let's get back to it. Afropunk also said, Lenon, maybe someone told Jamal that they were related to Frederick Douglass when he was young. That's why he recanted the DNA results. He's in denial. It's possible. That's what I think. But again, I also think that him being related to Frederick Douglass is also tied to his sense of importance. I'm talking about Jamal. Okay, for Umar as well. Remember, Jamal was out in the streets a bit talking about, stop killing us. He took all his social media down after his granddaughter came out and exposed Umar as a deadbeat. And then Umar started telling family business because he was ranting against his baby mamas. And then he did a thing about his daddy too. Y'all remember that? He cursed his daddy and was just ranting in his mama claws. Ridiculous. So after that, Jamal took off all of his social media. He took it all down. He was also on Dempsey Spears' YouTube page before he took all this stuff down. And he was talking shit about me. Okay, and that's fine. Don't make me no difference. Okay, you the bugaboo, not me. But then shortly after that, he took all of his social media down. And Dempsey right now, he's facing, I think it's a 9-count indictment with the feds for fraud, identity theft, and aggravated identity theft and something else. I can't remember what it was, but it's serious. So he's going to, more than likely, he's going to be doing some years. Anyway, I think that, because Jamal, he came out and admitted it that they weren't related. Based upon DNA tests, he did a video about that too, but he took it down. I don't have that video. That's one of the videos I wish I had. If anyone has it and you send it to me, I'll cash app you 150. I'll cash app you $150 or cash app or PayPal. But then later on, even after he did that video, he started to kind of make excuses like maybe we are related. I'm paraphrasing. No, they're not. But see, a lot of it has to do that their sense of self-worth is tied to the lie that they're related to Frederick Douglass. And his father told Umar that when I think Umar was 10 years old, which really, it makes no sense because if your father's in your life consistently, and this is such a big family, something that a family brags about, then Umar would have known it prior to prior to the age of, I thought he was 10. No, he wasn't 10. He was 11, and he could have been 10, but let's say 1985, around 1985, he was told he was related to Frederick Douglass. Okay, why does Umar find out about that after over a decade? It makes no sense, right? Unless his daddy wasn't around to tell him that, but even still, you would think that that would be part of the family discussion that you're related to Frederick Douglass. They're not related to Frederick Douglass, right? Okay, thanks, Afro Punk Chip for super chat. Okay, everyone else, I hope I didn't miss anybody. Okay. All right, let's get back to the video. This is the Breakfast Club interview.
Past my 2 years, that means that I had he holds records for 2 years.
Okay, and that's a lie. I played the video of the brother that was able to get his records, and he was able to do that this month. And he did it. He got the records right away too. Okay, it's digital.
I was past my 2 years, so that means that I had no access to records. And then I contacted, financial aid. You can't make up financial aid.
Okay, how can you contact financial aid when the school does not exist? Right, and then she says you can't make up financial aid. So what she's saying is that what validates that she has a degree was that she was able to contact financial aid, and she can't make that up. That doesn't mean that you graduated. She never graduated. I don't even know if she ever attended. Did she provide any proof of that? Just lying.
You can't make up financial aid. It shows that I paid for a doctoral program.
Okay, well, if it shows that, why don't you show that? It's that simple. Show the degree in the first place. We ain't got to go through all this. But why don't, if you have receipts based upon what you paid, and you should, because even if it's back in the day, just go into your bank, go to your bank and ask for a printout of all the monies that you spent at the school. But that doesn't even validate that that will validate she took some classes, but it validates she got a degree.
Alongside my master's program and my undergrad program.
See how she's laughing? That's an uncomfortable laugh because she's lying. You can look for that too. Zaza Ali was doing that when she got caught up with this, when she got exposed for scamming back in the day. She'd be talking, and no, there's nothing to laugh about. You were scamming. Just admit it. It's no big deal. Move on.
That I paid for a doctoral program.
Yeah, she says a doctoral. This lady, I'm telling you, and if she just came out and told the truth from the beginning, she wouldn't have to do all this. It's just not necessary. Tell the truth. Okay, that's all you got to do. She said doctoral. Okay. See, it ain't got nothing to do with people hating on her or people being jealous. It's just that she's lying. And see, here's the thing. If she lied and then just came forward and told the truth, people are still going to talk about it, but it ain't going to, but see the audacity and the arrogance to keep lying. Clearly she don't know what she's talking about. She sound like a child that, the kids that be lying and shit and just be making, and you be like, what you talking about? And they keep going. This lady, she's something else. Look at her. She take that makeup. Let me stop. Let me not do that. I was gonna say if she take that makeup off, she look like Oprah. She look like Oprah without makeup. Let me out this point. I'm sorry. I should do that. Yeah, she is. She's scary. She is. I could tell. I look at her eyes. I could tell, boy. I could tell that, boy. She is. She's scary. Listen, Umar ain't no scared because Umar, he marshmallow. He a punk. But this lady right here, I'm scared of her. Look at her. She looked like she. Let me stop. Let me stop. She looked like she gonna rob everybody. She gonna rob everybody in the chat room. Not one of y'all, all y'all. Okay, let's keep going.
Program alongside my master's program, and it shows that I paid for a doctoral program alongside my master's program and my undergrad program.
See how she laughing? What financial aid financial aid department are you talking about? Did you go to the same school for your double major, for your undergraduate? Presumably your 3 other master's degrees, because she says she has 6, and then for your doctoral. Did you go to the same school so that you contacted the financial aid for this school, the same school, even though the school don't exist? It don't even make sense.
And they said, we can fully refund you your money under one circumstance.
I think she means to say one condition.
We give you your money back. You don't get credit for not a class, a course, a program you took in this university.
Wait, I thought you said the university don't exist. What you talking about? So either they gonna give you the money back. Where they do that at? What you talking about? I wish I get my money back. Shit. It's ridiculous. See, this is what I mean by fanciful stories and delusional. She probably believes it now at this point because she already done told the lie. But no, that's not how this works. You're going to call a school that don't exist. You can't get your transcripts from the school, but you can still contact the financial aid department for the school that don't exist. And then when you call them, they give you a deal. They say, hey, listen, Queen, what we going to do for you? We going to either refund you, but if we refund or not. But if we refund you, ma'am, all of that, basically wipe clean all the classwork you took. This lady, she diabolical.
At this institute. So, do you want us to refund you, or do you want us not?
Or you want us not, girl?
I said no, because I didn't want to risk the.
She sounds so much like Umar because she's making this shit up on. But I said no because I don't want. That's Umar. I don't want to risk. Risk what, ma'am?
Chance of them saying, "Well, we're going to give you back your money," and it wipes out your entire program.
What you mean your entire program? It's not your program. It was the school's program, but the school don't exist. But they're gonna wipe. What you mean they wipe out your degree? Is that what you're saying? See, a program is not a degree. This lady.
Luckily, I had, I do this with all of the schools. I had downloaded from the actual student portal.
So now she's saying all the schools. So you downloaded from the school portal, but the school doesn't exist.
My transcripts at that time.
At that time, okay. So you got the transcripts.
And I was able to get just about all of my transcripts, including up to dissertation.
Up to dissertation? So you didn't get the dissertation. Is that what you're saying? Up to it. How convenient. She talking in circles too.
But everything else, there's just no holding take for any of our records, which.
Okay, real talk. What the fuck are you talking about? I'm trying, listen, I don't mean to say it like that because she's a woman, but man, come on now. You got to stop. What did she say too? There's no bucket, something crazy.
No holding tank for any.
There's no holding tank for any of these. Holding tank? What you talking about? Here we go. You sound like Umar.
Of our,
you know, Umar like talking about tanks.
Records, which I think.
For all the records, there's no holding tank for records. But listen, Parchment, there's a brother, I already played the video earlier. There's a brother that went to this school. He talked about everything and how it closed down, but he went online to Parchment and was able to get his transcripts right away. It was delivered right after he paid it.
It's completely effed up. Just in
They
general.
are going to kill you on
Yeah, so it's all complete because she's a victim.
online this week. They're going to say she has no records. They just want to hate you regardless. But
No, that's fine. And it's not even that there's no records that I don't. The school had a third party that carried the records only for a limit of 2 years. So it's not me, it's any student.
Okay. And again, that's not true either because I already played the video, hit the one where the brother that went there, brother Asar, shout out to him. He did a video and he actually was able to get his transcripts, his documentation, everything delivered, sent to him right away via email. There's a link. He had to pay for it. Why hasn't she done that? No, listen, she don't have no degree. No, she don't have no PhD. She never showed any proof of any masters either. Ain't no telling with this lady. Ain't no telling. Ain't no telling. She could take her makeup off and all of a sudden she's 6'9". Ain't no telling. You never know with these types. You know what I'm saying? You know, because they're crafty. You know, she take her makeup off. She take her makeup off. All of a sudden, she's like look like a linebacker and shit. All swollen shit. She looked like the Rock. All right. So damn, baby, what happened to you? Oh, I took my makeup off. Oh shit. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh man, that'd be a funny skit though. I just took my makeup off. You take her makeup off her, but hey, how you doing? My name is Cheyenne Bryant. Damn, bitch. Like, damn, baby. Why you sound like that? Oh, I took my makeup off. All right. Somebody said she take her makeup off. She looked like Wimbanyanma. Oh man, I'm just playing. Okay. She's funny though. Okay. We gonna go for another 20 minutes. Okay. So that was the get myself together. That was the Breakfast Club interview, and that's when stuff really went viral because she doubles down. You know, she doesn't tell the truth. She just comes up with a concocted line, and people have been going in on her ever since. Okay. Okay, so let's continue with the timeline here. Let me pull it up here. Okay, so we got when she went off on Torrid, we got Umar when he called her a narcissist back in 2024. We did her on the Breakfast Club. We did the brother who showed the thing. Okay, so now after the Breakfast Club thing and everyone was talking about it, it went viral. She goes on this interview, and she's renowned too. I can't remember her name on Fox, a subsidiary I think of Fox, if that's the right term. I can't remember the terminology, but this is from May 14th of 2026, and this is the part that that's really troubling. Same. It's not just this one too. It's not just this video that we're going to watch, but it's also on the Breakfast Club. Instead of admitting the truth, she concocts a lie that doesn't make any sense, and people have been calling her out on that because the whole story that she fabricates, it just sounds like Umar. She's delusional. Okay? It has to be a mental health issue for anyone to do that, and to find the need to do it, but then to do it. But then after that, after everyone starts talking about all this whole situation, it goes viral. She goes and she's interviewed, and I want you guys to hear what how she talks and what she says. It's really, really deep. It really is. Here we go. This is from May 14th of 2026.
I don't know person who has received this amount of free marketing. It couldn't have happened in a better time for my.
Again, delusion. So instead of dealing with the reality that people are questioning her, she has to flip it. And this is delusion where she thinks that this is a good thing. No, this is not a good thing. How she's handled it has made it a lot worse. But she uses this as an opportunity to market herself even further in her book. See that? See, that's what she did here too. Look, Umar posted, told people to leave her alone, blah, 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 blah. But then she gets in the DMs or on posts on his Instagram. You, me, and Dr. Phil still living our best life. I know I definitely am. Order my new book, Live Your Promise, link in my bio. It goes to show you that she's self-serving. It's about continuing to present herself as this doctor and get money too by selling this book. But the Amazon reviews, they're destroying her. I'll pull that up before we get up out of here. So she used this as an opportunity because the lady asked her about the backlash that she's gotten, the criticism that she's gotten, and the first thing that she says, and she tries to make it a good thing, and how it's free publicity.
I don't know. Received this amount of free marketing. It couldn't have happened in a better time for my book that just, launched a couple of days ago. And within 24 hours, we made the bestsellers list, not only for print, but for the ebook.
Yeah, I don't even know if that's true, but that's not even the question. She has to make that because, again, this makes her look better somehow. Look at my accomplishments. Remember we talked about that earlier?
And so that's very exciting. Also, I know a couple.
See, that's a deflection. Okay, the question is about the criticism that she received about that she doesn't have a doctorate.
Things. There's promises that God has for us. He says that all, not some, all things are working for your good.
Here we go. Boy, you guys need to beware of people like this. Now it's the Lord. You wasn't talking about the Lord when you was at that, it looked like it was like a concert or something. She had that lingerie on. Or when she was in the pool with that bikini on, acting like you wasn't even cleaning that pool. Cut it out. You weren't talking about the Lord then. But now it's the Lord.
He also says that not to get weary in well-doing. And he says that I give you much.
He also says don't scam. It also says don't lie. It also say don't cheat, don't steal. It also says don't say that you have a doctoral when you ain't got one. Okay, I'm just talking. Here we go.
Territory, and your job is to possess it, and my job as God is to protect it. I protect what I give you, and so.
But you lying though. God gonna protect you? You a liar. Why would God protect you? You're gonna protect you with your lies? That don't make no sense to me.
When territory is expanded, God says that the cross gets heavier, and if you cannot carry a heavy cross.
Here we go. Now you Jesus, huh? Cut it out. Sound like Umar.
For the expansion of the territory I gave you, then guess what? Maybe you're not ready, because to whom much is given, much.
She sounds just like Umar.
Much is required, and so it's important for people who.
See how she keeps talking? She ain't even taking a breath. Umar does the same thing, because she's already scripted this. See, notice how when she was on the Breakfast Club, she was like, but here she just spinning it off because she's pre-rehearsed this.
Or in service, in leadership positions, to not personalize, right? When you have folks who come in and attempt to crucify what you have going on.
See that? See the terminology? Crucify. Sabotage. See?
Because your job is to not get weary in your service. And I'll land on this. My obedience is to God, not to people.
Well, if that's the case, tell the truth. You want to be obedient, tell the truth. Stop lying. See, that's what I mean by people like this. They're dangerous because they will even use God and Jesus and the crucifixion to their advantage after they've been caught with lies. That's crazy to me.
And so as long as I'm in his will and I'm serving and I'm doing his, his word.
No. God's word is, and again, I'm not religious. So I just got to say this right now. I'm not religious. But I do know this. I have respect. And I do know this, that God's word is not to lie and then double down and triple down on your lies when you get caught. What kind of woman? Now you godly, but you still lying at the same time? You wasn't talking all this God talk on the Breakfast Club.
Sheep will know my voice, even the sheep in wolf clothing. That is not my battle. That's his.
Questions that
even the sheep will hear your voice. Cut it out. Who's you? Just that narcissism. God complex, Messiah complex.
are out there, why not provide the proof of your degree? Why not?
Because you don't have it.
Well, a couple of things, right? I have multiple degrees, and my thing is that my proof isn't something that I have to prove to individuals. My proof is already within my credentials, my degrees, and.
But you don't have them. What are you talking about? You don't have the proof. The proof would be the degrees and the credentials. Why haven't you shown it? But the proof is in them? What are you talking about? You sounding crazy. I'm trying to be lenient because it's a lady. You guys know how I am. If this was Umar talking, I would go in and pull up other videos but I'm not going to do that. But listen, it doesn't make sense. If you're going to say that the proof is in the credentials, but you and the degrees, but you're unwilling to show the degrees and the credentials, well, if you have them, just show them. Makes no sense. Well, the truth is she don't have no doctorate, but she continues to triple and quadruple down with the lies.
Also, more than just.
Yeah, she is. Sequoia, she crazy. This is crazy people talk. And she just keeps going. She don't even, I don't get it. No remorse, nothing like that. I don't get that. Listen, people, when I've messed up in life, and I still do, sometimes I think about stuff where I messed up and I feel bad. Some stuff is like from 25 years ago. I feel bad. I still be sometimes popping. I say, oh man, I wish I hadn't said that to that. Or I wish I had done that. But this lady, it ain't there. But same thing with Umar. Umar's the same way. Sociopaths. They just don't care about other people.
My degrees, and also more than just my titles, it's in how effective I've been.
See, here we go. She starts to talk about her accomplishments and how effective she is. Remember, Umar was saying the same thing when she was being interviewed by this lady.
At the Madonna, my present time, that we're worrying about where I got my degrees from instead of educating your parents on the law.
We want to educate our people. That is very true, Dr. Umar.
You're spending a whole show on my degrees.
But it didn't have to take that, Dr. Umar.
For 20 years, ma'am.
Dr. Umar, listen.
Not new at this.
We question.
Medicine. I am certified through the Department of Education.
And when I call those places, what name can I give them? Practice. The
Board of Psychology does not. This keynote. I will be doing
Again, I'm going to go.
You know what?
Is it Umar Johnson?
What? Obviously, that's who you're interviewing.
Okay.
He's so
sassy.
That's
all I was asking.
Talking to Dr. Umar Johnson.
He's so sassy.
Oh, Lord.
My goodness.
There are thousands of people.
The public school system fighting as much as I fight, for as long as I fought, for as free as I fought, to have to get questions.
See that? Cheyenne Bryant does the same thing right here.
Credentials, my degrees, and more than just my titles, it's in how effective I've been. All of my sessions have been live. For the most part, my sessions with Nick Cannon, Cam Newton, Shannon Sharp.
Listen, that's all celebrity shit. That's not professional. None of that was professional. What are you talking about? Because if it was professional, you wouldn't be doing it live in the first place. Hit the one. There's HIPAA violations all over the place. What are you talking about, ma'am? See, that's just I don't know what they call that. You know, like Desperate Housewives type of shit. That's not professional shit. You're dealing with celebrities. You're on there because you want to be associated. You want to be a celebrity. Okay. But that's not professional. I mean, what does she think? What world is she living in? That's not professional. What do they call that? They call it something TV. I can't remember what they call that. Not must-see TV, but you guys know what I'm talking about? Yeah, Deshaun, she wants that internet fame. That's all it is. Yeah, it is. What's up, Jonathan? It is sensationalism. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Thank you, Domo. It's just reality TV. That's all it is. It's not professional. She lives in that world too because she was involved with that type of stuff back in the day. She just carries it over because she ain't on that kind of stuff no more. So she got to, reinvent herself and pretend as if she's online, at least, that she's just great. But the point is that her being on, that's not a flex to be on Cam Newton or what's his name? A football player. You know what I'm talking about? He played for the he was one of my favorite tight ends back in the day. Shannon Sharp. Now it's a flex if you're let's say you're a comedian or you're an actor, but if you some sort of a therapist or whatever, and you get up on there and run your mouth without certifications, degrees that you claim that you have, that's not a flex. That's not a flex at all. But see, she says her sessions that they're all live. That's not how that works, ma'am. If you're a professional, you're not doing live sessions for the world to see. Unless it's, what do they call that again? Not must-see TV, but what you call it. That's all it is. I don't know why I can't remember what that's called. Reality TV. That's all it is. And it's not reality. It's an illusion. That's why they call it reality, because it's not. They say that for people to tune in. What did I do? What did I do? I don't even want to. What did I do? I did something wrong. I apologize. Yeah, Club Shay Shay. I would love to get on Club Shay Shay because I'll ask him about when he was dealing with that young lady. I said, listen, Shay, you should have known better. Her name was her Zuniga or whatever her name was. You should have known right away. Anyway, I want you to put a big black Betty in me. You should have known better, sir. I want you to put a big black watermelon eating fried chicken. No, you should have known better. Anyway.
They have all been for the world to see, right? So no one knew who Dr. Bryant was.
I don't even know who B. Simone is.
Prior to seeing all of my sessions that were live. And they deemed it, as well as I did before they did it, they can't validate me, I validated it myself. They deemed it as my work being effective.
It's just reality TV. What are you talking about? Just gossiping. That's all you was doing on there. I ain't seen all of them, but that's all you doing and pretending.
I'm effective at what I do. I'm educated and I'm successful in my
But you ain't got no doctorate, that's all.
My lane, and I land on this. I created my own lane. And so a lot of times, Marissa, when people see that you created something that maybe they couldn't, admiration turns into envy. And you got to be okay. And you got to be okay with that in that space.
Did you hear what she said? Listen.
You got to be okay. And you got to be okay with created something that maybe they couldn't, admiration turns into envy.
Umar says the same thing because they didn't do what I do and blah, blah, blah. And he says something like jealousy is that they're jealous of me. But that's an aspect of the narcissism. I showed that earlier. They think that either they believe that everyone's jealous of them. No, they think that everyone's jealous of them, but in truth, they're jealous of everybody else.
And you got to be okay. And you got to be okay with that in that
as an
space.
attack. But I think, and I've gotten this question from many viewers, and I owe it to them.
You do, absolutely.
Why not drop doctor from your name if you cannot bring forth the doctoral degree?
So
doctoral.
I've already covered this, right? And we're here obviously to talk about my new book. So I've earned the title.
No, she didn't say that she graduated. She said she earned the title. What does that mean? Very crafty.
Have multiple degrees.
Okay, that's not the question. The question is, why don't you show? See that? The deflection? Watch out for this with these scammer types. They don't answer directly. They start talking about other shit that ain't got nothing to do with what the question was. That's exactly what she's doing here. It's fascinating.
And I'm not going to prove anything to anybody.
See, arrogance. That's arrogance. That's ego. We talked about that earlier. I'm not going to tell anybody because I don't have to prove myself to anybody. Who thinks like that? That's all I'm saying. People say that she's attractive. I don't find her particularly attractive. I can see it in her eyes. I can see it below her eyes and over her eyes too, up here. She's a liar. That's not attractive at all.
We're going to leave it just as that.
And I know a fine woman when I've seen one too. Okay.
Yeah, doctor.
And we're gonna leave it at that. Now, see, she does that because she just wants to close it out, as if she's in control of the interview.
As that, yeah.
Dr. Cheyenne Bryant.
Baby, Dr. Cheyenne Bryant.
And that's where, and you're standing by that.
Standing by it, yeah, right. Because I earned it. I don't know a person.
That she says she's earned it. She didn't earn it. She don't have no doctorate degree. But the arrogance and the narcissism, and then her whole identity is based upon this illusion. It's a delusion, though, that she's accepted, that she's a doctor. She's branded the name Dr. Cheyenne Bryant. She has a trademark for it. Why would you do that if you, I mean, think about that for a moment. You don't have a doctorate, and then you decide to trademark Dr. Cheyenne Bryant or Dr. Cheyenne, whatever it is. Okay, that's diabolical. See, that's mental health more than anything else. Why would you do something like that? And let's say that she did it while she was pursuing the doctorate, but there's no proof that she even did that. But let's say that but it didn't work out because clearly she don't have no doctorate. She didn't graduate. Why would you still keep running with it? And she's still running with it to this day. Now, I'm going to leave this open for one thing. If Cheyenne Bryant produces verifiable receipts that she has a doctorate degree, then I will get back on here and I will apologize. But I will say this, that the amount of lying and deflecting and self-aggrandizing that she has done as she's been questioned about these degrees leads me to believe that she doesn't have a doctorate degree. And see, I've studied Umar for such a long period of time, and I've reported on Umar for such a long period of time, I can see it clearly, the connection between Umar as a scammer and as a liar, and Cheyenne Bryant as a scammer and as a liar. Umar has a doctorate, though. But both of them are liars. And that's why I believe Umar, he gets on his social media to defend her. Well, for three reasons. I already explained that. We got time. Let's finish this up. We can finish this up right here. There's more I want to show you all. So that was from May 14th of 2026. Let me get that off of here. Let me get this one off of here. Let's go to, okay, I've already played where Umar, no, I don't think I played it. So she was talking about how when she was lying on the Breakfast Club, how the reason why she was trying to find her transcripts was because she was trying to get hired at, or she was going to be hired at a law school, but she doesn't have any law degree, so that don't make any sense. But that's interesting that she brings up law school because Umar brought this up too. I can't remember if I played it or not, so I'm going to play it real quick. It's real quick. This is from April 2nd of 2018.
I hope this was beneficial, going over school discipline procedure, protocol process for regular ed students and special ed students. Y'all want me to go back to law school? I got accepted to law school about 10 years ago, and I turned it down because I was still working on my doctorate.
Okay, that would be in 2017 because this video is from 2018. Let me go look at my timeline here. Excuse me. That would have been 2000, let's say 17, 2007, 2008. It makes no sense because he was graduating. He graduated in 2018. Well, it could be 2007. That's when he started conducting private work for charter schools, misrepresenting himself as a doctor. But at that same time, he was applying for law school. It makes no sense. Makes no sense whatsoever.
I got accepted to a small law school in Florida, Central Florida, and I turned it down because I was working on my
Notice he doesn't give the name.
My internship for my doctorate in clinical psychology, which I have. If I could do it over, brother and sisters, I would have dropped out of that doctorate program and I should have went to law school. I made a big mistake. I made a big mistake. If I do go back to law school, y'all gonna pay for it because I'm not taking out no more loans. Y'all hear me? If I get accepted to a law school, are y'all willing to raise the money for me to go? Because law school is that's going to be about a $300,000 investment. Would y'all raise the money?
Sense of entitlement to other people's money. $300,000. He's making this up too because he doesn't know how much it would cost exactly. He just comes up with this round figure of $300,000. Okay, this is after Umar Johnson. This is 2018. He had already raised $1 million for FDMG, the school that still does not exist in 2026. He had raised $1 million by 2016 and was still raising money in 2017, going into 2018. And he's still raising money for it in 2026. But he has the audacity, again, this is a sense of entitlement tied to the narcissism, to ask his followers to consider donating $300,000 so that he can go to law school. And y'all gonna pay for it. Yep, that's what he said.
For me to be educated at law school so I can come and fight for your children. Okay? If y'all would raise the money, I would do it, but I'm not paying for it. I've been struggling for our children for 20 years. If y'all going to pay for it so I can help fight for y'all even more, I'll go. But if y'all not going to pay for it, I'm not going. I'm going to end for
diabolical. Diabolical. Okay, there's one more video that I want to get to so we can finish this up today. I will be live streaming tomorrow. There's more stuff I wanted to show you guys too, by the way. Yeah, we'll have time because it's only going to probably take about 5 minutes. But let's watch the video from Umar on. This was on the art of dialogue, and I've edited I just want to be transparent here. I've edited out sections where it's not really relevant. Okay, but if anyone wants to watch the full one, you can go on over to Art of Dialogue and watch it in full. Okay, I just want to make that because there's been times where people, they've taken a clip of something that I said out of context, and then it makes it sound like I'm saying one thing, but if they played the whole video or they played the other thing where I'm talking about the same thing, it'll make it make more sense. Okay, so I just want to preface this video by saying that I did cut some things out. I didn't take something from over here and put it over here. It's all still going from the beginning to the end. It's just I've taken sections out here and there where it's not really relevant. Okay, here we go. And I just want to be fair. Here we go.
Let me speak to Dr. Cheyenne Bryant. And yes, I'm going to call her doctor. I am. She says she is. That's enough for me.
That's a red flag right there. Why is that enough for Umar? He's so boastful about all of his degrees. It's like a badge of honor. But someone who doesn't have it, all they got to do is say that they have it, and that's enough for him all of a sudden. So again, I think he's running game here because he want to crush the cookies. Number two, he's trying to get more attention on him, and he's clout chasing off of her like he does about everybody else. Now he's doing Jamie Foxx on there because he just gets on the Art of Dialogue, and what he does is he gossips about celebrities because he's not on any of those people's level. But he clout chases. Number one, crush cookies. Number two, to clout chase to put more attention on himself. And then number three, because liars defend liars, and Umar has a history of defending people who do wrong, who are engaged in wrongdoings, if you will. That makes sense. As an example, he defends P. Diddy. He defends Bill Cosby. He defended R. Kelly. Liars defend liars. Abusers defend abusers. Scammers defend scammers.
Now, let me state for the record, Art, I have a doctorate, a real one. I went to an
Notice how he says a real one. She don't have one, and he knows that. That's why he says a real one. Hit the one.
American Psychological Association.
Notice it becomes about him. This is the narcissism and the attention seeking. The topic is Cheyenne Bryant and her line about having a degree, but Umar makes it about him and his accomplishments. What's the psychological term again for that? Someone that posted it earlier, always forget it. Not the attention. He's attention seeking, but there's another one too.
An accredited doctoral training program. I am a doctor of psychology and clinical psychology. I will repeat, I am a doctor.
He does have a doctorate, but he doesn't work as a doctor. It's just a degree. He's never been licensed. He's had certifications for a school psychologist and a nationally certified school psychologist, but that's not dealing with therapy. School psychologists, they're not therapists.
Doctor of psychology and clinical psychology. I am also a certified school psychologist.
He's not certified. I will send the next person who can send me receipts that show that Umar shows in a database in the state of Pennsylvania that shows Umar having a certification as a psychologist or as a school psychologist or any certification for that matter. I'll cash up you or PayPal you $100. And if it exists, it would only take you about 5 minutes to find. It shouldn't only take you about 5 minutes because there's two different databases that I've looked at. It shouldn't take you more than 5 minutes. What you'll find is that Umar's not registered. There is someone named Umar Johnson, but they have a certification as a nurse. That's not Umar. That's somebody else. Specifically dealing with psychology, any levels dealing with any level of psychology, or for that matter, as a principal. I'll cash up you $100 or I'll PayPal it to you. It doesn't exist. I've already looked. I've looked for years. So here he is in 2026, still misrepresenting himself, just like he was misrepresenting himself in 2011 as a doctor.
Had 3 master's degrees in the field of psychology, clinical,
which makes no sense,
school, and general.
Okay, he's never shown the clinical would be part of the PsyD. He's never showed the school psychologist degree. He showed the educational leadership one, and there's another one. But if I'm talking about the masters. Okay, anyway.
She is a stunningly beautiful woman.
Okay, he has to bring that up because narcissists are preoccupied with how they look, but also he says that to take his shot to crush the cookies. Okay, how she looks is thoroughly irrelevant when it comes to whether or not she has a doctorate, or as she says, a doctoral.
And she also claims to have her doctorate in psychology. She has a book out now. It's a best-selling book, Art.
I don't even know if that's true. She said that, but I don't know if that's true because on Amazon, at least, the people are going in on her. I'll show that next week about it.
And it's doing very well.
She would have 3. And the reason why is because she claims that she has a double major in Pan African studies. What you dressing like this for if you got, and Umar, I thought you said that it's wrong for these black women to have the blonde weave, but evidently it don't matter. But a double degree, scamology. A double degree, one in, I can't remember what she said. One of the degrees is in Pan African studies. I think the other one she says in psychology. I can't remember what it was, but that's beside the point. If she has a doctorate, that would be 3 right there. So that means that she would have 3 masters. But there's no evidence of that. And in her bio, she never stated that she graduated with any masters, let alone with a doctorate degree. See, the wording in her bio is very crafty because she doesn't state that she actually graduated. And she hasn't shown any proof one way or the other for the master's or for the doctorate. I don't even know if she's shown her undergraduate, even if she even has those. I don't know.
Cheyenne Bryant having or not having a doctorate does nothing to my doctorate.
See, it's all about Umar. See, Umar, he's using this to put attention back on himself and then be boastful about how he has a doctorate, a real one. This is narcissism too, but it's also clout chasing off of her at the same time.
I haven't seen any wrongdoing from Dr. Cheyenne Bryant.
Listen, if she says that she has a doctorate and has marketed herself as that, her website has a www doctor. On her book, it says doctor. On her first book, it don't say doctor too, by the way. Did y'all know that? If she's parading around pretending to be a doctor and she ain't got no doctoral, as she says, then that's wrong. Let me see if I have this. Hold on one second. I know I have it. I just got to see if it populates here. No, it's not there. Oh, here it go right here. Look. This is her first book, not her second one. But notice it don't say a doctor on it. And this is from, what is this from? I don't even think I put on here no, I should have. Let me, hold on one second. If I didn't, that's negligence on my part. I always date things for archival purposes. Yeah, this is from 2019. So in 2019, on her book, at least, it's not saying that she is a doctor. Let me see what this says about the author. Cheyenne Bryant is an experienced life coach. For years, she has shared her wisdom, awareness, and insight through lectures, assisting individuals with life impairments and challenges. Cheyenne embarked on a similar journey as the one you are undertaking, assisted by Iyanla Van Zant, Marianne Williamson, and many others. It wasn't until she began healing others that she began to heal herself. Goodness gracious. You see, healing is transparent. Well, she ain't being transparent about this doctor degree. God works through transparency. Here we go. Boy, the irony. Look at where things are at now in 2026. What God moves through you, God gives to you. Okay. On a professional level, Cheyenne has had the privilege of working with John Travolta, Anthony Hopkins, Mel Gibson, Shaka Khan. Oh my goodness, don't put Shaka Khan on here. Adam Levine, Mario Lopez, Jessica Simpsons, Robin Thicke, Phil Ivey, Simon Fuller, not Jamal Jackson. I know she ain't talking about who's Jamal Jackson. No. Bahati Prinsloo, Andrew Nikal, Bishop Noel Jones, Grey's Anatomy. Huh? American Idol. You worked with American Idol as well? Or Bishop Noel Jones was on Grey's Anatomy in America? I don't know. Ellen DeGeneres, Weight Watchers, Entertainment One, CBS, Hollywood Husband, Hollywood. Hollywood Husbands, TV Guide. Oh my God, the TV Guide. What in the world? The young people don't know nothing about that, and many others. Okay. Anyway, she wasn't pretending, at least back then. And on that book, it didn't say anything about her being a doctor. She wasn't. But anyway, yeah, Zaza Ali. I can pull the video and show it to you guys. At least back then, she may be reformed now, but back then, when she got caught scamming, she went off. And it was very telling her behavior. She's more in the last time I checked, she's more into spirituality and metaphysics now. So maybe she's reformed and is doing better. Hopefully she is. Okay. But she was emotionally unstable, and I can tell there's mental health stuff going on there too. That's the thing. Same thing with Umar. You really see the real Umar when he's under pressure. Like last year was a tough year for him because his daughter came out and exposed him as a deadbeat. And then he got exposed for picking women to come and take care of his mama. And they weren't qualified to take care of his mama while he was traveling around the world. And in those situations, Umar, with that pressurized situations, you really start to see the true Umar come out. Same thing with Cheyenne Bryant, what we're seeing with her now. And if this continues to escalate, I would propose that what's going to happen is she's going to get more and more arrogant, more and more belligerent, and then, just going, really showing her true colors. Well, Zaza Ali did the same thing. And again, with Zaza Ali, she may have grown since that time. And I can respect that. But back then when she got caught scamming, she doubled down and tripled down and was calling black people peons and all this kind. I'm the queen. You should see that. It's incredible. All right.
Believe that I'm going to call the kettle black.
Okay, before we get to this part, okay, we're going to get through all this today. I just want to real quick. Perry, what's up, Perry? Said if FDMG opens in 2027, I'll send you $1,000. I'll send you $1,000. 500 for you and 500 to give 100 to 5 of your subscribers. 5 of your subscribers. I'm serious, but this shouldn't excite anybody. But listen, I'm not going to be budgeting that into my budget. Okay, I'm going to say that it's not going to be budgeted in my budget for 2027. Okay, because it's extremely unlikely that that's going to happen. Okay, and subscribers don't get excited. Okay, don't get excited. Thanks, Perry. That's crazy. Okay, Laurie says, working on my dissertation topic prep. Good. Go, congratulations. That damn thing is on executive function, trauma, and Black women. There you go. Future Dr. Laurie 2028. And when it happens, we're going to celebrate. Okay, you let us know. In fact, we will celebrate. I'll get cake. I will get cake. I will get candles. I'll get you a card. Let me know what kind of snacks you want, and we're going to make it happen. Because there are people who are really about that. Not online lying about it, but they're about that. Okay. And we're going to celebrate. Let us know. Okay. Thank you, Laurie. What's up, Enterprise? Says Umar full of shizzle. She full of shizzle. 2 big liars. I totally agree. Thank you, Enterprise. Perry says, is she talking about transcripts or aquariums? I don't know. Maybe both. Maybe their transcript is in the aquarium. Ain't no telling. All right. Thank you. Manwam Pin says, notice that the Cheyenne scammer was asked about her dissertation and she switched the focus and spun a crazy story about not getting transcripts about her doctoral. All dissertations are published. And you're absolutely right. She deflected. The question was about the dissertation. Shouldn't she have a copy of the dissertation? It's a lot of work. A lot of work goes into that. Shouldn't she have a copy of it? And I'm not even talking about the final version. I'm talking about, shouldn't she have a copy of it, period? But shouldn't she actually have the actual dissertation? You know how Umar showed his, even though it said 2011 for some reason. Anyway, shouldn't she just show that? But you know what? Even if she showed the dissertation, that doesn't prove that she graduated, because you can pass a dissertation but still not graduate because you still may have other I can't remember what the term is. Other things that you must fulfill in order to get, another couple more classes or whatever. Okay, I'll look this up. I can't remember the term right now. So yeah, she did. She deflected. She was asked specifically about the dissertation, and she started talking about and spinning a crazy story about transcripts and the financial aid office and all this other stuff. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, requirements. Thank you, Deshaun. So there could have been other requirements, but again, there's no dissertation. She doesn't have proof of that. Furthermore, she doesn't have the degree to prove that she actually graduated, and nowhere does she say on her bio that she actually graduated. Why not? Someone said it earlier too. Yeah, prerequisite. Thank you, 70-bit. Someone said it earlier. They said that maybe she decided to take on the doctor title after the school closed because she thought that perhaps people would not be able to go back and get information to be able to determine whether or not she graduated. It's an interesting theory. Because again, I showed you the book from back in the day. This is from 2000. What date is this? This is from 2019. She says nothing in here about having a doctorate unless she got it after that, but she never got it anyway. I guess it doesn't matter. So what is the school called? Let's just try this right quick. And thank you, Manwan Pin. That's a good point. I did not think about that. What was it, Argosy or something like that? When did Argosy University close? Yeah, thank you, information man. It closed in 2019. If it closes in 2019, but in 2000, well, that's 2017, right? Yeah. 2017, at least, no, the screenshot that I showed you just now is from 2019. Yeah. Yeah. Wow, wait a minute now. This is from November 17th, 2019. The school closed down March 8th of 2019. So she's not calling herself a doctor yet. The school closes down, and then she starts to call herself a doctor. Oh, shit. Diabolical. Could it be that Cheyenne Bryant took the name or took the title of doctor after the school closed because she thought that because it was closed, people could not research to find out that she didn't have a doctorate? When did this book come out? Because she may have had the book before. Let's see. But again, it's still though, in her bio, well, again, I don't know. When did Cheyenne Bryant, and again, she doesn't show Dr. Cheyenne Bryant there. Cheyenne Bryant's book, Mental Detox, come out. When was it published? Mental Detox, Let's Go. Oh, this is a different one. Let's Go of What's Not Working and Build a Life That Does was officially released in, this is a different book. This is from 2025. Okay, now, because I always want to be fair. It's saying on Amazon, and it has good reviews, especially compared to the book she just released. It was published in 2015. So we can give her the benefit of the doubt. It could be that, but see, here's the thing. Even where it says about the author, it says Cheyenne Bryant isn't. It doesn't say Dr. Cheyenne Bryant. Yeah, it gets convoluted. But we have to give her the benefit of the doubt, because I always give people the benefit of the doubt. This book, it came out in 2015. So this would be 4 years before the school closed. But at this time, when this was published on her website, it was after the school had closed. Yeah, I would have to do further research, but I'm going to give her the benefit of the doubt on that. Okay, but it's an excellent theory, though. Okay, I would have to do the research, put together a timeline to kind of figure that out. Okay, yeah, really interesting. Okay, thank you again, Man on Pin. Everyone else who sent the super chat, YouTube Defy says there aren't sessions, they're glorified interviews. You're absolutely right, and it's just self promotion when she goes on Nick Cannon, or when she goes on Club Shay Shay, or when she went on the Quarterbacks podcast, and someone else too. It's glorified interviews. That's all that is. But she wants to present as if these are sessions. But if you're a professional, you're not going to do live sessions. Okay, there's HIPAA violations, and just in general ethics of it. People telling all their business. Anyway, thanks you, Judy Pop. She a doctor just like Dr. Dre, Dr. J, and Dr. Pepper. Exactly. And that's okay. Now, if that's the thing, if she said, listen, it's too late now, but if she came on the scene saying that would be different. But she's been pretending to be a doctor, an actual doctor, for all these years, and she's not. She's no different than Dr. Dre, Dr. J, and Dr. Pepper. Real talk. And that's no disrespect. It's just a statement of fact. Okay. Thank you, G1Z. Okay, and then Ann was the one that brought this up. I think she thought she could use the title because the school closed, not realizing the records would still be available and able to be searched. It still could be true, even if, because we were just looking at this book and what she had on her website, but this could still be true. Absolutely. I wouldn't put it past her. But again, I give her the benefit of the doubt. I would have to do a timeline, do more research, and compile the receipts in order to come to that determination. But this very well could be it right here. Yeah. Thanks, Ann. Good point. Miss Verdict, how's it going? Says attention is like a drug. Most people just got to have it, and they'll do whatever it takes to get it. Lying, cheating, trying to steal spotlight. Yeah. Dressing in the lingerie at the concert, being in the pool, acting like she cleaning the pool she got on. It ain't nothing wrong with it. You want to put it on in your own time, but you put it on online like that's attention seeking. It's unnecessary. You're supposed to be a professional. Okay. I'm not even professional, but you ain't gonna see me with my balls all out. Have balls hanging and shit. I ain't gonna do all that. It's weird. Anyway, I've gone went a little left on that. I apologize. Okay. Anyway, yeah, the attention. That's what she's on. She's attention seeking. I'm sorry, Miss Vertigo. I'm talking crazy. Lewis X says, I can picture these two. No, don't do that. Says I can picture these two linking up. She'll steal Umar's wallet while he's sleeping and realize and realize the money in it is money he took out of her purse. The money he took out of her purse when she was sleeping. Then she pours hot grits on him. Here's my grits money, bitch. She look all mean and shit because she ain't got no makeup on. Here's your grits money, motherfucker. Lewis Luck be coming up with the craziest shit, but it's entertaining though. I can see it. Okay. She killed it, and she's like, wait a minute, I had $14. I had two $5 bills and four ones. He has exactly that in his wallet. Wait a minute, that's my money. Well, that'd be wild. They should stream that shit. I'll pay for it. I want to listen. Umar and Cheyenne. That's what it's called. Something like that. We got to come up with a title for their reality show. They can charge for it. I'll pay for that shit. Did I say $14? Oh my God. Did I say $14? That's crazy. I want to see that reality show. What would it be called though? Brian and Johnson or Cheyenne and Umar? Something like that. Doctor. How about doctor versus doctor? Yeah. Okay. The conscious scammers. Love and scandalous. Oh man. Okay. Let me get out this chat. Dr. Umar and Shan. Yeah, we can't put a doctor. And we give Umar his props. Umar got a doctorate. We always give him his props, okay? But she ain't got one. Yeah, call it Strange Love. Season premiere on Monday. Yeah. All right, let me get out this chapter because we got to wind this down. Okay. All right, let's get back to the main video. Here we go.
Some men too, but mostly Black women.
Here you go.
Are attacking her out of jealousy.
There we go. And he's feeding into her narrative too. But Umar, he says that the reason why people criticize him is because they're jealous. But this goes back to the narcissism, because I showed you how one of the things they think that people are jealous of them, when in point of fact they're jealous of everybody else. Okay. So Umar, he's feeding into that, but this is also the rhetoric that he's used to defend himself from critics, that his critics are jealous. But again, it's not about jealousy. She lied. She should be held accountable. And what she should have done, if I was on her PR team, just, she can even write out a statement and tell people, hey, listen, I didn't graduate. This is what happened, so forth and so on. That's what I've always done, especially with my first degree. I always told people that I didn't graduate because I had I still had a class to take to fulfill the foreign language requirement, and then a piano sight reading test. And it's one of my biggest regrets in life was that I didn't graduate. That was for when I was younger at UC Irvine. But with my current degree, I graduated a couple of years ago as a degree in cybersecurity and computer technology. I've shown that degree. Okay, but what she should have done is come forward and said, hey, listen, I didn't graduate. Here's the reason why. I want to apologize if I've misrepresented myself. Or she could say, hey, listen, I didn't mean to misrepresent myself, but this is the reason why it went down like that. But from this point on, I'm not going to do that. She could have done that. It'd have been perfectly fine. Right? That's what I would advise as a PR team. But instead, she doubles down, triples down. And then she has used the excuse that people are jealous of her. Umar's used the same excuse. Okay, let's continue. Here we go.
They are jealous of her looks. They are jealous of her life coaching career. They are jealous of her podcast success.
Again, there's a lot to be jealous of. He's just coming up with any old thing.
They wish they were in her position, and because they are not, they are trying to destroy that woman.
Okay, now I want to say something. There may be some people who are jealous of her because of her looks, and it's likely that there may be some, but that's not all. And again, he's framing this as if Black women are jealous. So what about Black men who have been taking her to task? Are they jealous of her looks too? It just doesn't make any sense. Doesn't make any sense at all.
What they are doing to Dr. Cheyenne Bryant is absolutely unacceptable, Art. They are destroying this woman more than Donald Trump.
Okay, this is deflecting. He's deflecting now because it's about, white people and what we're not criticizing them. That's not the topic. The topic is Cheyenne Bryant.
They are destroying this woman more than Candace Owens.
Okay, we're not talking about Candace Owens.
They're destroying this woman more than Erica Kirk.
No one's talking about Erica Kirk either.
They're destroying this woman more than the police officers who killed Michael Brown.
Okay, now he's taking it too far now. Okay, this apples to oranges at this point.
Trayvon Martin, Breonna Taylor, Sonia Bland, Sonia Mancy, Amir Locke.
There he go.
You name it, Art. The enemies of African people have not received the type of vitriol that Dr. Cheyenne Bryant is receiving. And the reason I can speak to this so well, what did Roland Martin...
Okay, now he has to put it back on himself. The attention has to go back onto Umar. Here he goes.
...try to do to me 11 years ago.
See that? He's the victim now. It's about him. It's not about Cheyenne Bryant. And again, I don't agree with how Roland Martin operated. I think it was backwards how he did Umar. Ambush journalism. I didn't appreciate that. I think he was wrong for doing that. But it did bring to light a couple of things. One, that the evidence was out there that Umar was not related to Frederick Douglass. He also talked about the donations that Umar Johnson had received as well. I have that video queued up as well. Okay. But Umar, this is his way to put it back on himself. Like I want to have all of the attention. It's about him and his struggles and how he was persecuted by Roland Martin.
He tried to say I didn't have my degrees and brought me on his show and tried to get his...
Okay, he didn't say that. He had said that there were people who were questioning his degrees, but he didn't say Umar didn't have a degree, from what I remember.
Panel of to embarrass me because he thought I didn't have my...
He still heard about that. That was so long ago, 2017, almost a decade ago. Excuse me. Yeah, 2017, almost a decade ago.
Degrees. Even though people could call them and verify my degree, not online, traditional, in-person, American Psychological Association accredited doctoral program, you still...
He already said that, but this is again to be boastful about his accomplishments. It's not about her anymore.
Still got niggas out here today who will tell you I don't have a doctorate. They done found my dissertation online. They done found my...
Well, he should have showed that years ago. Okay, Brother Witt found it. Yeah, contacted the school and they finally released it. But there were people who had done that years ago, going all back 2008, 2018, 2019.
Transcripts online. They done found my graduation pictures and my degree
will
hang up in my Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy.
It will.
office. You feel me, Art?
You feel me? No, he doesn't feel you because the FDMG is not coming. You don't have an office. And I told Umar a long time ago, I told him in 2019, the first thing he should have done is got electricity turned on, or even if he could, if there's, and there was a lot of work needed to be done in order to get it turned on. But what he should have done is had battery powered lighting in one room and just focus on that and turn it into a professional office from day one. It take him about what, 2 weeks? And that would be his professional office. Here we are over 7 years later. He still doesn't have that. Not one room has been completed. You feel me? Don't nobody feel this foolishness. FDMG is it's just a bunch of lies.
My degree will be hanging up once I got an office to put it in. But the reason I'm bringing this up, Art, was happening to Dr. Cheyenne Bryant. It's not happening because she has a doctorate or don't have a doctorate. It didn't happen to me because I had a doctorate or didn't have a doctorate. It happened to me because I'm the biggest name in the world in Black consciousness. I'm the biggest name.
Here he goes. Again, it's about him and promoting himself and making himself self-aggrandizing. See, he's just clout chasing off of her situation. That's all. He doesn't care about her or anything like that. He'll crush cookies, but he don't care about her. He's just using this as an opportunity to boast about his achievements. But she does the same thing where she boasts about her achievements. She ain't got no degree, though. She don't got no doctorate. Umar has one.
In the world in Pan Africanism. I'm the most requested Black scholar in the world. I'm the most influential school psychologist in history. I'm the most requested university guest lecturer of the African race of all time. That's why it's happening to me. Nothing to do with my credentials. Nothing to do with my credentials. And just like with me, who has a real doctorate, this is not happening to Cheyenne Bryant because she doesn't have a doctorate.
She doesn't. That's why he makes a distinction, because they're saying that he's taking a shot. I'm talking about in a negative way. He's making a distinction. He has a doctorate. She does not. But in the beginning, he says he still believes that she believes her. Okay, that she has one.
This is happening to Cheyenne Bryant because women are jealous of her.
Yeah. Again, that is, it really is, it's intellectually dishonest for him to say that, because it really reduces this down to just black women outside of her. Black women, y'all ain't shit. You just jealous of her. That's not it. Again, I'm sure there are some women who are jealous of her because of how she looks or whatever. But we can't be stated that all, and it can't be stated that most. There are professionals who are in that field of mental health who have different degrees and certifications and license. Listen, there's two women, they have their doctorate. They've been talking about this, and it's not because they're jealous, not at all. And they went to the same school that she went to, that she allegedly went to, Argosy. That's what it's called. But to reduce it down to just these black women are trifling, they just jealous of her, it's just ridiculous. But again, Umar, he's doing that because he's trying, it's about him more than Cheyenne Bryant. It's about all these black people who are jealous of him. Really, this is about Umar promoting himself more than anything else and his accomplishments. All right, so there was one other thing I want to show you guys before I got up out of here. Let's see. Oh, okay. Last thing. I want to show you guys what's happening with her book situation on Amazon in particular. So here is, and this will probably take about maybe 10 minutes max. So let me pull this up. Oh, it's not. Where is it at? I just saw it. Oh, no. Okay. That's the website. Here it is, book review. Okay, so this is her new book that she's been promoting. Let me just pull up some examples here. So this is on Amazon. To each its own. I had the opportunity to see the author on a YouTube podcast. I decided to pre-order this book, and I received it yesterday. From my point of view, it wasn't spiritually led and written for me. And then 293 people found that to be helpful. Let's go to the next one. not a doctor or therapist. Let the record be clear from the first line. This author is not a licensed therapist, psychologist, psychiatrist, or any credentialed mental health professional. They hold no clinical licensure. They are not supervised by any regulatory board, and yet this book positions itself as therapeutic guidance for people in genuine psychological distress. If they are a coach, then represent yourself correctly. Nothing wrong with that. Yeah, this is deliberate manipulation. That is not a misunderstanding. That is a pattern. What this book actually is, clinically trained readers will recognize the structure immediately. The language borrows heavily from legitimate frameworks, attachment theory, trauma-informed care, cognitive distortions, but applies them without diagnostic rigor, ethical boundaries, or clinical accountability. This is not simplification for a general audience. This is This is appropriation of clinical authority the author has never earned. Okay. Again, you guys can find this on Amazon. Do not confuse someone's certainty about your psychology with any actual right to diagnose, treat, or guide it. Entertainment and random personal advice is not therapy. Deception should never be a part of any avenue or therapy or coaching. You know, and I've coached people, and there were people who have contacted me, and they had mental health issues. I always told them, listen, I'm not the one. You need to go find a professional. Let me see. I think we just did this one. I just got to pull it up to see for sure. Oh, no, this is a different one. Gaslighting, Deflection, and Broken Trust, a masterclass in deflection. I returned the book because I no longer trusted the author's credibility. The issue for me was not simply the degree claim itself, but the repeated inconsistencies. Yeah. Changing explanations and refusal to directly address legitimate questions in a transparent way. Yeah, this is my big thing too. Just admit the truth and then move on. What frustrated me most was the feeling of being gaslighted as a reader and viewer. Instead of offering clear answers, the author often appeared to shift narratives, deflect criticism, or imply that anyone questioning the inconsistencies was simply hateful, jealous, or uninformed. Over time, the pattern became exhausting and manipulative. Yeah, Umar's the same way too. And let's do a couple more of these. Oh, hold on. I got to take some of these other ones off. There we go. Beware of false doctors. This woman has created a false sense of security for her would-be audience. If she never claimed to be a doctor, readers could just consume her work as a regular someone, absolutely, who may or may not have useful ideas, but portraying herself as a doctor gives consumers a false sense of security that they are receiving advice from a trusted authority who has undergone years of training that the average person wouldn't to earn the title of doctor. This is truly dangerous because people could be wasting money listening to her when they could have been getting legitimate counseling from an actual certified professional psychologist and psychiatrist. Yeah, there was a time where when I was doing coaching that people were calling me a counselor, and I actually started calling myself that, but it was just arrogance on my part, arrogance and ego. And then I had a woman contact me and I can't remember if they emailed me or if it was a YouTube video where they posted and they had explained how people could misinterpret that as me claiming to be some sort of professional. And I got my ass right back onto the internet, and I told people that I wasn't a professional or anything like that. And then I stopped using that term. But the thing is that there was just arrogance and ego. I shouldn't have done it. I was wrong for doing that. But that's the point. If you make a mistake or you get caught up in the sauce, people tell you that you're this and you're that, you start to believe it. No, you got to rectify it, and you clear it up and you keep it moving. She hasn't done that. She's doubled down, tripled down, and she's still running with it to this day. Let's do two more. Here's read at your own risk. It says Cheyenne Bryant may have much life experience that she can pay forward to provide guidance and insight in her book, but what she doesn't have are the exact credentials that she claims she has. This should be extremely concerning for anyone thinking about purchasing her book. It's a matter of professional ethics and integrity. If she's not able to articulate and show evidence of her training and credentials as a doctor, then why would you trust her with any advice she's providing in this book? She has doctor labeled on her IG profile currently, and I wonder if she still has that, and said she has a doctorate and multiple master's degrees, and also that she is a therapist. various times publicly. Okay, as someone who graduated with an MA in clinical psychology, having gone through extensive training, practicum, comprehensive education, and ethics and standards, and accrued over 3,000 hours of direct counseling service under a clinical supervisor. Umar never did that too, by the way, which is required for anyone who wants to be clinically licensed as a therapist. It is clear that Cheyenne hasn't done the same simply because she cannot provide evidence. Even after I accomplished all that, I personally chose to not pursue clinical licensure, which would require me to take 2 exams and apply for a license, and instead practice as an advisor and a coach. Okay, and then we'll do one more. Well, there's 2 on here. Oh, no, this is just one. Okay. It says transparent. I already read this one. Yeah, okay, I already read that one. All right, let me see. I think I got one more there. Give me 1 second. And then we'll be up out of here. Yeah, I think this is there's more too. Fraud alert. This fraud faked her credentials. She is not a licensed doctor. She has no dissertation to be found. She simply trademarked the name Dr. Bryant in a whack attempt that fleeced her audience for money. Shame on her and Hay House Publishing, 0 out of 10. All right, so they're going in on her and you guys go look it up for yourself on Amazon. I went on there before I started a little bit, or actually earlier on. I went on there and I was looking through. There's a whole bunch of them, but that's all I'm showing here. And this is for her most recent book, not the book that we showed earlier. I don't even know what the title of her most recent book is. Well, let me find out real quick. So if you guys want to go look and see. Yeah, it's called Live Your Promise. Escape your wilderness, heal your pain so you can manifest the life you want. Okay. Just be lying. Okay. That's all I have. The only other thing I just want to play, I'm going to play a little bit of the Roland Martin video that Umar brought up, and then we'll be up out of here. Okay. So this is from 2017. And Umar was on the Roland Martin. I don't particularly care how Roland Martin handled this, but Umar, he did a fantastic job at keeping his composure. And at the end, I felt like he kind of overcame this, which was good for him. But there was some information here that shows how Umar, he's a liar. Check this out.
Millersville University.
Again, people. All right, folks, joining us right now, Dr. Umar Johnson. Welcome back to the show. First and foremost, it was amazing looking at this whole reaction. I mean, I'm sitting here.
Oh, and here's the book right here. You guys can find this on Amazon. It has a 109, well, it's 110 now, 1.5 stars, and people are going in, right?
Again, people asking all kind of questions, things are blowing up. And so many people jumped on saying he's not a real doctor, okay? Where did you graduate from and you got your PhD?
My undergraduate education was from Millersville University. 3 degrees, political science, psychology, master's in school psychology. Subsequent to that, Pennsylvania certification as a school psychologist, which I've been for almost 20 years. After that, I got my educational leadership master's degree and principal certificate from Lehigh University in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. And I earned my doctorate degree from the Philadelphia College of Osteopathic Medicine, American Psychological Association approved program, one of the top psychology training programs on the East Coast. 6 degrees in all. And anyone can lift up a telephone and call and verify those degrees.
So,
yeah, at most he has 6, but he always has to exaggerate.
When you see folks who question your degrees, your response?
It's because my narrative is a whole lot different from the average mainstream black scholar. I don't parrot the narrative that the American social order wants black scholars to parrot. I tell the truth. I don't scratch unless I itch, and I don't dance unless I like the music. And because they're not used to having someone with a traditional education posit non-traditional views, people will automatically start to question his credentials. How did he get this far believing what he believes in? Well, you have to play the spook who sat by the door. When I got accepted into those 3 universities, they didn't know what I believed in. They didn't know what I stood for. But as time went on, it revealed itself. But I'm unapologetically African, so I'm not really concerned with what people think about me personally. I have a job to do, and that is to awaken the sleeping consciousness of African people, not just in America, but all across the world.
One of the things that you said during the interview, you said that Mandarin was one of the official languages in South Africa.
Yes, sir.
And others said you were dead wrong.
Yes,
I remember that. Let me skip through.
With your views on interracial.
Simply want to save black people, we not at all. I want to be very clear about something. As Pan Africanists, the product.
No, these are all African American men who have
done some good. How great you may claim them to be at the end of
his relationship to Frederick Douglass.
Oh, here we go, right here.
Some have said you tried to claim that you are a descendant of Frederick Douglass.
Okay, so let's deal with that.
So hold on one second. Here's a statement from the family. Let me go ahead and read this, please. The family of Frederick Douglass has received numerous inquiries about Umar Johnson questioning his relationship to Frederick Douglass. There have also been questions about his legitimacy of his PhD and the handling of the donations he's received for his school that he is promoting. We can tell you with 100% certainty that he is not a descendant of Frederick Douglass. With that being said, Mr. Johnson is very careful not to bill himself as a descendant, but he doesn't correct people when they refer to him in this way. He calls himself a blood relative, which is a nebulous reference designed to make people think he is a descendant. We have researched his explanation of being a blood relative to the great abolitionist. Some of the information he provides is accurate, but an extremely important piece of his explanation with regards to a documented relative of Frederick Douglass is false. The information he recites correctly is from the public record, so his knowledge of our family ancestry is far from definitive proof.
Two things there. One, he's not a descendant of Frederick Douglass, okay? I would concur with that, all right? But then two, you also heard that some of the things he says is correct. So the question becomes, he's either related or he's not, okay?
So are you related?
I'm about to answer your question, if you allow me to do that. I am a
not directly
blood relative of Frederick Douglass. My name is on the family tree. We have a family reunion every 2 years. What they're talking about, and I want to make sure you're clear, they're talking about whether or not I come through the loin of Frederick Douglass, which I do not, nor have I ever claimed, okay? I have more videos on YouTube than any other scholar. I speak around.
Okay, again, when he's questioned, remember we talked about this earlier? When the narcissists are questioned, what they do is they start to talk about their accolades and what they perceive that they've accomplished. And it's a deflective tactic. It's a diversion.
In the world more than any other scholar. Show me where I've ever said I was a descendant. I've only claimed one thing, kinsman. How am I kinsman? If you ever read any of the autobiographies of Frederick Douglass, he talks about growing up on Tuckahoe Creek with Cousin Stephen. Cousin Stephen is Stephen Bailey, Dr. Umar Johnson's 4 times great-grandfather, whose grave I just visited last week. I go every year. Okay, that's my 4 times great-grandfather. He married my 4 times great-grandmother, Caroline Wilson Bailey. From that union came my 3 times great-grandfather, George Washington Bailey, the first black public school teacher on the Eastern Shore of Maryland. He married Grandmom Annie. They had Grandmom Caroline. Okay, she had Grandma Vivian. Grandma Vivian married a Spanish-speaking Cuban immigrant, Grandpop Cicero. They had Grandmom Ida, who's still alive, who married James Johnson, who had my father Jamal, who married my mama Barbara, and from that union I was born. I am a blood of Bailey. I am not married in. What they're talking about is strictly descendants.
Okay, he's not related, period. There's no blood relationship. There's no DNA relationship at all. Okay, his dad took a DNA test and it came back that they're not related.
Something I've never claimed. Am I a kin? Do I directly come from the loin of the first cousin and potentially half-brother of Frederick Douglass? And the reason I say potentially, the slave master who owned our family, a white man.
See, he keeps going. Okay, it's a simple answer, but he got it. It's all conflated.
Named Aaron Anthony, raped Frederick.
Or convoluted.
Mother, and raped Stephen's mother, my ancestor. And there's significant evidence to suggest that. Some people could still argue, though, that they were not brothers because it's not conclusive. Fine, throw that out. I'm still a kinsman because I come through the blood of his first cousin.
You talked about, again, respect. You respect?
I don't talk about respect. I get tremendous respect from my people.
I'm not talking about that. Do you respect Frederick Douglass?
Obviously, yes.
But he had a white wife.
He did.
So that's what I'm
gonna clarify.
Why is that an issue? Why is that if you put in the work and you have the history, Who cares who you marry?
I already answered that question, and I told you I don't care how much work you put in. If you don't commit yourself to a black woman, ultimately you wasn't totally committed to the struggle.
Even Frederick Douglass.
Even Frederick Douglass has to be criticized, as I did on the Breakfast Club. Now, it has to be put in context. He didn't marry the white woman until he was an old man, after his wife, Anna Murray Douglas, a
So he always has an excuse. No, Frederick Douglass was a bunny hopper. Hit the one. We almost done.
50 years, a blue-black chocolate woman through whom all my cousins were born. He was an old man when he did it, but nonetheless, he did it. And yes, he has to be criticized on that, because a black man needs to be with a black woman, and it is a contradiction. I don't care how much work you think you've done for black folks to not commit yourself to a black woman.
Hold tight 1 second. I got more questions when we come back.
I would argue the reason black men marry white women.
Okay. I think that's all I want to show on here. Yeah, it gets heated, and I don't like how they set Umar up with this ambush journalism, but it is what it is. Okay, Umar actually did a good job at getting through this. Okay, I want to thank everyone for tuning on in. Let me just make sure I didn't have anything else that I haven't shown here. Okay, that's everything. Yeah. Yeah, website. Okay, book reviews. Yeah, that's everything that I have. Okay, thank you guys again for tuning on in. I hope you enjoyed the show. I will be back tomorrow. We'll probably get back to what we were covering last week. Real quick, let me, there's a couple of super chats that I haven't got into. Sweet D says, the deep dive on this woman is insane. She completely recreated her life story. Also, how did she get Joe Brown to cape for her too? Yeah, I haven't seen him talking about her, but again, she lied. I mean, it's, you know, just admit the truth. It's really that simple. You know, again, I can show you the degree that I have here. I can pull it up off the wall. There are people who said there were people who were saying that I wasn't even in college for this degree. Okay, and I was in college the first time. I didn't graduate because I didn't finish. Like I said, I didn't finish the Spanish requirement, and I didn't finish the piano sight reading test for it. It was a degree in music performance. It's one of my big regrets, but I've always told people that was the case. But in her case, she keeps running with the. I actually can find the video too. I mean, I've stated many times, many of you guys know that, but there's a video from back in the day where I talked about that, and I talked about how I had regrets about that. Let's see if I can find it before we get up out of here. So she completely recreated her life story. Also, okay, so I don't know. I haven't seen the thing with Joe Brown yet. I'll look for it. We'll see. Thanks, Sweet D. G1Z says, I'm a doctor, you're a doctor, he's a doctor, we some doctors. Would you like some Dr. Pepper too? All right, thank you. Manuel Penn says, Ginger Daniels was my student at Merritt College in Oakland, California, with blonde hair long before she became Zaza Ali and got caught up. Yeah, you can look up Ginger Daniels. I think it should come up under FBI, I think. Ginger Daniels. And again, she may be reformed now, so what we want to hope for people is for them to do better. And okay, and it's not that Ginger. There's another Ginger Daniels that popped up. Let me put in, was it FBI? Yeah, you can type in FBI. It's just an FBI.gov. Bank employees, real estate agents, mortgage broker, and other Bay Area individuals indicted on mortgage fraud related charges. And she got caught up in all of that. The thing is that she was scamming though in the Black conscious space. And then when she got caught, she went ballistic. I'll play a little bit of it for you guys real quick and we get up out of here. But again, she hopefully she's reformed now. She's doing more spirituality and metaphysics, which is a lot better than scamming. She was scamming. She had different scams that she was running back in the day. Let me see if this populates. And then when she gets caught, she goes ballistic. You know, she didn't hold herself accountable. She blames everybody else. And then she was talking real reckless about Black people and saying things like Black people, they're peons and that she's the queen and just narcissistic. I think that's what I think. Okay. And I know Umar is. Okay. I don't know if Cheyenne Bryant, she has some qualities that would lead me to think so, but yeah, it's not coming up. Hold on 1 second. Let me try one other. Yeah, here we go. I'll just play a little bit. Then we get up out of here. It's not allowing me to. Let's see. D. D drive. Yeah, here we go. And there's two of them. I'll play this one. And real quick, thanks, Manon Pin. I'll thanks for super chat. I'll play it. But let me get to everybody else. So she got her degree in 2014, so she should be a doctor. Yeah. Again, I don't know when she says she got her degree, but the math, it doesn't add up. I don't think she got it. I don't think she got it, and that's okay. You know, it's okay to admit that. I'm gonna try to find a video where I talk, because I have the video. I know what video it was. Well, I talk about that from personal experience. Again, it may be that she attended, but she didn't graduate. It may be that she never attended, but if she attended and didn't graduate, there's no need to make up this whole story. It's just not necessary. Okay, it's not. Thanks, A. Right, for super chat. Laurie says an anti-scammer lady on TikTok bought a doctorate from Argosy as part of an experiment. They sent transcripts in a TAM. A few people have lied on AU after they closed, convenient saying you graduated from a defunct school. Interesting. Lori, if you have a link to that, can you email it to me? We don't have time to cover it tonight, but I'd like to look into that. So this kind of ties to what someone had suggested earlier, that perhaps Cheyenne Bryant, at a certain point when she realized that the school had closed, that she decided, I'm going to say that I got a doctorate from there because, no one's going to ever be able to find out because the school doesn't exist anymore. But what Lori is saying, an anti-scammer lady on TikTok bought a doctorate from Argosy as part of an experiment. They sent transcripts in a, and I'm not sure what you mean by TAM. A few people have lied on Argosy University after they closed, convenient saying that they graduated from a defunct school. Yeah, that could be the case with this. Okay, yeah, if you have a link to that, I'd definitely like to look it up. Thank you, Laurie. And then Brandon says, have y'all discussed her having a shouting match with Torrid and calling him soft? Yeah, we covered that towards the beginning of this. Yeah, we played that. It just goes to show you her emotional instability, but then also attacking his masculinity. Okay, if you're a professional therapist, you wouldn't do that. You wouldn't do that in general, but you definitely wouldn't be doing it for the public because you're supposed to conduct yourself in a particular way. Yeah, she definitely went off the hinges on that. Thank you, Brandon. Giannis gifted 5 membership. Thank you so much, Giannis. I appreciate that. Mr. Controversy says, Lenon, Umar says they have a family reunion every 2 years. He posts from cemeteries, but why has he never posted from a Douglass reunion? I think he has, actually. No, that may not have been that was a funeral. Yeah, in my research, I haven't seen him post any pictures or video from a family reunion. I haven't thought about that, but you would think that he would, right? I haven't seen it. Has anyone else seen that in the chat room? Hit the 1. I haven't seen it. Black Anonymous would probably know. I haven't seen Black Anonymous. Hope they're doing okay. I haven't seen Black Anonymous in a while. I've been worried. James, have you seen that? I haven't seen that. Yeah, it's interesting. I haven't thought about that. But if it's every single 2 years, why don't we see Umar every 2 years doing a video or with pictures of him being at this family reunion? The family, they don't, I was going to say they don't F with Umar. They don't. They don't. I'm talking about the real descendants of Frederick Douglass. That's a really good question. I haven't seen it. Maybe someone in the chat room has. Thank you, bro, for super chat. Umar Johnson can answer with a yes or no, always word salad. Yeah, Cheyenne Bryant's the same way. Just real quick. Just answer and just move on. It's no big deal. Thanks, Esabades. Io Bud says, look up FD mistress. Frederick Douglass mistress? That you saying? I don't know if he had a mistress. I know he married a white woman. It's no big deal, but Umar, he don't want to address that. He got a hold, he deflects from that real quick. Well, she had a big black woman that she was with for 40, 50,000 years. Umar. Now, he says a blue black or purple black, something like that. Blue black woman. Thank you for super chat. And then user 225 says, if I were a black woman psycho, probably I'd be mad at see. Okay. I'm not saying that she's psycho. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that she got some problems. Okay. 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 Let me play a little bit of the Zaza Ali video. Some of you guys may remember this from back in the day. And from a PR standpoint, this was not a good look on her part. Okay. And again, the story blew up because she was running different scams with sister circles and retreats. With retreats like community retreats with the women, and then she would take the money, and it actually got onto the news. Okay, so it was big. And then when she got exposed and everyone was talking about it, she did these reaction videos, and she went off the hinges. There's one that I didn't download, but that's where she was calling people peons, black people peons, and how she was better than, you know, these peons. She's the queen and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, Umar does this too. He'll get online and won't say nothing for a while. Just be looking. Let me skip through. Yeah, she was upset too. And again, if she had just come online and been contrite and just said, "Hey, listen, okay, I was scamming," it would have come off a lot better. I think she's reformed. At least she appears to be now, which is great. But she don't say nothing. She starts smiling and shit and laughing. I said, "What in the world? I thought you crying." Okay, let me get where she starts talking. It's about 8 minutes in.
You don't even have the spiritual discernment or the human capacity to see me as a human being.
Okay, this is her playing the victim, even though she scammed all these black people out of thousands of dollars.
So when I sat down to do this video, and when I decided I'm just gonna go, I'm just gonna go live, right? Because I ain't got nothing to hide. You know what I'm saying? And I am who I say I am. I'm just gonna go live and just go straight off the top of the head and just, you know what I'm saying? Address whatever I feel like addressing, address some of these comments, but more importantly, just me sitting here and sitting with, stop putting the comment up about black people being expendable. I'm gonna address that. Relax.
Yeah, she said that in another video. I don't have that video, but she was talking about how black people were expendable. She take the money and scam, but then when she gets caught, then she starts talking about talk bad about black people.
Relax. When I sat here and I just got overcome with emotion because I've done so much. I've given so much. Of myself. I didn't watch any of the videos, but I felt the energy strong.
What in the world?
I felt it. This is not the first time I've been through this shit.
Again, she's playing victim here, but the thing is, she's the one that took the money, and it was on the news and everything.
This is the third time that I've been through this. And don't mistake my tears for crying. Huh? I mean, my tears for weakness. Because a lot of y'all, the comment that kept being repeated was humility.
Yeah.
Narcissism.
Yeah.
Cockiness. Arrogance. Understand, this I'm not sitting here in a meek or in a weak mindset. My sword is sharp and is sitting with me right now. But the emotion of the negative energy that has been constantly sent my way.
She's the victim.
I'm tired My spirit is tired. My mind is fucking tired of this shit. I'm just processing. This is live. Y'all love reality TV. So this is live and uncut. You fake ass, sorry ass, weak ass motherfuckers.
Damn.
This is live and uncut. I've been being really restrained and really quiet, not for 2 months, but for 5 goddamn years. I don't have no administrator in the chat room, so, and if I focus on that, I'm going to get sidetracked. I am a magnet for trolls. So I expect you. Welcome. I'm glad you're here.
Yeah, this is interesting. Again, I think that she has moved beyond this, that she was scamming, legitimately scamming. So I don't want people to think that somehow who she is today, because this is years ago. I can't remember how long ago, but this was years ago. It was in the news. I'm not suggesting that who she is today is the same as what or who she was then, because it's about growth. And I would like to believe that who she is now is not who she was then. But the point that I want to make here is that she did the same thing when she got caught for scamming. She went ballistic and she was going off. And then when people talked about her going ballistic, she does more videos to try to play the victim. Umar has a history of that, and Cheyenne is doing the same type of thing. It's not good PR. But again, when you're dealing with people who are caught up in their egos to this degree, they're not thinking about that, right? Everything is reactionary. Okay, it's part of the narcissism too, and I think that she has narcissistic personality traits too. I talked about this a long time ago. I actually did a whole series to cover these videos. It's actually kind of sad.
The term victim blaming kept coming up in the past video. When I did that video, I didn't really even intend to get fired up. This was the video for me to get fired up. That video was for me to address.
Yeah, she went off. I don't have that video, but I remember seeing it. I wish I had downloaded. If anyone has it, I'll cash up your PayPal you $100 if you get it to me. But she goes on and on.
Get the fuck out of here with that shit. It means know yourself. So when I say I am a leader of myself, that means that I cannot serve the community if my shit is off. Half you niggas with opinion are mentally disturbed, depressed.
Yeah, she projecting right here.
Dying on the inside. That's why you got so much time and energy to focus on me.
Yeah, see? Yeah. This is a grandiosity.
Living vicariously through goddamn YouTube experts and reality TV stars and celebrities.
We were talking about that earlier.
Judgmental, judging everybody but yourself. Ruled by your lower self.
She's talking about herself.
Vindictive, wicked.
Oh, yeah.
Savage motherfuckers.
Damn. I can't even watch no more of this. Damn. I tell you. She sound like me. And I'll be cussing. Where's she from? She's from San Diego. See, where is I want her to say school one time. If she say school one time, I know she it don't say it. I don't know where she's from. But anyway, I hopefully she's doing better. I think she's doing better now. And then I have the other video too, where she was letting loose.
Good. How y'all doing with in regards to my business? So I called. I had my car towed.
Oh, this is when she was giving an excuse why she had scammed people.
You know, police came, gave me the.
And it's not a simple explanation. She goes on and on. It's like it's convoluted, big time.
Police report number, whatever. I took an Uber back home. I called the sister that I'm talking about before, let her know what happened. Actually, she didn't answer. I sent her a text message and said, this is the situation, but I'm fine. I'm going home. I'm going to go finish packing. I go home, finish packing, and I had a lot of heavy lifting, a lot of stuff that I was doing, a lot of, big suitcases I was carrying with gift baskets and whatnot. About 3:30 in the morning, I woke up in the back of.
Does anybody remember that? I wish I could find it. She was on the news. It was called Don't Call Paul or something. Anybody remember what that was? I want to pull that up before we get up out of here.
My neck was on fire.
This is her making excuses. This is where she took money for a retreat. And then she didn't have the retreat. She did this twice and didn't want to refund the people their money. And so this is her telling the excuse why the event didn't happen. But she was also scamming with the Sister Circle Club, where she got these black women together over the internet, and they would all put into a pot of money. And the idea was that we're going to support each other, and everyone puts into the pot of money, and then she's going to issue that money once a month or whatever it was, once every 2 months, whatever it was, and that she would pick someone in the group, and they can use that money to start a business or to pay bills or get food or whatever the case may be. Well, after months, they started noticing that no one was getting the money, and so people in the group started talking. And then when they confronted her on it, she said that it goes in alphabetical order based upon last name. Well, what's her last name? At least the last name, not her government one. The government one, Ginger Daniels. Her government name, or her online persona is Zaza Ali, starting with the A. So she was taking all that money and keeping it herself. No one else in the Sister Circle ever got any of that money, even though they were putting in money every single month. So she got caught up in that. But then this other scam that she was doing, where she was planning these retreats, people would pay money, and I'm gonna see if I could find that, and then she wouldn't have it, and then she wouldn't refund them, and then it went to the news. Once it got on the news, that's when she started doing these videos like this. And making excuses.
Could barely sit up to get out of the bed. I called an Uber, went to the emergency room. The doctor told me, he said, you have whiplash, but he said, if you get on the flight, you run the potential of having severe nerve damage because of the takeoff and the landing process. Even when the doctor hadn't told me, I barely got out of the bed. Okay. So I called her. She came to the hospital and picked me up. And I was could barely get in and out of the car. Okay. And I'm still in my mind trying to figure out a way to get this trip taken care of. She's like, you can't go. So we got to my house and I was like, well, maybe we can still do the trip without.
Does anyone remember what the news thing she was on? I thought it was Better Call Paul or something like that.
Me being there, no, that's not going to work because number one, it's my name, it's my company, it's my reputation on the line. So I cannot move forward with this trip. I just can't. So I asked her to get on the phone and call everyone and let them know what happened to me. Now it's the day before. The car accident was 2 days prior. Now it's the day before. The very next morning, she picked me up at like 6:30.
Better Call Saul?
7 o'clock in the morning. She got on the phone. She called everybody. I intended on calling the hotel. I was heavily medicated, could barely move. So I said, I'm going to take a nap. When I wake up, I'll call the hotel and tell them what's going on. She came back to my house.
Yeah, that's not coming
up.
up.
And let me know that there was like 4 or 5 women that were really, really pissed off.
Oh, Harry. Yeah, it was Harry. Yeah.
That I should probably talk to directly. Mind you, I'm in the bed. I'm medicated. I can barely move. I said, all right, fine. Write their numbers down. Give me the information. I'll call them. I called the hotel first. When I called the hotel.
There she go.
When I called the hotel, the lady that I had been working with had already been contacted by one of the females that was attending the trip. Had been cursed out, had been threatened that if she wasn't able to come and get her room, that she was going to sue the hotel.
Yeah, I couldn't find it.
It should be common knowledge in business transactions. If you have an agreement and a contractual agreement with me, if you pay your money to me If somebody, a representative from my company contacts you and says there's been an emergency, the trip has been canceled, it should be common knowledge that the vendor is not going to be able to assist you because the person who the contract is with is not going to be on site. So this is setting the tone of everything that is happening, that's going to happen from there. So I talked to her. She let me know what, was conveyed in the conversation. I let her know, look, this is my situation. It is what it is. I turned around and sent her an email to have it in writing so that I could make sure that I was protecting myself and mimicked what was said in the conversation. I got off the phone with her. I contacted the other women, who 2 of them were very vitriolic and upset. And I know which one it was that actually called the hotel.
I could not find the video.
But, it is what it is. I could barely talk. I could barely speak, whatever. This is the situation. Let them vent. Let them talk. Yes, you're going to get your refund back. Yes, I'm going to stick to the script of what was in our contractual agreement, et cetera, et cetera. And then that was the end of that. So over the course of that weekend, I was at home, disgusted out of my mind, first and foremost, because it was a failure to me. I had planned and arranged and worked for 10 months, 11 months on this trip. No money, no pay. You know what I'm saying? No benefit outside of what was going to happen when the trip actually took place. I got women on the phone now talking to me crazy and disrespecting me. I got this woman from this hotel who's already been acting sideways. And I'm going to get to that in just a second.
Yeah, the story. The story she tells about that is ridiculous.
About what was taking place. She's been threatened. So now she's talking to me about lawsuits and about the type of people that I'm accommodating in my business. And I need to be more careful. And, that type of the shit white people say, you know what I'm saying? When they pivot from now it's a money situation to now, you know what I mean? It's an overseer situation.
Oh, goodness.
At first we were having a contractual agreement and business partners. Now you want to talk to me like you my mother. Prior to any of this taking place, I had been going back and forth with the hotel for 3 to 4 weeks because my original contractual agreement was for 50 people. Over the course of 8 months, we dwindled down to 33. In the last month, we dwindled down we had 5 cancellations over the course of the last month.
Oh, here we go.
So they went from having this expectation of profit to having this expectation of profit. So now they're trying to strong arm me and tell me that the rooms that I originally had.
The story is crazy. Now I hear it after all this time. I did a whole series on this. It wasn't, I don't think it was live. I think it was for members only. But again, it's not some simple story. It has to be convoluted. Let me do this real quick because I just want to be clear. Let me see. Actually, hold on. I'll be right back. Hold on.
Available are no longer available. Well, why is that? Nothing's changed. They tried to strong arm me to force me to take higher rated rooms in order to make up for some of the loss of profit. And I wasn't doing that. So, but I still wanted to honor the original agreement. I could have, and what I should have done, and I'm going to talk about all the valuable lessons that I've learned since.
Okay. I found the video. Hold on one second. Yeah, here we go right here. So this is from 2018. Wow, it went by so quickly. I remember this like it was yesterday because it was crazy. Everywhere on social media, especially in the Black conscious space, people were talking about this. I want to show my degree too. Let me hold on one second because just because this is all Cheyenne Bryant needed to do. Again, I showed that picture where she has all this stuff behind her, like this. Okay, no degrees on the wall. All she would have to do is when she goes live, she can just walk over. And let's say, even if she, to give her the benefit of the doubt, if she has it in storage someplace, let's go get it out of storage. But see, if she showed the degree, and she doesn't have it, but if she showed a degree, let's say she fabricated one, then she would be subject to criminal charges. Okay, and it's already, the situation's already bad. All she would have to do is come online and show the degree. See, another thing you can look for is what do they call that? Embossing, or I think it's called something like that, embossing. But you can look at the degree too and tell that as well. That's all she would have to do. And I graduated summa cum laude too. I had a 3.98 GPA. I would have got 4.0, but it was a math, I can't remember what type of math it was. And I was going to go and retake the class. I think I got like a B+ in it. But then I said, no, that's arrogance and ego right there. So I just let that go. And then I was in college the first time at UC Irvine. No, I didn't graduate. One of my big regrets in life, I didn't graduate. I told people I had 2 more things I need to fulfill. And here's a video where I talk about that. I look so young in this video. Here we go. And skinny. See, now I'm all fat. My face is all fat. Okay, let me find the spot right here. 1637. It's like right here.
I'll say this, I went to college for 5 years. They allowed me to walk, meaning,
Yeah, and they did. They let me walk for graduation, but they didn't give me the degree. I still don't have it to this day.
To graduate in terms of physically.
Yeah, to walk the stage.
But officially, I still have one more course to take, which is a Spanish course.
Mm-hmm.
And if I take that one course, and I could take it at a community college,
I could have done it by now too.
Then they'll send me the degree. But they won't.
I actually, when I was in college pursuing the cybersecurity degree, I was going to take Spanish classes there, but they didn't offer it for that final year. And that would have taken care of that particular. Yeah, I know I was skinny back then. That would have taken care of that requirement, and then I would have had to take a piano sight reading class or test, and really what I would need to do is probably practice for like maybe 6 months, but less than that, probably 3 months. Practice sight reading on piano, and I could have done that. Just a missed opportunity. It's one of my biggest regrets in life.
They won't send me the degree, the physical degree, until such time as I take that course. And here I am. Oh my goodness, let's see, 2002, 15 years later, and I haven't.
Yeah, now it's like 25 years later. Yeah, it's actually more than that now. Yeah, I looked so thin back then. Now I'm all fat. Anyway, the point I want to make is that I've always been forthright with people about that. Again, I've talked about it many times too, but part of it is just a lesson that I wanted to teach people that there are things that we could have done and we probably should have done that we didn't do. And I wish, this is one of my big regrets. And you don't want to go through life at a certain point, you reach a certain age and you may not have time. I don't have time to do it. But that doesn't mean that over the last 25 years, I couldn't have done. I picked up this other degree, but that's why I want to encourage people, especially younger people, get your shit done early. Okay. And that's the big message, because I didn't get that done. It's one of my big regrets. Anyway, Cheyenne Bryant, she could have done the same thing, because I don't know. Did she actually go to? We don't even have any evidence that she actually went to that college to pursue the doctorate. We don't even have that evidence. But let's say that she actually went. If she went and she didn't graduate, like when I went to UC Irvine and I didn't graduate, just say that and then talk about why. You can use that as inspiration for people. That's what I've attempted to do over these many years. But it's also possible that she never went in the first place. Okay, well, that's the case from a PR standpoint. Just come out and say that. There were people who they would say that I wasn't even in college when I got the cybersecurity degree. That's not true. I mean, I would do live streams where I'll be studying and I have music in the background and people would tune in and watch and be studying with me. Okay, it's just ridiculous. So the point is that she could have cleared all this up from once this goes viral, and all she would have to do is either show the degree or come out and say that she doesn't have it, and then she can explain why she doesn't have it, apologize to people. You know, hey, listen, I'm not going to call myself a doctor anymore. You know, it could be similar to she could say something like, well, anyway, she didn't handle it the proper way. That would have been my best advice for her. It's just to tell the truth. Okay, so let me play for y'all before we get up out of here. Let me play for you guys the Better Call Harry segment, and then then I'm gonna play a little bit more of Zaza Ali, and then we'll be up out of here. Here we go.
Thousands of dollars for an out-of-town retreat.
The organizer canceling the event and initially keeping the cash. Now the victims contacting Better Call Harry for spiritual and financial healing.
That lady cute. Anyway.
Zaza Ali is an author who promotes healing and transformation.
See, I was into that spirituality, metaphysical stuff, and a lot of that it goes to your head. You start, the ego gets out of control. Same thing with for me, when I was deep into conspiracy theories, the same thing. They used to give back then when I was doing conspiracy theories, people were giving me different titles, you know, and I was like, yeah, you know. Well, when I got into the metaphysical and spirituality, the same thing. It's counselor, this, take it it goes to my head, ego gets out of control. I start calling myself that, and I got checked on. I said, okay, then I got online, I apologized, made it very clear to people that I wasn't like some sort of a professional, never promoted myself as such. It's easy to get caught up, especially on the internet.
Peace. How y'all doing? This is Zaza Ali.
The website gives a glimpse into her mind.
You know, my life goal, which is to raise the consciousness of this planet.
Yeah, there was times where I used to think like that too. In particular, when I got into the metaphysics, spirituality stuff. When I was into the conspiracy theories, I was like, in my mind, I was like, yeah, I'm gonna fight the New World Order, and we're gonna fight against the Illuminati and blah blah blah. Cut it out. Ridiculous.
She's on YouTube talking about all kinds of stuff. And she travels the nation, speaking at events and retreats.
According to her Instagram page, she's a truth seeker.
Alicia Burrows heard Zaza speak and has been following her ever since.
For years, I've been following her, and I just, you know, not necessarily agree with everything she says.
I like this lady. I've seen this quite a few times.
But a lot of things that she says speaks to me.
Earlier this year, she signed up for this sold-out women's weekend retreat in Sedona, Arizona.
Yeah, I kid you not. I was so out of control. I was. Don't say that I wasn't. I was fighting. I really thought I was doing something, but again, the internet it can really mess with your ego. It gets out of control, but. The thing, thank God, I was humbled. You know, I had some very humbling experience. It brought me to my knees, and since that time, I've been on the right track. Okay, thank God. Here we go.
Alicia booked the trip for her and her daughter. She paid,
hey, that lady, she cute,
$2,998. But one day before the trip, Alicia got a call from Zaza's assistant. The trip was canceled.
Yep.
Via email, Zaza claimed she'd been in an accident. But when we contacted the hotel,
Joshua.
The sales director confirmed.
Yeah, I was listening to Alex Jones. I listened to Alex Jones for a long time, but long enough. And David Icke, big time. Same thing with what's this? I can't remember his name right now. Jordan Maxwell. I could run down a whole long list. I used to get interviewed and stuff. I wanted to get onto this show called it was called Project Camelot, and they would have people come on there and they would talk different things. Sometimes they'd be talking spirituality, and I used to try to mimic what they were saying. It's on some bullshit because I wanted to get on that show back then. Anyone remember that show? Just goofy.
That they canceled the event 1 month earlier because they hadn't been paid.
That's the thing. You had 30 days to.
Here we go. Didn't want to get on. Yeah. Yeah, rest in peace to Jordan Maxwell. I actually met him one time.
Give us whatever story you were going to give us. You had 30 days to say, I'm not going to be.
This lady pretty.
To do it, something came up.
Oh, man.
And her gut told her she wasn't alone. She's connected with 5 others who were also waiting for promised refunds.
Yeah, because she wasn't giving the money back.
Hope Owens Henry paid $14.99.
Yeah, I wish I would.
I want to know why. Like, just why?
You ain't gonna see me paying $14.99 on nothing except groceries.
And I don't even really know.
Our budget for groceries is like $2,000 a month, y'all. Yeah. Goodness gracious. Anyway.
I want to know why. I just give me my money back.
By
yeah, she's like, just give me my money.
phone, Zaza told us she's dealing with financial issues. However,
at this point, you're thinking that all these people who are owed refunds are getting refunds?
Oh, you did? Yeah, I like that style. I did. I like that style.
Everybody's getting a refund. There's no question about that.
That night, Hope got a PayPal refund. Yay! And then it was declined.
Damn. Like that.
Your email stated that
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. Yep. They don't stop eating.
you're waiting on vendors to pay you. What vendors?
We went to Zaza's business address to get answers, but it was just where she gets her mail.
I think that lady be a good wife, too. I can just tell.
Then we went to her last known address. You know how most reporters bang on doors? Not this guy.
Why aren't you knocking?
They playing too much.
What are you doing?
I'm communicating. Maybe she can sense that I'm here.
The very next day, Alicia and Hope got refunds. And in a statement, Zaza says that as of Thursday, she's reimbursed everyone, totaling nearly $15,000. Together, we meditated. With a refund in hand, Alicia's inner spirit is at peace. She considers herself one lucky soul. In an email to Alicia, Zaza writes, "Now go tell that reporter and whoever else you ran your mouth to online." Late this afternoon, Zaza emailed me. She says the refunds were all processed within 60 days, a normal course of business, and she says that not one dime was paid because of our intervention. I'm Better Call Harry. The best way to...
Yeah, shout out to Better Call Harry. So this, when this hit, and people are already talking about it, but about her scamming, but once this hits the news, with this, people really start to talk about it, and that's when she comes online and she just went ballistics. But that's not the way to handle it. That's not the way to handle it appropriately. She didn't have a PR team, and she got online just trying to explain it, and the story gets very convoluted. And then when people called her out on her story, that's when she started really going off and cursing people out. I think this is the first video where she came back
and went to another hotel. But again, people pleaser Zaza, operating from the heart chakra.
Yeah, here she go. That's that spirituality metaphysics stuff.
Instead of being more shrewd.
Again, I was into that. I was deep into that. I still listen to Indian classical music like raga. I love that stuff. But back then, the whole spirituality, metaphysics, and manifestation, and all this kind of stuff. Again, I used to, even with the first degree, I used to tell people that I'm gonna do it, and it's like a matter of manifesting. I never did it because I never got up off my ass to go do it. So you can say whatever you want to. Now, I was listening to, back in the day, I was listening to other people. To one of the individuals that influenced me heavily was it was a brother. He had a beard. I always forget his name. What is his name? Les Brown. Anybody remember Les Brown? In one of the lectures that he did, and he was talking. I felt like he was talking to me. He was talking about people who started things but didn't finish it, and then he was talking about how people who started this and they didn't finish it, and then he said people who started on a degree and didn't finish it. And then the way he was framing it was more like, well, you got to make it happen. It's like a manifestation type of thing, positive thinking. And so don't say that you don't say that you will have the degree, or that you have the degree and then make it happen. And I used to think like that, but I never got up off my ass to actually make it happen. See, so a lot of that stuff, it sounds nice, and we can say, okay, I have enough money to do this, or I have the degree, but that doesn't, just by saying it doesn't make it come into fruition. You got to work to get the money. You got to work to get the degree. And there was a time when I was in the spirituality metaphysics where I thought like that. you know. But again, I never materialized that degree. I didn't back then. I still haven't done that. Okay, just a bunch of it's and I used to think like, yeah, you can just say and speak it into existence. No, you got to do it into existence. Anyway, I was deep into that stuff. Okay.
In her business, I'm still trying to accommodate everybody, and I know at this point this trip is
Yeah,
a financial
absolutely.
loss for me.
Yep.
So
she's talking about a financial loss for her as if it's, you know, she's the victim in all of this. No, she was scamming. And she did this twice that I know of with this retreat, with these different retreats. One was in Sedona.
over the course of 3 weeks, I was going back and forth. I gave them a portion of the third deposit. I did not give them all of the third deposit because at this point, I really don't know what these people in this situation, I don't know how this is going to turn out.
Well, just give them their money back.
So let me be careful because I'm already losing money at this point. The 12 cancellations was my profit, but still trying to move forward. So over the course of that final month, that final 30 days, I was going back and forth with first her, then her manager, then the regional manager, trying to get this situation straightened out because this is a lot of money that's at hand. So all of these emails are in writing. I have all of this information. Should I ever need for legal reasons to prove my point, I won't be showing you any receipts because, again, it's not your business. I have all of this information in this back and forth. And we agreed when I get there, I'm going to take care of the difference while we're working through this process. And in my contract, and I couldn't really be too, forceful in this situation because in my contract, I had agreed to making sure that I confirm 90%. People who do business understand this type of stuff.
What in the world are you trying to say, lady?
And thank you to all the people who are business owners who have actually ran a business
This is her way of trying to placate the people. If they think that they're special when it comes to business, that they understand what she's saying, even though what she's saying is it doesn't make any sense. And she was scamming. Here's a link too, by the way, if you guys want to go look at the FBI thing dealing with her.
Reached out to me who understand how things like this work. I really appreciate you. The contract said that it was mandated for me to book 90% of the rooms. So I couldn't really do too much strong arming. Even if I had went to another hotel, I'm still legally responsible to these people. So I'm keeping all of this in mind and still trying to make sure that I provide the quality of trip that I promised. So the goal, the agreement was I'll pay the balance when I get to the hotel. Here's a part of the money and we'll work it out when I get there. So now let me just say this.
Uh-huh.
You don't book a 4-star hotel and be in contract for 10 months without putting a substantial amount of money down. I don't know where, you know what I mean? This is like basic business.
Yeah, but the money would be from the people who sent the money to go.
You're not making a contractual agreement with these type of people without putting a substantial deposit down.
Yeah, but you should recoup that deposit based upon the amount of money that people send you. And then if you cancel, you have to take the hit, not the people who sent in the money. You have to refund them. And she didn't want to do that.
So this idea that 30 days in, I hadn't given them any money, so I ran off into the sunset. Come on, man. I'm speaking to the business owners. People who've never run a business, who have a boss, who get a paycheck, you might not understand.
See that sense of superiority?
I understand that.
Because again, part of the reason why she ain't got no job is because she has a criminal record. I believe it's a felon, what she got, if memory serves me correctly. So there's a lot of people who they don't, because, it could be a challenge. You can, reform yourself and still get a decent job at least. But no, what a lot of people, what they do is Jay Morrison. She reminds me a lot of Jay Morrison more than anybody else. And Jay Morrison reminds me of her a lot. But same thing with Jay Morrison. He's a 3-time felon. So a lot of people, when they have those criminal records, they can't make it in the real world, and they can't run a legitimate business in the real world either. They go online to get the scamming and scheming. That's what she was doing back then. Now, she may not be doing it now, and that's great. But back then, this is what she was doing. And it reminds me of Cheyenne.
So this is a boss. You know what I mean? This part of the conversation is for the people who understand how business works.
See, these special people, because you're better than everybody else.
So I'm already in a real tedious and delicate, you know what I'm saying, situation with this hotel. So when somebody calls and threatens these people in a real ghetto, unprofessional, unnecessary way.
Okay, there's no evidence that the people that had sent her money that they did this, but this is her way. Man, this is fascinating because Umar does the same thing when people call him out. He goes on the campaign to disparage them. And here, this is what now they're ghetto. Well, you the one was up here talking about, motherfucker. You the one acting ghetto on that other video. But this is before the other video. But this is her way to say that these people that was mad at her because she took the money, that they were ghetto, they're less than, blah, blah, blah.
Threatens them, threatens to sue them. Then I turn around and say, it is true. I did have a car accident. We're not going to be able to make it. So now they're not getting the 33, the reduced profit of 33 people. They're only getting what I've given them so far. This is the volatile situation.
Man, I need to get up off here. I mean, we can come back tomorrow and go through all of this if y'all want to. If you're interested, hit the one. But anyway, she does that video. She does another video where she starts yelling and screaming and cursing people out. And then she did this video. I play a little bit of this, and it goes on.
I know why you hate me. Because I'm beautiful. You see me. God damn it. I've always been beautiful, and I've always been persecuted as a child. But I understand.
See this shit? She, at least back then, she was batshit crazy. I don't mean to say that about this lady, but she was batshit crazy. You motherfuckers, I can't stand not one of y'all. I said, wait a minute. I thought you were upset about that situation. What happened? What are you watching? You have a screen in front of you. You're watching. I don't know. What are you watching? Paul Mooney or something while you're talking? I don't know. She's tripping.
Child.
Oh my God. This guy. I don't mean to laugh, but she laughing. I have a right to laugh because she's laughing. Well, why is she laughing? It's the real question. Oh man.
But I understand.
Okay.
It's hard for darkness to exist where there's light, and I am the motherfucking light.
Oh wow.
Even when I make mistakes, even when I fall short of my own expectations, I still reflect God. Okay. Who do you think you're looking at? What do you think you're looking at? You think God is holding me? Somebody said you should be stoned.
Damn. But you see how she's bringing up God, but that's what Cheyenne was doing too.
Somebody wrote that shit on my YouTube channel. It's there now. You should be stoned.
That's not nice.
For the shit you did to those women. Stoned?
Well, you should be held accountable at the very least, but you don't want to hold yourself accountable because you make up all these excuses and say that they were ghetto and they was acting all ghetto.
Really? I know why y'all hate me. I know why you so mad. I know why you wait for an opportunity for me to make a mistake or to fall short of my own expectations or whatever expectations you think you have of me, which I don't give a fuck at this point.
Okay. So, all right.
I know why. I've always been persecuted. When I was 12 years old, I got jumped by 4 high school girls. 12! If the first thought that came into your mind was, well, what did you do?
No, but first thought that came into my mind is what does that have to do with you scamming thousands of dollars from black women?
Did you say? You simple-minded motherfuckers.
Damn.
12 years old. But you're the same people that are sitting back asking where were the parents when R. Kelly was pissing in a 14-year-old child's mouth.
What in the
Or
world?
where were the parents at? Where was the goddamn village?
Huh? Yeah, she's tripping in this video.
Imagine my surprise and dismay. A bunch of peons trying to lynch a queen.
Here she go, narcissism.
A bunch of peasants. A bunch of peasants trying to lynch a queen. I didn't marry into the kingdom. I didn't marry a man and become a queen. I was born a queen.
Okay.
Regal in every way. I've been through so much shit and so much fire and so much pain in my life. Most of you niggas, men and women, would never be able to walk in my shoes. And still, here I am, beautiful, vibrant, striving to be right, to be righteous, to be real, to be loved, to be God.
Oh, wow.
That shit makes you niggas uncomfortable, don't it? When I say those people are expendable, y'all made such a big deal out of that.
Because it was me.
The black community was expendable? No. Well, what did I say? That community is expendable. Well, who is that community? That's what the intelligent people with discernment said.
No. She was talking about the black community. I remember. I don't have that video, but this is her trying to explain it away.
Nobody can answer that but me. So until I answer it, the worst case scenario is that it's up in the sky. The worst case scenario is that it needs to be answered. She needs to address this. But for you to automatically assume that I was talking about black people while I'm simultaneously doing things behind the scenes for black people.
She was talking about black people though. I remember.
What's wrong with y'all?
Here she go.
Like real talk. That community is the people who waited for me to make a mistake to jump on it. All you YouTube scholars coming with receipts, exposing me. You didn't expose shit but yourself. In the Bible, it says, in my Father's house, there are many mansions.
Here she go.
Mansions, not doors. Mansions. That means I can walk out of this house and walk into another goddamn mansion. I control my fate.
But that's not a mansion though, ma'am.
I'm the master of my fate. Not none of y'all. You think I don't have people in my corner that was like, either don't say anything at all, or you need to address this?
Yeah, you shouldn't have said. You should have said something. But the ego and the narcissism is so extreme. She was on Sonnetter 3 weeks ago. I wonder what they talking about on there.
You think I don't have people that love me, that care about me, that gave their perspective on? It's people that I respect highly that told me not to say shit to any of y'all and just keep it pushing. You ain't got nothing. You have no invested interest in my life. Why do you think I am beholden to you? I'll burn this whole shit down before I submit myself and my integrity to you simple-minded motherfuckers.
Yeah, boy. I can't watch no more of this. That's too much already. Man. Yeah. Anyway, I would like to think that she's grown since that time and that she's matured and that she's reformed. I haven't looked at any of her newer content, but the point is that she reminds me a lot of Jay Morrison. But the thing that's happening with Cheyenne Bryant it reminds me of all of this too. Again, people, you got to, if you're going to put yourself out there like this and then you get to messing up, you shouldn't just react and respond. You got to sit back and think about what you're going to do to mitigate the situation. The best policy is to be honest, and be contrite, be forthright, have transparency, but then hold yourself accountable. That's the big thing. And hold yourself accountable. Don't blame other people. Don't concoct all these stories about, the financial aid said that they were going to refund me, and then the dog jumped out the window. No, we don't hear all that. Clearly, she didn't have a PR team. She didn't have people around her to help her with this situation. Was it a big deal? Yes, it was a big deal, but she made it a lot worse based upon how she responded. Well, Cheyenne Bryant has done the same thing. She made it a lot worse than it needed to be. Here's an old picture of Umar and Zaza from 2013. Right? They've had beef too, if memory serves me correctly. I think Umar's had some things to say about her. Was it her? Or was that? I think that was her. He did. Michi, or was it? It might have been me. He did have beef with Michi, but I thought he had some things going on with her. But it may be that. No, I can't remember. Let me scratch that. I don't know. I don't remember him. No, she did. She did a video to talk about Umar. Yeah, she did, if memory serves me correctly. And then Umar had something to say too. Anyway, to say back at her. Okay, I want to thank everyone for tuning on in. I will be live streaming tomorrow. I don't know exactly. I want to continue with what we've been covering with Umar, but it may be good to just go through these videos and go through all of them. There's a lot that we can learn. But the thing is, it may be unfair to her because hopefully she's grown since this time, and we just want to see people doing better. I've always been like that, even in my own life. Have some grace. I hope people have grace with me. I made a lot of mistakes, and I've messed up a lot too in life. So I'll think about it. So for sure, we will live stream. I'll just have to think of whether I want to go back and get back into this stuff. But we'll get back into the Umar Johnson content if we don't go through these videos. So let me real quick. I'm gonna do these real quick. Atli Assing, she left after $500K when she died. Atli Assing. I don't know who that is. Let me see. Oh, okay. Atli Assing. Oh, she left $500,000 to wow, what? 500K to Fred. Yeah, he got them white women giving up the cooch and the money. Let me stop. I'm sorry. It's late. I shouldn't be talking like that. I'm sorry. Yeah, it says no, it says 500. So not 500K. It says Atli Assing, a German feminist, journalist, and intellectual who maintained a 28-year romantic and intellectual partnership with Frederick Douglass. What? 28-year romantic and intellectual partnership? Bequeathed her entire estate, totaling roughly $500 back then, equivalent to around $15,000 today, to Douglass after her death in 1884. I haven't heard about this lady. Yeah, it says Assig is referring to either. Okay, no. Both. No, that's not yet. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look into this. I hadn't heard anything about this. It looks like she wrote a letter here. My dear friend, this is to Frederick Douglass. By this time that I was here early enough to receive your last good note directly out of the letter carrier's hand. I have no fear of the experiment, quote unquote, as far as I am concerned. And the question is only whether and how it will stand. How will stand it. Maybe that's how they talk back then. I know exactly my own feelings, but from all which you have told me about yourself and others, I have come to the conclusion that in some respects, I am so entirely unlike the majority of men that I cannot well consider myself. Wait a minute. This says this. What in the world? I don't know what's going on. Boy, this sounds like some P. Diddy stuff. Anyway, I didn't know about this. Miss Confer says, always high, yellow fella. Don't do that. That's not the case, Miss Confer. Don't do that. You tripping. You got to say some, come on. DB says, it's so sad our community has to be infiltrated by our own. What do they gain by deceiving us? There's a lot. Money, adoration, praise, attention. You know, again, narcissists don't see people as human beings. They see people as a resource. There's a term for that too. I can't remember what it's called, but they see people as simply resources, you know, supply. It's called narcissistic supply. That's what it's called. So yeah, they gain monetarily. In Umar's case, he gains monetarily, but he also he gets a lot of praise and he gets attention. He's attention seeking, but he also gets a lot of access to the cooch. So that's an incentive for him as well. Miss Honey said, Lenon, did Zaza ever go to jail for her scams? No, not that I know of. I do believe she served some time for the FBI, Federal Bureau of Investigation, mortgage scam, real estate scam that she was running for fraud. At least I think I would think that she spent some time. I'm actually not quite. No, she did, because she has a record. And a lot of people, because they have records, they can't make it in the real world. At least they don't think that they can, because they would have to work a regular job. And but then the ego, and in her case, the narcissism, that's not good enough for her. She has to be, you know, I'm the queen and all this stuff. So then they get online and start to build their online persona. Umar's done that, and Cheyenne Bryant has done it as well. Let me just see real quick what her charge was. Ginger Daniels. She was 31 years old at the time. She had a real estate license at the time. She lived in San Mateo at the time, and it's bank fraud. Yeah, so she probably spent some time, but not for the scams that she was running. Maybe about 8 years ago. Thanks, Miss Honey. U25 says, in my opinion, the problem is most people would hear Cheyenne Bryant cussing and know she's not a real professional, but some hear her and think she's legit because she's relatable. Yeah, I think that's part of it too. And she's crafted herself, her online persona, that way. That's why a lot of it has to do with the smoke and mirrors. You know, how she looks, how she dresses. You know, I've seen her with the expensive bags. There's nothing wrong with that, but the idea is it's more about painting an image about herself that makes her appear to be like a celebrity, but then also that she's relatable and that she's accessible. Okay. Thanks, User 225. Thanks everyone else for the super chat. She reflects God because he can't get into her. She reflects or deflects, huh? Okay, thanks, User 225. Zaza needs to take some Zaza. TJ says she's the female Umar. Yeah, there. You can draw a lot of correlation between Zaza, at least back then, and Umar today. Again, I'm not saying that she's still like that. She may be reformed and made grown and made progress, and that's what we want for people. And hopefully, she's done the same. That she's gone through that process. Thank you, TJ. Cheyenne Bryant and Zaza at the same time. Nightmare. All right, here we go. YouTube says Cheyenne Bryant such a liar that even her I don't even know what that is. I have no idea. It's probably something crazy. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, everyone, for all the super chats. I hope you enjoyed the show. I'm surprised we were able to get through everything. Okay. By the way, the poll question, there was a poll question, but it already updated, and I forgot to close it out. And the poll question was whether or not you guys think that Cheyenne Bryant has a doctorate degree. And the answer is no. Again, I'm still going to leave it open that if she produces the degree and it's verifiable, then I will get online and I'll issue a public apology. I've always done that. Okay, it's about integrity. Okay, so I will definitely do that. I'll apologize. YouTube 5 says, I dislike how prominent Cheyenne Bryant was able to become. Like enough Black people decided they like the cussing liar as a de facto force of Black women in psychology. Yeah, but the thing is that it's not as if she presented herself as this cussing liar for the last decade and a half or 2 decades or however long it's been. She has carefully crafted her image online persona in such a way to where, like someone was saying earlier, it's relatable. And then she's used the idea that she's a doctor when she's not, and she weaponized that against Black people because it's called the appeal to authority. Umar Johnson does the same thing with his degrees. The difference is he actually has a doctorate. He has a PsyD. So It's not until more recently that people are seeing her for more of who she is. And I don't think that people have seen the full totality of it because she hasn't gone truly, truly ballistic that I think I think she could go. Okay. She may get to that point later on down the line. But I think what has happened is because of the pressurized situation, people questioning her degrees, people questioning her integrity, people questioning her legitimacy, that more of who she is has come out. And when more and more people have seen that, they recognize very clearly that the persona that she was putting forth was nothing more than smoke and mirrors. Umar, same thing. The SETI rant as an example. People, you haven't seen that, make sure you take the time. Well, the same thing with Zaza Ali. She was still talking spirituality and metaphysics back then, and they're going to do these spiritual retreats. One of them was going to be in Sedona. I remember this. Yeah, I think it was Sedona. But then she finally gets exposed as for scamming these Black women, and not just with the retreats, but also with this, she called it a sister circle, where she was collecting money and keeping the money for herself when it was supposed to be going back to the sisters inside of this group to help them out. Okay, so that becomes a very pressurized situation. And in the absence of true wisdom and patience, they're reactionary. Okay, narcissists, they're like that. Okay, they'll just react. They don't take the time to think, and they don't have a PR team or people in their corner to settle them down and say, hey, wait a minute, this is the best way to deal with this. So Zaza Ali didn't have that, and she went ballistic, and it made things worse and worse and worse. But like I said, hopefully she's doing better now, and she's beyond all of this, and that she's reformed to a particular degree. That's all we want to see in each other is growth, you know. And hopefully this experience for Cheyenne Bryant will allow her to recognize that she has some growing to do. But again, the narcissism makes it very difficult for people to think about what they need to do to become better. They already think that they're the greatest thing ever, like Umar Johnson, right? He thinks the same type of way. Okay, thank you, user 225. The other thing, last point too, is this is all made possible through the internet. In the real world, Cheyenne Bryant is irrelevant as a professional, and she's not a professional in the real world. She pretends to be one on the internet. And it's unfortunate because a lot of people bought into the illusion, but more and more people are waking up, just like a lot of people bought into the illusion of Umar Johnson as this great Black scholar and Black leader. This is all self-proclaimed too, by the way. And he's a school psychologist. He's not. Child psychotherapist. He's not. He's the most requested scholar. He's not even a scholar. Is he peer-reviewed? Where is he published? What scholarly journal is he published in? Nowhere. A lot of people bought into that illusion, but more and more people are waking up. All right. Last point, I just want to say, we all make mistakes, people. I've made mistakes. Y'all have made mistakes. The idea is that when the truth is revealed, just own up to it. Hold yourself accountable. Humble yourself enough to admit that you were wrong and apologize. And then keep it moving. Do better. That's all. It's that simple. Okay. All right. Thank you guys again for tuning on in. I hope you enjoyed the live stream. Thanks to everyone who sent in super chats during this live stream. I appreciate the support as always. Okay. I do not take it for granted. Appreciate each and every one of you. Thanks to the mods too for handling business. And we'll be back tomorrow with another live stream. I just got to figure out exactly what we're going to be doing. If we don't deal with the Zaza Ali going through that, I really don't want to, because boy, now I'm looking at it now. It's goodness gracious. Well, if not that, then we'll get back to the Umar stuff real quick. I didn't get these earlier. This is from Kadar from like 5 hours ago. She graduated from FDMG in 2023. Cheyenne Bryant got her doctorate from FDMG. Okay, thanks, Kadar. And then Keith says, y'all tripping. She got a diploma. I've seen it. It's written in crayon with FDMG. I mean FDMG, FMDG. Letterhead. Y'all wrong. Yeah. Yeah. We'll see if she produces a degree and it says FMG on it, her doctorate. Hey, then I'm gonna get up on here and apologize. Okay, thanks, Keith. This is from so far. This is for the beginning of the show. All right, thank you guys again for tuning on in. Please enjoy the rest of your evening. And I just want to say that I appreciate each and every one of you. And I'm striving to do better. I want to encourage everyone to do better. And I hope that Cheyenne Bryant does better. I think that Zaza Ali is doing better. I want to see Umar doing better. I want to see all y'all doing better. And I'm going to keep trying my best to do better humbly. Okay. Love y'all. Take care. Peace.